of your friend there.
Yeah, I got my my kitty co-host or my
Hello
my
and
big
welcome to you all.
my big
Those of you that
red ginger cat.
are going to arrive retrospectively, we are having the discussion, which is the most fascinating discussion here: the eighth sphere, poltergeist, angels, demons, entities, fairies, extraterrestrials, and I could add a whole lot to the list: jinn, deity, um, the crawlers. We're going to have a fun discussion about crawlers and the range of other entities that we discover on the planet, as well as the extraterrestrials, extradimensionals, interdimensionals. There's a range of different kinds of creatures that feed off our emotions. We're going to uncover this, blow it open. We've got a great team of experts coming on. To begin, we've got myself here, the BushWhisperer, with Stein Fawkes. Stein is a pagan wizard. Can I call you a wizard?
You can call me a wizard, sure.
Yeah, it's a magician, wizard, whatever. Same idea to me. Studying the ancient wisdom of the pagan tradition, and he's got the Greyhorn Pagans space. Go and check it out on Telegram. Go and check out his podcasts. He's got a lot of interesting podcasts. Does a lot of work. He works hard. He's been doing it a while, but he's really getting his content up there, and the content is excellent. And he's a super guy. He's a father. He's a normal guy in the world, as a family man, but at night he's a pagan. And here we go. Without any further ado, welcome, Stein. Please introduce yourself, brother.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's good to be here. It's been a while. I've been incredibly busy with work and study and just life keeping me occupied, everyday life keeping me from the more interesting things in life, if you will. So yeah, Stein Fawkes, it's the name I've been going by since I was, I think, like 20, and still a hardcore online activist. I am the host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast, the Jarl of the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, husband to Firefay, who has been on a few times as well, a father of two beautiful children and a big red cat. I'm a writer, a content creator, podcaster, blogger, you name it. I do it all pretty much.
That's right. I forgot to mention he's working on his book. That book's going to be coming out soon, and he's also been writing a lot of Substack articles.
Yes, indeed. The first edition of my book has been published already. A pagan revival, or the pagan revival, I should say. You can find it on Amazon. I have finished the second edition, done some more editing, added some things, edited out some things, and it has been sent over to a few people for proofreading, because I kind of neglected to do that with the first edition. I was just so excited to have written a book that I wanted to have it published. But yeah, the Pagan Revival, it is available on Amazon for now. I'm still trying to figure out how to get it everywhere else. But you can find it real easy to just go to the website of the Greyhorn Pagans, www.greyhornpagans.com. You'll find everything there. The Substack that I do together with my wife, Firefay, the Substack of Joshua, Child of Ash, of Raven Wolfgar, of like every tribal member that does something has their content posted or at least linked on the website. I thought that was a good place to show it all, to direct you all to the people that matter, the people that do the good work, that are trying so hard to uncover the truth, discover truth, because some things do have to be rediscovered. And yeah, also just, everyday life stuff. because that's what we also do in the tribe. It's not just, deep research and, grand conversations. Sometimes it's just everyday life stuff.
Well, awesome. Lovely. And I'm sure you are geared for this discussion here today, as I am geared for this discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Please, all of you,
it's going to be a good one,
that are listening, let me know if my vocals, is it all distorted or if it's coming through weird on YouTube. I've had this before, but since I'm using Chrome, I haven't. But I always ask just to be sure, because I've embarrassed myself before. So where do we start with this awesome topic? This topic is mind-blowing. We're going to get into the 8th sphere, but perhaps we will start first at the beginning. The entities, the beings that inhabit the space, which is not in the obvious zone of our reality. And here, who has joined us is Indy Sage. He is a wonderful, wonderful brother as well. He's a shadow worker extraordinaire, which means he helps people to uncover their shadow and work with their shadows. It's the services that he does offer. He's also a very grounded thinker and philosophically endowed, as he's taken a look into various different traditions, and an awesome researcher. And welcome, Indy. I'd love for you to say your piece. Welcome, brother.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Franklin. So glad to be here. And this is going to be an amazing discussion. It's so great to have. How do you pronounce your name, brother? Stein Fox?
Stein
Fox. It's great to have Stein Fox here with us. I've worked with him before, and he is a wealth of information about the Fae. And I just love to hear everything he's going to be able to tell us about that. I've taken notes before, and I'll be taking notes today. But I had to take notes on the Fae. I've done a show on it before, so I have some stuff on that. And I didn't know if we wanted to venture into dwarves and giants as well, possibly. I was thinking about veering into some of that later in the show.
They're connected to the Fae, right?
They very much are. I believe they are considered one of the Fae, the giants, potentially. So, but a lot of people consider a pixie when they're thinking fairy. A pixie is just one of the Fae, as well as leprechauns, different things as well. The brownies. But angels, demons, and poltergeists and entities, that's going to be a wild show. And it's, it's like horror season right now, so everybody's getting really into the ghosts and stuff, and I have been too. So it kind of just comes with the autumn and the beginning of the winter, as things get darker and colder. So it should be a really fun show today, and I'm gonna start digging up a couple notes. Oh, extraterrestrials is on the list. Oh my gosh.
Oh yes. Oh yes, we've got ETs on the list. And I didn't mention the others. Like you mentioned leprechaun, you mentioned the fairies, the fae, the fairies, various different races. There's elemental races of the fae. There's quite a big substack of the fae. And they were known as many different names in the past. We've got one more truth warrior that has joined us, and this is Ronan the bird dog. He's the Ronan samurai of truth. He's got his show, The Ronin Experience, well worth catching. What a great brother. Also a grounded, normal bloke, family man, father, all of that. And when he's not doing that, he's researching the hell out of life, decoding. He's very shamanically inspired as well. So nature talks to him. Nature is like the substack from where everything has come. The whole pagan tradition came from nature. People were in nature and they were looking for the truth. And nature said, here I am. Welcome, Ronan, if you're with us to say a few words.
Greetings, everyone. Massive love. Good to see you, Franklin. Beautiful interview with Kalel, and it's amazing. I love the idea of one-on-ones and really getting to know some of these amazing people that are around us, and their story and how they got here, because we all have so many interesting stories. And I always love to hear people's stories, especially, and Franklin, one thing that I'm always been attracted to you, for example, is like, I appreciate people who actually have a stories, and have different chapters in life and are interesting, I like people that are interesting and that are also interested in me. So I love that. So, and it was great that you were able to kind of sit down with Kalel and share the people what he's how he's built, and how does one come about all this wisdom, and stuff, and not just read it, but also be able to share it from the heart. So that was beautiful yesterday, and look forward to those keep coming. Stein, what's up, brother? I wear your shirt all the time. I got the wolf one, the Phineas one, bro. So massive love to you, and I'm sure you have a lot of the pagan perspective from here. So this is another beauty about how we get all these different kind of takes on the topics today. And so massive love to you, brother. And what's up, Indie Sage, Ra Sentinel, Vibe Tribe, Scribe? Guys, check out his articles. I love reading it. And one day I want to have style like Indie. Indie's got style, dude. I want to just, but massive love, everyone. This is an awesome topic, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much. And
a
last,
pleasure to
the
have you
veil
all
is
here.
Love.
and like like Indy mentioned, the veil is very thin this time of year compared to other parts of the year. So yeah.
This is a very specific time to be having these kind of discussions. Totally right. And there's a very interesting, it's the heart of winter, well, almost the heart of winter and the winter solstice, sort of where we're heading towards the dark, the night, the chaos. From whence came the chaos, which is that which was before there was light, before there was day, before there was night, before there was individuality, before there was even good and evil, there was chaos. There was this feminine spirit that was all pervasive. So we're definitely entering back into the heart of this chaotic principle, which is from whence all the light and all the love and all of the positive things that we have come. Welcome to all of you in the chat. It's lovely to have you. Welcome, Eva, Mexico. We got Ori Jalili. I hope I said that right. I hope I'm rolling with that. And the rest of you, we've got 10 people in here so far to start, which is lovely to see you all here. We're going to be kicking off with the discussion. I didn't mention that the giants, we need to have room for the giants because it's got to come up. A little bit of tin fat, a little bit of tin hat. We've got to look at things from various perspectives because this has got to do with the breakaway of what we can call those beings, those 200, whether you call them, whatever you want to call them, those 200 beings that broke away from the Fika Oath, which the archonic legacy that brought to earth their form, and from then came the Nephilim and all of these beings, and they've got a stake in our own genetics. The giants from the tradition of the Germanic law and the tradition of the Norse law, and the giants and the gods. We've got to look at this because this is really at the heart of the structure of this universe and how the defining factors, the different frequencies of being, the different planes of existence are all substacked into each other in order for us to be able to be an emanation of this field. And no longer have I started blabbling away. In comes Dr. K. Welcome, Dr. K. What an awesome interview last night. You were breathtaking. It was so easy to interview you, and it was an honor. And Dr. K, as those of you, I'm sure everybody watched it last night, he's a decoder, a numbers man, a numerologist, but numerologist of note because he practices all different forms of numerology. So he ties the knot between the different schools of thinking. Obviously, occult cosmology and philosophy, comes from a religiously trained background. So he's even got his foot in the traditions of the Christian, official teachings, not all of which he agreed with, of course, because otherwise he wouldn't be here. So much love to you, brother, and welcome. And do please say your piece.
Love, peace, and power, Franklin. Thank you for another amazing welcoming. Love, peace, and power, Stein. Good to see you. Indy, Mystic. It's wonderful to see you all here. This is an amazing topic. I want to thank Franklin again for this space and for the wonderful session that we had yesterday. I look forward to more. I look forward to more with everybody. You know, I think those stories definitely need to be told. There's a lot of light that can that can prosper, not just for ourselves, but in the reflection of others. I think that's one of the tenets that this crux, this gathering across time is really made for. I'm really honored to be a part of it. The topic today is another banger. You know, when we talk about fairies, and I thought about the giants when I read the title initially, and I was almost happy they weren't there because it's going to take us around so many different areas. But let's throw them in. We might as well. They're all a part of this grand tapestry that we think is outside of ourselves. So let's get to taming.
Well, there we go. We're all ready to start rolling and get cranking in. We might have somebody joining us a little bit along the way as we start moving forward into this wonderful conversation. And I'd like to say just about the interviews, you're all going to be in the hot seat. I hope and pray, because every member of this round table has got a story to tell, has got a sense of wisdom to impart, experience to share, and knowledge to put out there. And it's what makes the round table so awesome, as I'm always saying, is the collaboration of minds that have been assembled here is by divine providence. And it has come through no actions of anybody, just magnetism. Magnetism has caused it to be what it is, and magnetism is what expresses electricity, the nature. So without getting too caught up in my own blah blah, who would like to kick the ball off?
I'd like to kick the ball off. I got a little etymology on the Fae, and the word actually comes from the Latin fata, the fates, and the word that we get fairies comes from the Middle English, but the Fae is the Old French word for the fates. And originally, these creatures were known, or it was actually known to be the Fairy was a country or home of the supernatural or legendary creatures. It was the name of their home originally. But now it's come to be known as a mythical being of folklore and romance, usually having diminutive human form and magic powers. But they come in many different forms. Now I'm going to list off a list of the Fae. There's a good amount of them, and we probably won't discuss all of them, but I just want to throw out some of the names out there so we can go over some of the stuff that might conjure up some things and ring some bells for some folks out there. Now we have goblins, elves, gnomes, pixies, dwarves, sprites, brownies, also known as the boggart, changelings, vampires, hunting hounds, mandrake, trolls, gnolls, ghostwise halflings, Lightfoot halflings, wild dwarfs, banshees, salamander, the cottonfly or snowfly, the muryan, selkies, the vodyanoi, kankonog, the knuckleavi, weesage, athnacy, paladins, rogues, arcane spellcasters, barbarians, rangers, shamans, and wardens. So that's a very wide list, but it also includes giants, dwarves, etc. And I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I want to throw it out there. I consider that the Fae and the angels, fallen angels, and demons and gods and the aliens may be different words for the same peoples, the races of peoples. And they are very enchanting, maybe from another dimension. Maybe they travel from another dimension to here. Maybe they travel through time. We don't really understand. But they're very mystical creatures, and they're so powerful. There's so many legends and fairy tales. But the question is, do they go back to a past that has been kind of lost and maybe covered up? A past of a time when there were many more races than we see today on the face of the earth. And Are those races still here amongst us? I know that Bigfoot and Sasquatch are thought to be said to be here amongst us, and there's been many views of people in all areas of the world. So I'm going to put that out there for folks. Do you guys think that maybe they're coming from another dimensional portal? They're right here amongst us, but they're unseen. What do you guys think?
Well, I'll tell you what I think, but I don't have I don't have evidence, just based on the culmination of stuff. But you throw in cryptids also, and you throw in there's a Skinwalker Ranch here in the States, and they have supposedly so many beings that they have been reported on this ranch, and they can almost it seems like some of those cryptids, to include Bigfoot, etc., they have cloaking type abilities, right? You could see them and then materialize, and then you can kind of see them dematerialize. And is that interdimensional? Is that just some sort of like the movie Predator, where he could kind of put on a bit of a cloaking thing? No, I'm just throwing stuff out there.
I would actually say that that they are spiritually well advanced. I mean, in relation to us everyday humans, quite advanced. So it's them actively altering their vibration to show up or disappear. I mean, if you vibrate at a higher level, then yeah, it would seem for us that you are not there, because we can't see you, not physically, at least. Mankind is mankind, we're very dense, so everything that is vibrating on another level, we may call it interdimensional, higher vibrational, whatever. The thing is, we can't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. And I'm not sure if interdimensional and just on a higher vibration is the same thing. I think that's worth discussing too. Like, if you vibrate at a higher level, do you very simply put, vibrate into another dimension? So
I mean, in theory, you should be able to walk through a wall if you vibrate at you can if you vibrate so much, you can slide through that slow, dense vibration, in theory, right? And maybe not just in theory, maybe these apparitions, especially, or maybe some of these other beings, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Fae can move through solid things. Now, there's also, mermaids that are supposedly can live in almost two dimensions at the same time, especially when you're talking about waters above, waters below. There's signs of such a highly salt water at the bottom of the ocean. So it's so salty that you can't even really push through it. Is that a portal to the next layer cake underneath us? So you use all kinds of these amazing things. Sure, there's legends, but where do those legends come from? Just only imagination only? Or you know what I mean? Or people tripping or something, or being drunk sailors, and then you get into just to some of the basics. We're told the deepest we've drilled down is 8 miles. Russian, evidently, the farthest they've drilled straight down anywhere is 8 miles. But then you also have the ocean that's already down a gazillion miles. So, and then I watch these videos on these kids. I say kids, they're in their early 20s. They go here and go down in caves all the time. They're the adventure twins, and they go down and a couple hundred feet, and it still goes down. Where does all that water go? Where does all that caves go? Is there a whole nother sun? Some people even report there's a whole sun underneath us and a whole nother thing. And you go, that's impossible. Well, if you think about where we are now, we almost have a ceiling above us now. So maybe below there's a whole nother ceiling, and then these beings they know the path. You have Agartha stories of, you know,
Hollow
deep.
Earth theory. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have all these. So do they have the capability to do that? And maybe they live really, really long. You know, maybe they also live long. Anyway, I just want to kind of throw some stuff. You know, you have gateways maybe under mountains. You have gateways underwater. I mean, nothing's off the table in my opinion, and I have more questions than answers actually. So, I'll mute there and hear what you guys have to say.
That goes into the Hollow Earth theory, which is a fascinating one. Because I mean, that's also where supposedly the giants reside, and every like couple of thousand years they come back up to the surface to check on us humans, like how we're doing, and you know, they get hunted down, because that's like human nature. Everything we don't know, we have to kill. And maybe that's also where the stories and the legends of giants living in caves come from, because certain caves are indeed said to be access points to the Hollow Earth. So maybe that's why we have always seen them first in caves, or why we associate with them living in caves, because those are the access points. So of course they would come out there first.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question as to whether they're here amongst us in this dimension, but we don't see them, or if they're actually coming in from a portal from another dimension where we don't see that entire realm. But interestingly, like the name fairy comes from the name of their land where they're from. So that could be the other place where they're from. And some people have connected that with Avalon, the land of the apples. That's like kind of in a place that would be close to where High Brazil was, kind of off the coast of the British Isles, like over to the west, out in the middle of the Atlantic.
From the Arthurian legends.
Yeah, but you know, we've also got Shambhala and Agartha, which I mentioned earlier, and Madame Blavatsky received the Book of Daizan from the Tibetan monks, and got ancient wisdom from a lost culture from long ago, and she had information about the central sun, which was a sun in the inner earth. So
That's the black sun.
That's a very interesting piece of work. She actually channeled it. She didn't get given it to her. They refused to give it to her, so she channeled it, and her channeled version is the best translation available of the actual work, which is so secret that they wouldn't give to her. I'd love to welcome one of our member of our team and a real power lady, Lily the witch, the philosophical witch, as I love to call her. She's a deep thinker. She's well trained and educated in her craft, which is obviously an extension of the pagan traditions. And she's really a lovely, beautifully open-hearted, straightforward, hand on guns at the point of truth, kind of a truth seeker. Also got a bit of tin hat experience. So I think we're going to be having a wonderful discussion. Welcome, Lily. Thank you for joining us. And it's an honor to have you here.
Hi, Shaman. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. That's such a beautiful introduction. You just have such a wonderful way with words. You really do. I'm sorry I'm late, but I'm super excited to join the conversation. I'm just going to sit and listen for a little bit because I've just joined, so I haven't picked up the thread you guys are on, but really excited to talk about all of these topics, and I'm sure we'll be going down a huge amount of rabbit holes. But I'm just going to put my camera on super quick just for a second, because I didn't know that we'd have the lovely Stein with us. So this is a really nice synchronicity, but let me just see if I can you see what I'm wearing?
Awesome. Thank you. That's so cool.
So yeah, nice sync for all of us there. So yeah, hi everyone, really lovely to see you all. I'm going to go back off cam, but I'll be with you for the whole evening.
Lovely to have you. It's an honor for you to have you here, and all of you. Totally an honor. I noticed the discussion has gone straight to the deep end of the pool, which is what I love about you guys. That you don't pull your punches. You just get in there and get bloody knuckled, go in seeking the truth and beat everything else out of the way. And so it's brought up a very interesting conversation, which is probably going to be a theme that's going to come up from time to time. What is the difference between the extra-dimensional, the interdimensional? This is a very interesting concept. That which is interdimensional, which is the space which is between the dimensions of reality as we know them and consider them. So we're talking here about the spheres of the chakras, essentially, and the different structures, aspects of the 7 principles of Hermes as they are considered in terms of actualization. And each actualization carries with it its own frequency and vibration, and within it its own aspects of reality. Because, well, the way I consider reality is that it's a chain. There is no me and I that is separate from anything else. I am an extension of a chain of beings that are linked together, and together they form bigger beings, that together form bigger beings, that together form bigger beings, in chains of great expansiveness, and chains that become smaller and smaller and smaller, like a fractal of beings, in the same way that my body is made out of molecules, and the molecules are made out of even smaller particles, and within those there are the DNA fields, and within the DNA fields there are yet smaller, and we can consider each one of those little aspects a being in itself. And as it gets bigger, they're microbes, and the microbes live between the molecules, and the molecules together form tissues, and the tissues together form organs, and the organs live together in the skin of the big tissue, Jupiter holding it all together. So that expansive sphere of consciousness. So I like to think of the consciousness field as above, so below, being expressed that in our bodies, it's the whole of the total reality is expressed. So we can consider that within this sphere of consciousness that is manifesting this reality through the flesh, the same principles need to be upheld as a reflection, so that the form of flesh can be a reflection of the inner reality. Hence the magical powers are here, because the inner reality is the expression of the outer reality, and it's inverted. It's actually the outer reality is the reflection of the inner reality, and the inner reality is the physical one, and the outer reality is the energetic one. So everything's upside down and back to front with our senses, and our eyes tell us, our ears tell us, everything tells us that we experience inside outness. And that's what I experienced when I crossed over as a child. The inside outness of the universe was quite overwhelming to realize. And so this extra-dimensional and interdimensional, they are different inflections. Extra-dimensional, I think of beings that have come from other planes of existence that can shift their bodies and their consciousness here, and using technology or using, psychic ability is a form of technology if we want to get right down to it. It's an organic form of technology. So there's many forms of technology. You could think of martial arts as a form of technology. If you can raise your ki and use your ki to move something without touching it, that's a form of technology. So, I think that getting a concept of these differences might give us an insight. And there are the histories that speak about how these beings, which were part of the archonic chain of life, broke away from the chain of life because there was this fundamental oath binding all things to other things. They broke the oath in order to take form. And this is the stories of the Nephilim. So I think when we look at this reality, there seems to be the ability for beings that are interdimensional to break their oath of interdimensionality and become extra-dimensional beings as well, right? So that's another turning of the screws, because the archons are interdimensional beings that are the construction of this universe. And so these archetypes are moving through what we can call the archonic legacy, which are these angelic forms, demonic forms of beings that are in the state of polarity, maintaining the structure, the pillars of reality. So it's a very complex topic, though I think both Stein and Ronan have already thrown some beautiful chunks of wood onto the fire, because there is this confusion with extraterrestrials, and how many of what we call extraterrestrials are extra dimensionals? How many of them are traveling? How many of them have got either the technology or whatever form of technology that they've got in order to move through phasing vibrational fields in order to be here, which would be at a far higher level of evolution than we would? Well, at least technologically. We don't know our true scale of evolution. We might be at a very high level of evolution and we've had things taken away from us. I think that's the tinfoil hat part of the discussion that needs to come up. Like, what happened with the gods and the giants exactly? What did the giants do to us and why were the gods fighting them? So,
I mean, if you're talking about,
I love the way Stein put that question out there earlier. It really inspired me to think of this, and I think it's really powerful consideration. And then, of course, there is the jinn. The jinn are something quite close to my heart because I've often been able to see these jinn, and I can see them. And then there are crawlers. Now, who of you have seen crawlers? They look like shadowy forms. They could look like kinds of big spidery kind of creatures that crawl along the walls. They seem to follow the lines of electricity. I find that very interesting. They like electrical boxes. They seem to like to go along the lines where there'll be plugs in the walls. You'll see them crawling on those lines. And they are often accompanied by the jinn. And you get different kinds of jinn. Most jinn are just shadowy forms that we see. We can literally see there's this shadow in the space with us. We're like looking at the shadow, but this is not our shadow. It's a moving shadow. It's its own entity. And some of them have got the red eyes. And I've known the ones with red eyes to actually attack people. This is another discussion. I've known people to be attacked by those with the red eyes to the point where they think they're being murdered. I've known women to be pinned to the bed by these things, like they want to rape them. I've seen and I had a lot of people I've known over the years that have told me harsh stories. Myself personally, I had experience with the red eye ones first when I was young, when they were opening a portal. So this is very interesting. They were incanting and they were opening a portal, and the portal was opening in space in a dark room where there was no light. So there was blue light spinning, and this thing was opening up in the space. And I had to go into this workshop, which was dark, which was attached to our house, because my dog was freaking out. My dog was losing the odds in the garden. So I came out to see. Now, the plugs, I had a plug in the kitchen that I had to plug in to set up the lighting for that space because there were different electrical lines. There was a kiln in there. There was a potter's wheel. There were different electrical. And so they had different lines of electricity for different amounts of voltage. But the lights were running on a very simple plug because it was low voltage for lights, right? There was like 4 or 5 light bulbs. What's that? Like 300-400 watts. So to light up the space. And so that was running on a thing that was put on in the kitchen, plugged in. And in order to separate the different voltages. And I hadn't gone into the kitchen to plug it in. So I had to go into the space in the dark and I could smell. First, I thought there was someone trying to break in. So I was getting ready for a fight. And I was happy to go into a dark space because I was better in the dark than other people were in the dark. I always trained in the dark. I spent a lot of time climbing the mountain in the dark without light. So I felt very comfortable in the dark. If I was ever in a dark alley, I was in my element because I could see better than my opponent could. And I could use my other senses very well in the dark. So I felt comfortable in the dark. So I went into the dark to confront someone and then I smelt it. And when I smelt it, the hairs on my neck raised and I realized this was something not human. And then I heard the sound. And when I got closer, I could hear chanting, or it sounded like chanting. And I could see it opening up in the air in front of me. Literally a portal opening up in the air. My dog wouldn't come into the space because it was pitch dark. You couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. It was like you could see nothing. The only reason I could move in the dark was because I knew that workshop so well. I used to work in there for my mom's ex-boyfriend. And I was 15 at the time. But I was a fighter already when I was young, and I lived a wild life. So I was confident that I could take down any man. So I went in there ready to, and then I realized, oh my gosh, it's one of this kind of setup. And it was very powerful magic that was opening up this portal. I was sure of it. I could smell it. I could feel it on the nape of my neck running through my body. And I didn't know what to do, so I attacked it. I attacked it with all I had. And my first instinct was to channel my ki into a strike and strike for the heart of this thing and overload it with my biofield. And it's luckily managed to make it collapse. But these jinn do have technological ability to enter into this world. And so it got me very interested in the jinn. I went to go and research them. I went to go and search for them, find their cities, find where the veil was thinnest in Cape Town, where I could see them, where I could watch them coming and going on their business. And I realized they're a bit like us. So they have civilization somehow, somewhere like us. And then I found the ancient scrolls that speak about how El Shatan was the leader of those that broke away from the interdimensional space to take form because they didn't want to serve us. You see, in their service to us, we can bind them by the use of fikr names and the names of power. So they are under our control to a certain degree. Because they sign a contract, they say an oath that they are all part of a structure of being and they have to follow the rules. We don't have to follow the rules. We didn't sign an oath. We're free to do what the hell we want. These guys are sort of, while they're in that oath, they are bound to that oath and they uphold reality. So 200 of them broke away. And so the reality changed to octave because those 200 were no longer a part of it. And these were generals. And they came to Earth. And from then we heard the stories of the Nephilim and the Grigori coming to Earth and Shem Yaza coming into being. And the various different aspects of this whole story has found its expression in this place. So we're sort of looking at this reality and realizing that the giants are very much an extension of beings that came from extra-dimensional origins and came into this world from interdimensionally, escaping an oath that they'd been part of to uphold the structure of this reality, or at least those are the kids of the ones that came, the creations of the ones that came. And from them were created more creations which were unable to multiply and breed. So they came out all sorts of crazy monsters and creatures and giants that were part of the Anakim. And so the gods were forced to be at war with their own creations. And two sons were the sons of Shemesh. What were they called in? I forget. But we know them in the Sumerian legends as well. We know them from the Irish Celtic legends. There's always been two brothers that have been at war. And so we've got all these historic stories that tell us the same story from various different traditions. And so this is really at the heart of the story. I see we've got someone who's joined our group here. Let me introduce Fire Faye. Welcome, Fire Faye. It's an honor to have you here with us, dear sister. Fire Faye is someone that is a medium that is very connected to the Fae specifically, and she's been working with the Fae for quite some time. She is a mother and a pagan. She is actually the wife or the wife to be, I'm not sure if they're married yet, but they may as well be, of Stein Fuchs. So we have a super couple in the room here, bringing that super couple energy. And what an honor to have you here, dear Faye. Welcome, dear. Do please introduce yourself.
I'm Fire Faye, as Franklin has said, and I am the spiritual wife of Stein Fox. Sorry, I have no voice. I apologize. I've worked with the Fae for a while. I just love the energy that comes with it. And a lot of people are misunderstanding the Fae, so that's why I'm here. So, I am here if there is any questions. Same with my familiar. She has heard the name of my beloved, and she's like, I want to be part of it.
Oh, yeah, Miss Cleocatra. We both have our familiars with us.
So, without further ado, where would we want this conversation to focus in the next part? Because we have so many different doors open from which to explore this concept, as well as
You guys
this
can ask me
reality
any
of
questions
reality.
on the Fae. I'm willing to answer.
I have a question. What about like Native American legends of like monsters or such.
Okay, so there's one that I will never speak of,
Okay.
and that's the Skinwalker.
Mm.
I'm Native American, and in our culture, this creature is interdimensional. It takes on the form of different things. It's also a witch that takes on the form of different animals, and I just won't speak of it. I mean, I can talk about it, but I won't use the name that's been given to it.
And also the W one.
That's the one I was talking about, yes.
That's it, yeah.
You mind if I
That
add
one's a
something?
very feared creature. Pardon?
I said, y'all mind if I add something here?
Yeah.
Sure.
When it comes to the Fae are actually very simple. The oldest, I sent you a few pictures in the Telegram. I don't know if you can put it on screen or not. There's a book. One of my favorite books is from 1935. It's called The Secret History of Mankind. And it goes all around the world and it shows you every single indigenous people that wouldn't kill somebody as soon as they saw a camera. And there's pictures on every page of this book. It's like $135 on, oh, I'm sorry, it's $127 on like Amazon. You might be able to find it cheaper on eBay. But the indigenous people of the world, not just Africa, not just America, are where we find the oldest stories of the so-called Fae. That mythology followed agriculture. The fairies it's not that they vibrate faster. Rona, you were talking about vibrating faster. You can definitely do that. They vibrate higher as opposed to lower density monsters, like when it comes to like the zigzag realm, for those who like meditate and go to like the immediate realms, to the left and the right, where it's like just black and white and gray. The fairies exist outside of that because they're bringing energy from somewhere else here. They're the ones who empower the plant life. They're the ones who empower every bit of agriculture. Now, we all know how we're dealing with GMO. So you can understand how that energy has shifted. This is why it's become so much more of a feminine energy as far as how it's displayed. So when you come across people who grow plants, grow flowers, grow their own food, they're much more in communication with this kind of energy. But you have to look at it beyond the realm of myth, and you have to understand that it's an aspect of you. Even when it comes to these lower entities and these giants, think about cancer, think about tumor, think about things that live beneath the surface of your own body, because so many people are still laughing about Agartha or Shambhala, not understanding that it's absolute fact. You cannot go to the North Pole. Why is that? Because there's portals into it. We've seen throughout the majority of this year, especially in the last month, that the Aurora Borealis has been shooting and shining all over the earth. What do you think that is? That's the people dying, going back to source. That is the energy of a heart, of a Sar. Guess who facilitates that? The fairies, right? And that's only when they have little to do. So I want you to think about gods, and for those who do any kind of ancestor worship, you can't do the same thing. If you're feeding energy, you feed it, and it will take it, but you have to essentially kind of change it up, or it'll become stagnated. The fairies don't play like that. There's too much ignorance. It's not that we can't see them. We're too ignorant to see them. We don't want to look to our higher aspect collectively. I'm not talking about us here, but this is the issue when it comes to seeing and perceiving this energy.
I think you're hitting it right on the head there. It's not that it's not visible. It's just we've been, told so many times that it doesn't exist. That they're just kid stories. I mean, you see that in the story of Peter Pan. Like every time you
Exactly.
yeah, every time you say that, you don't believe in fairies, a fairy dies, and you can only resurrect it by the power of affirmation. Really, they do exist. They do exist. Fairies are real. That brings them back to life. And I mean,
They
I think
actually are
it's
conceived of a child's laughter.
that's beautiful.
That's also in Peter Pan.
I mean, it's the
That's
most
in like one of the Tinkerbell movies. I
a
know this
child's.
because of little ones.
Of course you do. But I mean, a child's laughter, it's the most beautiful thing there is. It's so pure, it's so innocent, it's so, still so beautiful. So yeah, of course, it would make sense that some beautiful mythical being would be born out of that.
Well, let's not forget that Peter Pan in that movie was trying to take the kids. Let's not forget that part. So, what I mean? I wouldn't reference.
He's
Changelings.
actually a spirit.
I wouldn't reference. I would be careful referencing Peter Pan on the surface type of way.
Of course.
Well, you guys have to also understand Peter Pan was a person or an entity that never wanted to grow up. And that's exactly what happened to Captain Hook. Is he came back and grew up. And he went back to Neverland.
Shout out to Captain Hook. He was trying to save the kids, and it's incredible when you invert these stories, and especially So I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts together for a second.
Would that also be?
Yeah, please, Khalil, please.
I'm sorry. I don't want to. I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong, but we have to understand that there's levels to knowledge. So the first thing you want to look at is symbolism. Captain Hook was Saturn. That's why he had a hook. He was actually the good guy, right? That's why he was followed by the crocodile, Apep, the destroyer, who had a clock, and he was the tick-tock. That is Saturn itself. So it was showing it to you in two parts. So you really have to examine it symbolically. Peter Pan was you on Earth, not wanting to grow old and die in the astral world. He was coming to shepherd new souls to the astral world. That's why they went to Sirius, second star on the right, straight on until morning. You see? So you also have to realize
the morning
that
star, of course.
Right. We're talking about child sex. They can't show you that, but this is Disney, so they did their absolute best. So what did they do? Once Wendy reattached Peter Pan's shadow, which is his power, how does she do it? She grabs his foot where we had our souls on the bottom of our feet, right? She gave him a kiss, right? It was a thimble, right? It was a covering of the finger. That was a reference to the pineal gland. He gave her fairy dust, allowing her to vibrate higher and fly, right? To raise their astral forms. And then they went to the astral, they died. And now you can stay in the astral forever and never grow up. This, I want to give you a physical reference. Look into Emmett Till, right? Emmett Till was a melanated boy in the 1940s, 1950s who was killed in a horrible way. And look at good God, there's so many. Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin is identical to Emmett Till. So what are we looking at? We're looking at a real life Peter Pan. It's not going to look how you think because we hear fairy tale and we think this magical, mystical, whatever. But you know that the Grimm's fairy tales were much darker, which is why when Disney bought them, they agreed to change everything, much like the open work of H.P. Lovecraft. Right? Anybody.
That's why European fairy tales are so dark. Because speaking of that, I wanted to do the origin stories for Sinterklaas for one of my stories that I was going to do, and Stein told me the origins, and I'm like, I am not going to write that because it was so dark.
Well, Sinterklaas, the Catholic saint, Saint Nicholas, it's where Americans eventually got their Santa Claus from. But yeah, like our European stories, especially from Northern Europe. I mean, like I always say, like half jokingly, there's a reason why the brothers are called Grimm, because the stories are indeed very grim. But here in Northern Europe, especially, like it's always been a struggle to survive. It's always been a fight, especially in winter times when it gets really cold here and dark fast. Like we don't have much to be joyous and happy about, because like it's already dark outside at 4 p.m. in the afternoon and doesn't get light until like, I don't know, 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. the next day. So we live like pretty much in the dark for the majority of autumn and winter. So it reflects in our stories as well, because we deal with a lot of death, unfortunately. Crops.
I'm gonna write something on that. It was
Well,
just like, oh no.
Well, at the same time, it is a very religious story having to do with resurrection. It's just,
I know, but the way that you were telling me, I'm just like, nope, that's not me. No. Mm-mm.
I mean, like, yeah, it's just people had to get killed first before they got resurrected.
No. And I think that's why people just don't understand, like, the stories behind Disney movies are actually very dark.
I mean, just look at the Little Mermaid. Like we were talking about mermaids and whether or not they are part of like interdimensionals or even the Fae or whatever.
They're part of the Fae.
Of course they are. But the official story of the Little Mermaid is she grows legs, which is a rather painful process.
And she does not get her voice back.
No, absolutely not. And every time she takes a step on land, it feels like she's walking on broken glass. And it hurts and it's painful. And it's just, and then still with that pain, you have to convince someone that, hey, I'm actually your true love, without a voice, being in so much pain.
The sea witch, Ursula, actually married the prince in the true stories.
There's no happily ever after in the original stories. It's just, well, death and despair, really.
Again, there's a much deeper level to that when you realize Ursula and Ariel are the same person, and when Ursula represents this mind of that energy, but we see through the lens of separation, as opposed to joining something.
So you could say
it was the dark side of her soul, basically.
Ursula is Ariel's shadow side.
Makes sense.
And then the shadow
There's a
side
very interesting
gets her voice and is able to by manipulation and all marry. Yeah, okay.
Because she had the dark hair. Sorry,
there's
I'm just thinking out.
A very interesting couple of points that have been brought up here, and it's fascinating to look at the Undines, which are the mermaids. The fourth, there's actually elemental fae. This fae is a very broad substack of beings. And there's a lot out there of fae, and there's a I suppose you could write books about the fae, about each character race of the fae, because there are a lot of them. An interesting point brought out, but both of us, but both of you, I say us, our group. Carlisle brings the point of the fae being related to the divine aspects and the vibratory spectrums and the higher consciousness frequencies, which is very, very on point. And Ronan also pointed out one of the customs, which is a bizarre custom. And I want to point out that this custom isn't just European. It's not just in Ireland. It's not just in Old England. It's not just the Celts of Europe. It's also African. It blew my mind. The Zulus did it. So, but the Zulus did it for a group called the Chiturga. Now, according to the old lore in Europe, sometimes they would give their children babies to the Fae. If there was something wrong with the baby, if the baby was sick, if there was some reason why they couldn't keep the baby, or if they were afraid of the baby, if the baby had supernatural talents that they were afraid of, they would consider this baby is wanted. Or if the Fae were coming, or if the spirit beings were coming to them and they were like afraid, they would take the babies and put the babies in forests at a certain time of the year. And the children were to be taken to the land of the Fae. It's a very wacky old tradition. I read about it like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20, I don't know how many years ago. And it left a lasting impression on me, like, oh, heebie-jeebies up the spine. Like, who would want to give their kids away? You know, like as a father, I mean, like you got to take them from my dead hand because I got a katana, you know. But
I mean, Corinne Atlas in chat actually brought that up right as you started talking about it, that the people of Zimbabwe actually talk about the kidnapping of children and people by mermaids, and that when they eventually return, they return as shamans.
This is exactly the point. They would come back as priests or priestesses. And in the Zulu tradition, they talk about the Chiturga, which is interesting. Now, this is central to southern Central Africa. Their center of their place was actually north of South Africa a bit, but the whole southern part of Africa was actually taken mostly by the Zulus, or a large portion of it by Chaka and his army as they moved south. But the Zulu tradition speaks of having sacred mountains and sacred places. Even in the north of South Africa, it was practiced. And there's the Chiturga, who are the lizard beings that would come down and fetch these children, take them off, and the children would reappear at some point, sometimes weeks later, sometimes months later. So I think what's happened is there's so many different tales of folklore that are woven in to a substract of confusion. And when these people make the movies, I wonder if it's by design that they add in extra layers of complexity, to add in different traditions, to create this, because the symbolism that Kalal was talking about was on point as well. It's also very rich communication from all of our occult knowledge and our lore. So there's definitely something going on here. And one other thing that was mentioned as well, and let me try and remember what it was the idea of, oh dang, it's left my mind. I'll have to bring it up later. But definitely there's a lot to be considered here with the Chiturga, because the Chiturga are connection to where the lore of the shamanism from the Utrecha and the Inyama comes from the tradition of the Zulus. And so I'm sure that this must be a reflection in the Xhosa tradition. It must be a reflection in the Sotho tradition. And like you say, Zimbabwe have their own tradition. I'm sure that Namibia, the Namib region, they must have their own tradition. I've heard about this happening in the Fire Mountains. What are the Fire Mountains called? The Fire Mountains of the deserts of Namibia. What are those mountains called? It's got some of the most beautiful amethyst that comes from there. Ametrine, beautiful included quartz comes from these mountains. So there are a lot of these traditions that seem to all dovetail towards an interesting point of these children going away and coming back. Oh yes, the other point was time dilation. Oh my gosh, you guys dropped the hammer on time dilation. Now I think that was Kalil bringing out about how the time, or I can't remember who it was that said it, but the nature of time dilation. I spent, okay, I'm not going to say it was fun. It was fun in the beginning. I spent months in the astral plane, or what I perceived as months. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. I had no way of counting the time, but I was sure that my body had died after about some weeks, because I was like, well, how can it be drinking water? How can it be eating? How can it be breathing? Because I was sure that when I left my body, my heart stopped beating. I was sure that sensation of my heart stopping now, oh my God, there I go, woof, through my mantra, through my yantra into the silver surfing domain, and I was like, woo, let's go, surfs up, ladies, gentlemen. And then it was fun, and it was fun, and it was fun, and then I was lost. I was like, holy crap, now what? And obviously you create reality as you think it. So now you've got this key to create reality, and you're like, well, I don't want to, I want to stop creating reality now, please. This is like, I want to break from this. There's just no break. There's no sleep. There's no sleep. There's no break. You just keep creating reality. And sooner or later, you create a reality you didn't want to create. And then they discover you. They like ping you. And then they're after you. And then you have to face the archons directly. But I spent what was numerous months of my I had accepted that I was dead for long. And then they were chasing me, and I was avoiding them for a long time, hiding in the void. Because I noticed you could go into this density. There's this infinite density. You can sort of fall into this density, but you can't think. It's sort of the same as when you're getting shocked. When your body's getting like a 240 volts, if you've ever been stuck and you're getting a continuous flow of voltage, you'll notice that when you come into your body, you can't think, you can't do anything else. You have to jump out of your body in order to think. You jump out of your body, okay, I know what I want to do. Come back in your body. It's like you're paused. It's a similar kind of experience mentally to that pausing without the bit rate, with the kick of the electricity kicking on and off. But going into that void, I don't know how much time I lost in the void hiding until I just came out and said, okay, let's do this. Let's face the music. Let's do it. You guys and me, let's go. And when I finally went through the whole drama and, life and death drama and the angels and the demons and facing the archons and then facing the being that has no form, that changes, and having to fight for what I considered was my soul, finally I came through and I recognized compassion. I'm fast tracking this whole conversation, but finally I came through, and there was unexpectedly something within me that's like the structure of this whole universe. I was like, hold on, that Bible thing's talking about this. Well, what's going on? Yeah. And lifted me in vibration till I could feel my body. And I was sitting in my body, and I was like still sitting in lotus posture, and the sun was rising. I was like, holy crap. The sun, sun is rising. I've only been here sitting in this posture for 6 hours. I traveled for 6 hours out of my body and experienced months. So you can literally go into that other world, right? And live an entire life. You can live a whole life. I mean, if 6 hours is months, and I don't know how many months, but at least 3, 4, 5, I don't know how many months of experience. Like, how long it is. Like a week goes by, a week. You got that sense of time. Sense of time there is mangled, but it goes on and on and on and on. So if you were to spend 7 days there, if you went into a 7-day meditation where your body went into, and it seems like the body goes into stasis, by the way, somehow, because the heart seems to stop when you leave your body. I've never quite figured that out. I've never had someone there to check my vitals, but I think that if someone were to check your vitals, it will pull you back into your body, I'm guessing. So it might disturb the process. But anyway, the time dilation is such an incredible thing when one is in the astral realm. So this notion that you can live there for a whole life and come back and still be young is very much a reality from my perspective, not a concept, not a metaphor, not an idea, not a philosophy. It's a reality, which is why they say when we're dreaming and our consciousness is poised between the etheric and the astral, we dream for 1 or 2 seconds. We dream for split seconds, and we experience a whole long dream in 1 split second, in a half a second, in 1 second of doing REM time. We've got a whole chapter of a dream that we could write down, and it's going to be pages of writing, right? That's less than a fraction of a second. Gives you an idea of how time dilates from the astral to the physical. And I think that these beings exist in another frequency of time. They don't exist in ours, which is why they can see our futures, why they can experience our pasts, why they can advise us, why there were lots of rituals set up for working with the undines or the gnomes or the salamanders. And those are the particular classes of elemental fae, which were used in much of the elementary magic from Hermetics through various different traditions of magical alchemy, where these beings were used for various different purposes, bound by names, using spells to bind these beings. And then we've got the story of Aladdin, right? Binding the jinn. So the Arabic magic binds the jinn. There's a lot of really harsh, like you don't want to write books about this stuff. The Arabic magicians binding the jinn using some very dark magics to bind them and put them into containers, like a lamp. And then you light the lamp and you bring the being out of the lamp, and you can control that being using your particular bindings and your spells. So this is another tradition which has been scoffed at by Hollywood, turned into Aladdin with a lamp, and the secret cave that you could open with a word and close with a word. Well, that cave is a metaphor for going into the astral planes where all the riches is, right? The power, the knowledge, the wisdom, connecting directly through that to the elemental beings, and through the elemental beings to all of the other various different populations of otherworldly beings that are out there. But I don't want to go off on one for too long. I love what you were saying as well, Firefay, about the people have these very fixed ideas about the Fae, and
yes.
think of them as lower life forms, when I don't think of them as lower or higher. I think that there are some lower life forms and there are some higher life forms.
There
Just like
are
with us.
some, but people also are afraid of them too. And I mean, there are good reason sorry for my language, but if you piss off a fae, you're going to have to deal with the repercussions of that. And
I
that's
can attest
why
to that. I can attest. I have pissed off the Fae, so, and it's not fun.
And that's where a lot of people don't understand is like the reason why they're so scary is that you piss them off. And that's why it's like they're such a helpful partner in my work. They've helped me through a lot of crap, if you will.
I think that's true of a lot of the entities that we're talking about and that are in the subject topic that Franklin sent out. I mean, it's really interesting when I was listening to all of you, and there's a link between the stories and involving the children, and then Franklin talking about the children being taken, and then Hollywood and how they kind of make light of everything for the masses that are asleep, that don't see the hidden meaning and the stories. And it's interesting to me, and when you were all speaking, I was looking at the top of our screen, which is the title of this particular chat, and the second one is Poltergeist. And as you were talking, that made me think about the film, which I'm not a fan of horror, and I never would be, because it's designed to lower our vibrations. But unfortunately, I did happen to see this film years ago when I was really young, and it scarred me. But that, again, there's a child woven into the center of that story, and I can't remember, something about she goes into the TV, and it's interesting to me that there seems to be, from the entertainment perspective, if we can call it that, use that word loosely, it's child centric. and Faye was just saying about people are fearful of the Fae, and we're taught that, and they seem to utilize the child aspect to ingrain this fear into everybody. I mean, you can look at the Fae that way, you can look at Poltergeist that way, in terms of evil, and it's taking the child, but actually we know that there are two sides to everything, and really what we're talking about is energetic entities, irrespective of the name that we're giving them. They're all really one thing, the same as we're all really one thing. And it's interesting to me, the weave of why, and I don't have an answer, I guess I'm throwing it out for you guys, but why in the entertainment of all of these poltergeist, angels, demons, fairies, why it seems to be child-centric, and yet the effects of some of the more negative entities, if you like, seem to be much more felt by the adults. than the children. So, you know, when you look at psychiatry, for instance, and dealing with people that's schizophrenic, it's quite rare to see child cases, but obviously hugely prevalent to see adult cases. And there's a huge school of thought around, obviously, you know, the fact that schizophrenia it's nothing to do with chemical imbalance. And I actually don't believe that whatsoever. It's entities, negative entity that's attached. But it's just interesting to me, and I guess just I'm really interested in all of your view on why the kind of the Hollywood and the media and the entertainment focuses on the child-centric around all of this, but the effects of these negative entities, or what we perceive to be negative entities, is more towards the adult mindset.
It's because it's so much easier to sell if it's child-centric. It's so much easier to sell.
I mean, they do it with everything, right? You know, every negative aspect, or, you know, like the hot topic in the US now, gun control, it's always think of the children because, you know, they're still pure and they're still innocent, you know? What would happen if it would happen to the exactly, because it hits you on that deeper emotional level. And I think that why it has attachments to or it attaches itself easier to adults or grown-ups, if you will, is because many of us have lost our child selves, have lost our inner child, or have suppressed it to, you know, have stuck it so deep inside of ourselves that we may have well lost it because, you know, as an adult, as a grown-up, you know, you can't act like a child. You can't act childlike or childish or whatever.
Because it's very immature if you do.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, having a rich fantasy or whatever, you know, oh, it's, you know, it's all in your head. It's childish. It's childish, gibberish, whatever, you know, get a real job.
I think
You know,
through that process, the imagination is ostracized too. When you're
a
kid anymore, you can't think outside of the box. It's frowned upon.
That's why with my teenager, well, our teenager, I have implemented with him, if you want to use your imagination, do it. There's no one stopping you but yourself. Just do it.
Powerful. Because also the children might be considered more vulnerable because their imagination is so much stronger. And so they're closer to that veil or to that where that portal is, where they could be snatched up. And so sometimes it's almost like the parents don't even see, like, where do the kids go? Like, who are their imaginary friends? Like, we don't even know where to look for them. They're in like another dimension now.
Yeah, and with our like grown-up brain, we're just like, oh, they're just making that up. You know, it doesn't exist. You know, it's a made-up friend. And
that's
it's just,
why it's like,
you know,
so
kids and their fantasies, like how cute, like not knowing that there may actually be someone standing right next to them.
Exactly, and that's why with me and my mom, we implement with my teenager here, use your imagination. There is nothing wrong with your imagination. It's when you take it too far that it becomes a problem.
Yeah, it can be detrimental, but I think there's a big impetus to squash people's imagination as we come into the workforce and we become just docile work drones that don't think for ourselves, and we're not trying to challenge the status quo. So you have these people that come out with these amazing inventions like the water-powered car, and of course it's from their imagination. It's in transcendentalism. They discovered like a new idea, and it's just squashed and thrown out like the baby with the bathwater. And then we're left with petroleum still and paying this much money for gasoline. And whereas in Brazil, they use ethanol tank and a gasoline tank, depending on which one's more available or cheaper. So they've really done a good job to keep us all under wraps by keeping our imaginations from letting us become free, letting us overcome the tyranny and the limitations that have been imposed upon us. But those of us that have imaginations are like dangerous in this society when in the adult stage.
Well,
I
at
can't
the same time,
stop. Sorry, I just wanted to just add something, and I think it's from what was said before. I've got a feeling the conversation is going to go away. From from why Hollywood is using the children, I think it's because of the way in which our bodies develop. I think our energetic bodies, at age 7, according to the Catholic tradition, according to the old Catholic mysticism, children are able to sin. Before 7, they aren't able to sin. Well, what is that about? Well, it seems that at age 7, the desire body comes into effect. Before 7, the children's personal desire body are unformed. And so that layer of the aura hasn't actually taken structure yet. And so this is to consider it as like the Hermetic principles. They come into being, first having the mentalist sphere, and they're very abstract. And then they bring into the Hermetic principles one by one up until the age of 7, where they're bringing in the form of the cause and effect, which is the passions, the desire, and that helps them to develop that desire body to the point that they're able to develop at 12 years old the final generative functions of sexual expression of that desire. And so at age 7, I think we lose our psychic ability. Between the ages of 5 and 7, most of us lose. I lost a lot of my ability between 5 and 7, and it only came back to me with my sexual awakening at age 12, when I suddenly was like, hey, what's this thing getting hard here? Hey, what's that? Like, oh, that thing's that. It does this. Oh, that's interesting, you know? And with that sexual reawakening, I was embracing what was there when I was 5 in some way. And so that period of between the ages of 5, 6, and 7, we generally, and then when we're older as adults, we've used our desire body for what I can get out of this. So we've scarred ourselves. We've put like black marks on ourselves with our desire. I want selfish. Children aren't selfish because they can't be selfish. They just are natural. Animals, you know, animals are just what they are. Children are just what they are. And then we become.
I've noticed with my gifts too, because I'm able to see and communicate with the other side. I've also noticed that it's also fear. People are afraid of it, and that's why, with being with Fox, I'm able to embrace that side of myself because he's able to help me through that fear. There's also fear. And for many, many years, many moons, I was afraid of that gift because of the things that I would see and I would hear. And it's just, that's also a reason why a lot of people lose their gifts that they've been given, is because of fear.
The fear of the unknown, the fear of not knowing.
The fear of what you're seeing. I mean, with me being able to see and hear and communicate with that side of the veil, it's scary, to say the least. It's
may I chime in for a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to touch a bit on the kid thing, one, and this is not the whole, this is just that particular part, is it reminds me of a show I was watching recently about vampires, and they had a plan. They were like, let's herd the people into like a pen, like livestock, because it is their food. So when we see like what Lily was saying, that conditioning, as children, and like Indy mentioned, you know, to kind of keep you in trauma, keep you so that you cannot fully unlock your greatness and unlock your powers and become free, because perhaps you are considered food by others. Now, what I love is we see the agents of chaos and the dark magi, at least their spokespeople as humans. Is that this is when I like to get into the awesome talk of who's running those humans, right? And this is, again, just one concept. There's all these beings out there. This is just like, it seems like one being is like, I'm going to herd in the people. I'm going to start with children, take their create trauma, which is a psyop, which is that's what you do to soften your enemy, right? Or your food. And same with animals. If you're hunting animals, you have different tools to kind of herd them into a place and into a kill zone. So we see these people effectively herding people right now where they want them to be, managing the herd. And again, how does one go along with that? They know that they can start with the children. I was raised by TV. Anyone raised by TV, which I was because my parents were working, it's you have trauma. Even if you had a good childhood, right? Not an extremely poor, bad one. And so that's one aspect of that. And then I do want to get into, and I don't want to switch gears if other people have other things to say, but about the giants, Indy, and I mentioned to hear about them. And I mentioned the vapor canopy. One thing it reminds me of is if this realm is built up a certain way, whether the air is more hydrogen than usual or more moisture, and then you get into consciousness expanding and contracting. It seems like we've been in it seems like we've been in a more contracting realm as far back as we can remember. So maybe giants fit in this realm. Maybe it expands and contracts, perhaps. And then maybe of course, fauna, you have giants, they're going to need food. And then that brings me into another question is when did humans come about and start to kind of, populate and then push these dragons. Well, dragons is another one, but push these giants, depopulate the giants and force those who are left into hiding in a way, and there's giants, there's dragons, there's fae, cryptids, there's all these awesomeness. And another thing is when I think of a beach, I was there's some beautiful beaches in Africa, by the way. I'd love to visit you, BushWhisperer, one day, but the beaches, the tide comes in. So equate this to massive floods and scale this out, right? So the tide comes in and then the tide leaves, and what gets trapped in the receding water in these little holes are all kinds of weird animals and fish and things. And maybe that is a kind of thing that might happen here. Waters recede, waters go up and down, and then they kind of leave some, creatures behind. You know what I mean? But yeah. Sorry, I wanted to talk on that kid thing. Dude, you get into the Pinocchio where the kids get snatched up and come back as adults or not kids anymore. That's darkness, man. And I like Stein, bro. Totally try to keep the childish and the innocence going for any kids out there. And Franklin, you have a kid, keep that imagination, that playfulness, that curiosity, that limitless thing. And again, the whole point is to remove that imagination and limitless and possibilities to what? Make us work or do things in a herd way that serves them and not ourselves and our kids. So, dude, you're being cattle, but you also, they want to control the herd and population so you can have a kid or two to replace you, so that's part of it, man. And then we miss, we walk around and I walk around in the woods. I see all kinds of things. I miss things, right? Probably because I've been a little bit conditioned, or my power has been a little bit dampened. So I'm going to miss a lot of mystical things happening around. The universe is talking to me, the forests and et cetera, and the entities. Perhaps I could commune with them if I wasn't so traumatized prior. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have some unlocked power now, but how much more limitless would that be if I was raised in a more as not in a pen, in an open air prison. You know what I mean? But anyway, sorry, you guys get it. I feel like I'm rambling now at this point.
That's why the teenage years and how you get raised as a teenager. Fire Faye is mom to a teenager. Slug dude to a teenager. We don't do stepdad. We do slug dude, because the first thing we connected on were slugs. Don't ask me why; it just happened. But let's as a teenager, that's those are the years where you try and get to know yourself. That's when the world gets real and gets harder, if you will. So those are such important years to keep that childlike mind, to keep that childlike creativity, but be able to balance it, like be real and be a grown up, or like, well, I mean, as a teenager you're not a grown up, but be more mature, be more of a
You're a mini
like,
person. You're a mini adult.
yeah, I mean, like, be childlike when the situation lets it. Use your imagination, like draw, write, make videos, do something. And but when you have to be real, when you have to, like, when you're at school or something, pay attention and be that that good boy that doesn't dreams off too much. Don't daydream too much. But keep those dreams. I don't. Yeah.
I wanted to just something Ronan just said, jump on talking about feeding on us or herding, and what is it that controls us. And I think all of us here are pretty much tinfoil hat to a large degree, because you kind of have to be to have got to the awakened place that we've all got to. So I think we're probably all on similar pages. And whether we refer to the age-old question of who is it at the top of the tree, who is the dark entity, is it entities, is it one, is it, what is it? And I've been reading some books lately translated from Latin. This guy, you guys are probably familiar, Emanuel Swedenborg, and his school of thought is about we are definitely being fed on, as we know, negative energy, and the game is fear. The wars, the pharmaceuticals, that everything that happens on this plane is to create fear, which is what they feed on. But I was really interested from what Ronan was just saying, and this guy's view is that it's not one, it's a community of negative entities that may possibly be interdimensional, or as Franklin was saying at the start of the chat about they can bend time and their will and travel in between, and time doesn't really exist for them. And so there's communities of these entities. And his school of thought, which I thought was really interesting, because we've all had the childhood stories of this, but his thoughts are, each of us, when we're born onto this realm, we're born with 2 negative entities and 2 positive entities. Like we're all taught, we all remember that from school, the devil and the angel on your shoulder, and which one do you listen to? So I think maybe, I'm not sure, maybe that's where that comes from. And it was just interesting to me that depending on what trauma, going back to what Ronan was just saying, what trauma that we've experienced through childhood upwards, obviously then is the level of negativity that you're absorbing into yourself and you're putting out into the realm, and then therefore you're making a choice, consciously or subconsciously, of who you're feeding. And so these entities feed on this constantly, and that's the imbalance, and it's nothing to do with anything other than the trauma that's created. And it's all about how do we break that cycle, and that's the cycle that needs to happen as a collective. So I just thought it was really interesting, based on what Ronan was just saying, that there's this whole school of thought of communities of negative entities feeding on us. And I guess it links back into the chat for tonight of the angels, the demons, entities, poltergeist. What are they? What are they to us? What are we to them? And yeah, that's just my thoughts.
I think that's beautiful that you've put that in there. And the poltergeist, we haven't mentioned them. Okay, let's dive into the poltergeist. My first experience of poltergeist was when I was 11, 12. Well, not my first experience, but when I learned how to was my I earned my stripes as a medium when I was a little boy because I entered into a zone where people were playing glassy. And I'd had all sorts of experiences on my own. And like Stein was saying, and like Fire Fair was saying, and like a lot of people have been saying, my experiences as a child were not negative. Although there were these black cats. I want to talk about them. There were these big kind of cats that were looking for me. They were sniffing. My son calls them spitty because they were like drooling and sniffing. When he told me about the spitty, I was like, dang, they're looking for you too. And they used to crawl around in the astral space, in the etheric planes, looking for me. And I had this little, I didn't know at the time, he's a leprechaun. He used to come and dance for me. He used to get this flow going. He used to dance. He had all these funky colors. He had this funky little suit on, man. This guy used to dance up a storm. And he used to do like acrobatic dances. And I noticed that every time he came to dance, those creatures got confused and it made them go away. So he was my little protector. He used to come and dance for me. And but those other beings were always out there sniffing for me. And then we also need to look at this getting stuck between the astral and the physical, stuck in the etheric plane. It's a very disorienting experience. Anyone that's had it, they call it sleep paralysis, basically, when you're not actually in your physical body. It can get scary as hell. And I used to get scared as a child. I was like, I had to learn that like I must move with my thoughts. It's quite a scary concept, but you can move around in space when you're like that. You can think where you want to be and be there. And but it's etheric space, not the astral. So you're not actually in the astral properly. But you can be seen in the etheric space when you're there by beings in the astral. And so what are these beings that come looking for us when we're children? Because they want to affect us. They don't want us to be psychically aware. They don't want us to open up. So it comes back to something that Ronan was saying. Who are the masters? Who is the masters of these masters? Who are these beings and all these blood sacrifices and rituals that we hear about and we see and we know about various different groups that are practicing and doing all sorts of nonsense, hitty-kitty, and it's come out into the court systems as well. Well, why was the butler of the Queen done for running a pedophilia ring from within the cast, from within the royal house? Come on. He was done for it. He was nailed. He was brought down. So, and this is a typical story we've heard all along. And, you know, with that character that died in prison, whatever the stories behind that, a lot came out about these, you know, celebs. And a lot of these celebrities have got interesting bloodlines too. We look at this, we go, fascinating. And that, like the American presidents have got connections to royalty. Interesting. Big wigs. When we talk about big wigs, those are the ones that wore the big wigs in Europe. They were the royalty. They were the lords. They were the judges. So who were the lords of the lords, shall we say? And so this brings us back to that other fascinating question of these beings that do have some stake in what's going on in the earth here. And I've often wondered about what is going on with this CERN. What is CERN really about? You know, because the cover story just doesn't touch base for me. There's something missing. They're spending a lot of money. There's a lot of electricity. I think there's more going on with CERN than what meets the eye. I've heard a lot of stories. Some of them seem far-fetched. Some of them seem viable and plausible. I'm not going to pretend to know the exact truth, but I can tell you now that there is something going on that's relating to extra dimensionality. I'm sure of that. And so we've got to also realize that it has to do with extraterrestrials, I'm sure. It has to do with technology. I think they've given us the beginnings and the keys of how to open up these extra dimensional gates. And by playing with these extra dimensional gates, well, we can let things in and out. And that's what I learned when I was a child, was how to, because Poltergeist, okay, this is back to the story. So when you open that door, some beings are able to hijack and hack into our own ESP abilities, and everybody has ESP abilities, but most of us have got our ESP abilities repressed. And some beings can hack into our ESP abilities and utilize our magnetic electrical principles and change matter. So we might not know that we have telekinetic ability, but those beings are able to use our telekinetic abilities or our other abilities, our wild talents that are forgotten to us. So polterkineticism, as I understand it, as I've experienced it, is when beings are utilizing humans' energy fields, hijacking their energy fields and manipulating space and time around the human being in order to create a visible reaction of the physical realm. And it seems like that being is actually doing it, but that being can only do it when you're around. You see, there's this, or when there's people around for the being to hack into. And it comes back to what was mentioned by both Ronan and by Lily, the feeding element. Those beings are often here to feed off our emotions. They use, or where I was, they were slamming doors in our faces, because the people were playing with the glassy, and at first it was a lot of fun because could far view other people and find out what's going to happen tomorrow. And the phone rings, you could say who's phoning, who's out on the phone, what do they want before speaking to that person, and they would give us an idea, and you could be like, it was a lot of fun. And so the people that were playing the glassy were young teenagers, 18, 17, 16, 14, and we were the youngest. And when I entered into the zone, it went crazy. Started spelling my name medium, spelling my name medium, spelling my name medium, number 2, medium, number 2, Franklin, number 2, medium. And it just kept going on and on and on and on. And then I noticed that I could control the thing with my thoughts. I thought that's interesting. Like I can actually decide what I want that thing to spell with my thoughts. So I was like, this is really fascinating. And I noticed that there were other beings that were coming through then that wanted to do bad things. And everybody started getting a bit scared, and those beings started coming, but the beings couldn't go away. And so telekinetic stuff happened. Things were picked up off the table and thrown around the room. People were screaming. It was becoming bad. Nobody could sleep. There were a number of teenage women who would like 15, 16, and 18, 17, 15, 16, 17, I think. One of them was afraid of being raped because this being was going to rape her, and she was having nightmares of something trying to rape her in her sleep. And everybody was too scared to split up. So everybody was sleeping at Calvin's house, who was my close friend. It was his cousins and his extended family that was playing this game at his home because he lived with his grandparents, and they didn't like keep track of what was going on with the young people. They could do what they wanted, could like have a party, do whatever. So anyway, and so this became a thing that everybody was doing for about a couple of weeks, and people became addicted to this. And then the reaction started, and the doors were slamming, and I was the only one that wasn't afraid. To me, I found this whole thing a bit amusing. I found it all humorous and funny. And because I just wasn't scared of these things. Like I knew I could control them with my mind. And then it got to the point where I was sleeping at night, and I would wake up screaming because I was being eaten by white fire, white light burning through my whole being. It was very scary. But it wasn't like a being doing it to me. I was like touching the light or something. It was very, very like disorienting. And then we woke up one night, and all of us were in the house that was burning, and we ran out of this burning house to get out onto the veranda. And just as we realized that we was outside, and we were like freaking out, we ran off into the garden to get out of this house that was on fire. And just then I was like, Calvin, your grandparents. And we turned around to look in the house, and the house wasn't burning anymore. And we had all had this mass hallucination. I'm talking like 6, 7 of us, more than half a dozen of us. And at that point, we knew like this was bad. And I had also realized that the house had a fire. I was like, no, that's the past. That's different. That's just them playing with our time frame, because this house had burnt down years ago. Calvin and I both knew it. He had even had out of the body experiences and seeing, because he was also awakening ESP because of all of this. And it got to the point where I didn't know what to do. So I called to beings to come and help. And one of them came and started teaching me how to take a being and how to open a space and how to put them through it and how to close the space and banish them, gone. And so I had to literally banish these two beings. I won't say their names here. And but they were like horrendous. And so that was my first negative experience with polterkinetism, because things were thrown around the room, doors were slammed in faces, everybody was experiencing mass hallucinations. The house was literally on fire. We couldn't even breathe. We woke up coughing with the smoke everywhere and the fire, and we were running out of the house. That was the point where it got real, or for when I realized that actually we were in danger. Yeah, these beings can mess with us. You could be crossing the road and they can mess with you. So polterkinetism is a very real and very dangerous phenomenon that does affect some people. And it's normally adults that are adversely affected, as we've said, because we're not pure when we're adults. And so we attract not pure beings. When we're younger, we attract more pure beings. And some of the teenagers there weren't so pure. So they were attracting beings and they were sexually impure. I want to explain this to you. The lady was being threatened to be raped was somebody who slept around a little bit. I think she was 17 years old. Do you understand what I'm saying? So of course she's going to attract a being in that resonant frequency of vibration. I only realized all of this afterwards, which was why she should never have been doing this glassy. I mean, nobody should ever really play glassy because it's not a game. And so yeah, I think these polterkinetic beings are often brought into our reality by us manipulating space in this way using the Ouija board. And this is basically a dangerous pastime used by pagan magicians who are able to control the beings that they invoke. That's like another very important point of the program, and pure enough not to attract beings that are extremely dangerous. And so this polterkinetism, or poltergeist as they're called, I don't even know if polterkinetic entities are even spoken of anymore, because they used to be known about in the past. It's just they call them poltergeist, which is interesting. That's a German word. But polterkinetism is the ability of matter to be manipulated through oneself, but one's not fully conscious of it happening. And one thinks it's another being that's doing it because we are cut off from our own flow. So this is another thing that to understand, that these polterkinetic entities are feeding off of us. And they want to create fear, and they want to feed off of us because they are the negative ones that we experience normally. They don't need to be negative, but they generally, with adults, often can be. Sorry, who was that?
Well, regarding the Ouija board, as I understand it, it's not necessarily a tool that opens all kinds of demonic portals and whatever, but more of a, like a general tool. It opens up, portals of any kind. And I think why this just, it was just me like thinking out loud for a moment. But why it always seems that negative entities are coming through. Maybe first of all because we are already being fed on by more negative entities, and because of the association that we have of it. So we're like already kind of expecting a Ouija board to bring in demons or poltergeists, or like name another negative entity. Maybe since we are creating our own reality, the expectation makes it so. But the Ouija board in itself is just a tool, and a tool is it's positive or negative depending on the use. Like I can use a hammer to buy a house, but I can also use a hammer to bash someone's head in. Doesn't make it a negative thing, doesn't make it a bad tool. It's just a tool. It's the use of it.
I think that's a really good analogy. But I was going to mention this because I have a really weirdly similar experience with Poltergeist to Franklin, and I was a child as well. And but the Ouija board the Poltergeist situation didn't happen as a result of that. That was to do with the area where we lived and energies that had been trapped in my house and my neighbour's house. But the Ouija board for me absolutely is not a game. Absolutely not. And to your point, Stein, it's anything can be used, good or bad, in the wrong hands. You know, in the right hands, a gun is perfectly safe. In the wrong hands, it's a murder weapon. So yeah, absolutely agree with you. I think for me, the issue with the Ouija board is definitely the intent, as you said. It's people, and secondly, this was designed as a board game, which is absolutely ludicrous. You know, this everyone have a Ouija board thing that came out. And to Franklin's point, you know, it's largely teenagers, because of course that was what a cool thing to do. Let's all go and get drunk and let's, you know, go out in the woods somewhere and use this Ouija board. I mean, talk about the most dangerous thing in the world you could ever do. I mean,
dude, Lily, you remember looking in the mirror and saying in your bathroom and it's
yes,
dark? Say this
yes,
3 times.
yes.
That was spooky, dude.
Seriously,
I
mean,
dare you. I dare you.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't do that right now. I'm a scaredy cat.
No, you just reminded me of, oh my God, I scared myself so badly. I grew up in a townhouse in London. So like all the rooms were on different floors of the house. And I did that in the mirror and scared myself so badly that for a week, I flew down a flight of stairs. I wouldn't go near the bathroom. So I used to jump the entire flight of stairs so I didn't have to pass that space.
Oh, same.
But
same.
Seriously bad. But and I guess that's where I was going with the Ouija board. So personally, I've never, because thank God I had an amazing teacher, my stepfather, who is just an incredible being, completely incredible. But when I was quite young and we were talking about this poltergeist story, and the houses I grew up in I was born in central London, and the houses, you know, with the green in the middle, and where we lived, people from the plague had been buried underneath the green. So there was a lot of energy there and a lot of things going on. And our house was that had an entity living in it. Never bothered me. Weird things used to happen. Things would disappear and then they'd fall down the chimney. And, you know, I was fine. I kind of just was, as a child, I was like, okay, that's fine. And I never felt any fear. But the poltergeist situation led to then a conversation with friends of mine and my stepfather. And one of my friends mentioned about the Ouija board. And he's a really chill. I mean, if you think Shaman's chill, he's like on Shaman's level, and just, we call him Gandalf. He's completely chill. He went absolutely nuts, like insanely. I've never seen anyone react like it at the mention of the Ouija board. And it was like 15 years later, because he never shared anything. He used to practice the dark arts a lot before I knew him. And he would never share any information, but he shared that the story, in the wrong hands, young guys, all drinking, had the Ouija board, managed to invoke all kinds of things that they shouldn't have. And it spelt out death on the board to the guy whose house it was that night. Anyway, they all left and went home. He died that night in a fire. The whole place burnt down. So he's kind of, he was on a real mission to teach me, you know, you don't play with this stuff. And I think that's going back to what Franklin was saying and Stein, that the problem isn't the tool itself. The problem is it's in the wrong hands. And we're not taught, because the controllers, dark energy, whoever we want to call them in this plane, they keep us so lacking in knowledge, as we know. You know, someone said earlier about, I think Ronan said it, what we actually could be capable of, or what we should be capable of, is so far away from what they're allowing us to be, because we're so hampered. So because we don't have the knowledge that maybe our ancestors had, or maybe that we should have had inherited by right, when we're playing with stuff like this, because we all know this exists, we all know the entities, poltergeist, demons, we've all had experience firsthand. But when you don't have the knowledge of how to handle it, and you don't have, most importantly for me, you don't have the respect and the reverence for these entities, every time, without doubt, something bad's going to come from it. Without doubt, even if your intention is pure going into it, because you don't have the knowledge and the respect and the reverence. And I think that coupled with then everyone is taught again to fear. And if you came out and said, what happens if any of us say to someone that's not awake, we've seen a ghost or we've seen a poltergeist? They label you insane, you know, or they think you're slightly weird, or, you know, because it's just, apparently it's not a thing that should exist. So you have all these layers of not having the knowledge, not having the trust and the reverence, and then having the fear of sharing an experience, even if you're lucky enough to have one, because then you'd be labeled crazy. And then you're back to being schizophrenic, where then all the negativity feeds on you even more. So it's, for me, I think, you know, our group and here, we've all got different experiences, but we're all coming from a place of respect and reverence, which is why we're all still here and we're safe. And, you know, that's why Shaman still sat there, even though he had what sounded like a horrific experience, but he's safe because there was a level of respect or reverence somewhere within you. And I think that's the difference. And I think that's why we hear so many bad stories, and that's why it's pushed underground. And for me, that's the shame of it, because I think if this was all out in the open and we had the lessons and we understood the knowledge, you can safely invoke whatever you want to invoke. And you can, in a really safe way, demons, everything. It's just that invariably it's in the wrong hands.
Well, you know, Lily, let's remember Daemon is actually Monday, and moon and day, sun and day, and moon. So it means knowledge. Yeah. So that's why we're scared away from that. And another thing about some of these etherical things and magic. And you know, you can't like punch an apparition or a poltergeist in the face and say get out of here. So you have to battle. And someone in the chat was talking about sound all across the realm. The technology, you can call it, and Franklin alluded, whether it's, you can call it magic or technology, however you want to look at it. When it comes to bells, you know, every town I've visited in Europe, like there's well, now it's a church basically in the middle of every single town, but with a bell. But previously, you know, these were like healing centers. So imagine you live in a town, you have almost your protective weapon being a bell. And they have this, I'm sure, Franklin, in like Tibet and stuff. I'm not very knowledgeable, but you know, they're into like bells and sounds to ward off evil spirits. And again, Lily, if we were to say that to our friends, they'll think we're weird. And that's fine. We are weird. We seem lean into the weird, but you guys get it, right? And Stein, I'll rest my mic, but you guys get what I mean. Like, so we lost those defensive weapons and knowledge when it comes to sound and protective. Because again, I don't care how tough you are, dude. You're not gonna rear naked choke something. You know what I mean?
Because it's energy, and so you're bang on. And like the Tibetan singing bowl, you know, often or anything like that, if you're feeling threatened, or my stepfather taught me at a young age, I won't go into it because he probably wouldn't be happy for me to share the story, but it petrified me. It's the one experience of my life that I would never want to relive. And he was doing something he shouldn't have, and inadvertently sent something my way. It would suffice to say it was not a pleasant experience. And to this day, he apologizes for it. I happened to be on his mind, apparently. And this thing got sent my way. And I remember being beyond petrified. And I had him on the phone and I'd explained what had happened. And then he told me what had happened and why this was happening. And so for protection, he told me 3 things. He told me to, which I do now, standard, visualize the white light, which we all know. Visualize, weirdly, because he's total atheist, like most of us are, for obvious reasons, but he told me to visualize a hanging cross in each corner of the room I was in, all through the night. And then he told me to chime a bell or a bowl full of water. So yeah, you're bang on, Ronan.
Well, that goes into the study of cymatics as well, because, you know, being like Norse, Germanic, pagan, there are a lot of stories about the trolls, who are, I mean, you could kind of consider them giants as well, because they are, you know, giant beings. But the one thing that you can 100% defeat a troll with is a church bell, the ringing of a church bell. And Ronan, I love that you went like into the whole churches are healing centers, because that's, it's been on my mind for ages, really, ever since I first learned about the study of cymatics. All the bells, like the actual bells, have been replaced, because they used to be these huge like brass bells and brass organs, and with the rose windows of the churches being in a cymatic pattern. When you sound the bell, when those frequencies permeate throughout the city, really, that's why they were so high up and so just huge, because like you literally sound the healing frequencies over the entire city. So just on a Sunday morning, if the bell rings, then it's healing for the entire town. And the organs, being brass organs, brass partially made of copper, another thing that is really good for us, and something that we all should, we should be drinking out of like copper cups and whatever. And there are people in who are like into the whole botanical thing, who put copper rods in the ground, and it makes the plants grow bigger and faster and stronger and all. But the brass organ, in combination with the rose windows, cymatic patterns, and just these huge church buildings, the vibrations and the sounds, like just cascading off the walls over everyone, through everyone, they were healing centers. And even points where you could charge your energy, where you could literally charge energetic balls. I mean, if anyone is even somewhat familiar with the whole Tartarian thing, in those like old townhouses, or no, like the old mansions, which were just way too big for your your average space heater. Apparently they were there were also these just giant brass balls filled with mercury, or a mercurial like liquid, which you could energetically charge and would also give off heat. So you just place one of those in the room, charged on a Sunday morning when you go to church or healing center, and you don't need a heater, you don't need a fireplace to stoke a fire in. And that's also the whole fireplace thing. In those old giant mansions, you would see fireplaces, but they were much too big, and the chimney starting up way too high for any like real fire to be useful. I thinking of it, I lived in an old house with my parents back when we were like from when I was 10 to when I was 20. Like, we lived in a pretty old house. It was built in the early 30s, and I do remember that the fireplace that we had, like, we tried it as a fireplace as is at first, but the chimney started up way too high, so all the smoke still blew into the room, and the fire alarm or a smoke alarm would go off every time we were just like, oh, it's cold, let's light a fire. So we eventually bricked it up and made it just into a internal fireplace with the heat still radiating out. But they weren't used as fireplaces. They were used as a place where you put the charged electricity in, the mercurial electricity, and that would heat up the place. Just the energy coming off from that, the pure energy, would heat up the home, would heat up the house. I mean, there are just so many rabbit holes like we can go down to for that. Even like the Palace of Versailles in France. Like, it didn't matter how much wood they would burn or how much heat they would try and get in there, the room would just be too big to heat up. But it would still be livable. There were still bedrooms the size of an entire freaking house, and people would still sleep there and be comfortable and not freeze to death. So there has to be something else, and I do believe that has to do with those energies, with the cathedrals, or indeed the cathodes, the cathars, even if you want to go that deep.
And we have an addition to the discussion. We have dearest MoonFeather has joined us. MoonFeather is a wonderfully gifted reader. She's using her intuitive clairvoyant functions with tarot cards and other forms of astrological knowledge, all amalgamated to help people with guidance and insights. And what a wonderful person as well. I was also a mother, very busy. She has a lot on her plate. It's a real honor for you to be here to grace us with your presence. Welcome, dear MoonFeather, and do please introduce yourself.
Oh my gosh, guys, what is going on? Peace and blessings to everyone. I am so grateful to be here. Like, I know I missed the past couple of shows. I'm so sorry, guys. I do miss everyone dearly. Franklin, miss you absolutely. Always love hearing your voice. Thank you for this space, for this platform. I've been trying to listen and on the side, right before coming in, so I think I'm kind of caught up. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm absolutely grateful to be here. Lily, sis, what is going on? I love seeing you here in the chat. It's great. On the platform, right? I hope you've been doing well. Absolutely. Peace and blessings to my boys, Ronan, Kalal. What's up? We had an amazing time last night. We really did on the Ronin experience. It was great. It was really, really great. Stin, how are you? Peace and blessings to you. Indy, always a pleasure to see you, boy. What is going on? What is going on to everyone in the chat as well? I'm extremely grateful to be here. Absolutely. I absolutely love the title and the topic for today. As I was listening on the side, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting anybody's thought pattern right now. I just wanted to catch up real quick. It's like, oh my gosh, I love this topic. We were talking about right, angels, demons, and all of these other spiritual phenomenons that goes on, and then everyone touched on the topic of children earlier, right? Which just makes me think of my own childhood growing up, and how I was really connected with spirit but didn't know it. We were raised Catholic, and I love God and all of these wonderful things. But then at the same time, because of my culture, there's a huge belief in being espiritista, or what you would say, white magic or black magic, santeria, things like that. I was also raised around that as well, and I would love it. I'd love looking at the statues and seeing all these wonderful goddesses, and I just absolutely connected with it, right? But of course, you get older, and then society's like, no, that's a sin, this and that, whatever. And I was like, okay, but it was never deniable how, either my babysitter or maybe my mom would take me into a botanica. Botanica is like, a spiritual artifact store. And I would love it. I love the smell. The energy was just like amazing. I just felt like home. It felt honestly like home. But children are targeted. And I think, just as Indy was talking about before, is because they are just so close to source, right? Within those first, like 7 has always been like the number I've ever heard. Their age 7. And I remember, my mom, only because my mom told me that when I was 5, I did have an imaginary friend Johnny, and he had a dog, right? And I was like, well, why don't I remember that? It's wild because there's a, you know, my childhood comes in and out, like the memories, it does come in and out, right? My youngest memory is when I was 2 years old. And there's the reason why I'm bringing this up, right? Was when I was 2. And it's crazy because, oh my gosh, I just made another correlation. Okay. I remember it because my mom had taken pictures of me of that same exact time, you know? And I was like, what are the chances of my mother catching the moment of when I first became conscious about, you know, my surroundings and what was going on, which is wild as well. I'm going to really contemplate on that later. Because I just made that correlation right now. It's well, because now the reason why I'm bringing this up, it's because we're talking about spirits, right? That they could interact with us, which I also have a question to ask you guys in a minute once I make my point. So right, I knew spirits existed but never seen them, right? And later on I learned that when I was younger they would walk through me a lot because I'd get the chills the same way I get chills now, right? So I know a spirit walks through me when I get chills, and I've been able to connect with that a lot more now and understand it. But I remember while listening to the live today with you guys that I used to get a lot more chills when I was younger. And I always remember that, but you know, never had anybody to tell me, hey, it's because of this or because of that. I just remember the feeling all the time, shaking because of the chills, right? So whatever. Okay. So when I was in Puerto Rico a few years back, there was this phenomenon going on, right? In this little town that I lived in. And it was, we have a famous, very famous poltergeist out there that is called La Llorona. I don't know if you guys have, there is a movie made of it. I've never seen it. I don't like watching horror stories. But anyway, La Llorona is the story of a woman that she died. I don't know why, you know, but then she's old. Like, you know, when she appears, like people always hear her crying in the middle of the night. And then when they look, you know, she is this white see-through apparition, you know, transparent-ish apparition with long black hair, whatever. So supposedly she was spotted in the town that I was living in, right? So everybody was going crazy, you know, because of phenomenon, whatever. So people were camping out in this area, you know, grassy area with trees and everything. And people were camping out. They made a thing of it. It even came out in the news, right? But as Puerto Ricans, we always try to find an excuse to party and hang out or whatever. So they made it like this thing, right? Okay, so my ex-brother-in-law was there, and he had this small little handheld video camera that fit the little beta tapes. So he's recording and he's calling out to the poltergeist. And he's like, oh, come out. Let us know what you want. This, that, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Videotaping, hours, nothing, right? He goes home that night and he watches the video in the morning and he sees all of these apparitions in the video, right? And he showed it to me. I saw this lady apparently looked like a lady hiding, like coming in and out from the behind of a tree. She had like a white robe on and this long black hair, but it was see-through. Like you can't see facial expressions, eyes, ears, nothing like that, right? But that's not the only thing. We caught other things like wisps flying through the air, like what you would say ghosts, right? But the more interesting thing is right above her, there was this branch. And on this branch is an apparition of a vulture. And he was white. He was like, like a misty cloud. And he was like, kind of like opening up his wings a little bit in slow motion and coming. I said, what am I looking at? What is this?
Blanco. It's Spanish, MoonFeather.
It's what is?
White. It's Blanco.
Ay, mira, este muchacho diciéndome que como habla blanca. Yes, okay, white blanco. So I was like, okay, so there are animal spirits and there are spirits, poltergeists, whatever you want to call them. They're not souls because as far as the animal is concerned, animals have spirits, but I don't believe they have souls. We are the only entities that have souls. But anyway, so animal spirits are real, right? So then I was like, okay, he didn't. I said, you didn't see none of this while you were recording? No, I didn't see any of it, you know. But then the camera, because the camera doesn't have a conscious, right, picked it up. And of course, it lines up with the whole the double split experiment thing, right? I'm sure you guys know, right? Which confirmed that cameras do pick up things that we don't see when we observe it, us as humans. So now the question arose to me, okay, where I don't have a lot of memory of when I was younger, but my mother told me, yeah, you had an imaginary friend, right? So now I'm saying, okay, a camera observes without any consciousness and it picks up things, but so do children. Children see many, many things. Yes, there are times where us adults, but not as many adults see apparitions the way children see it at a mass amount. You know, children see it a lot more than adults do. The adults really got to work on it. I feel really got to work on it if they want to do it. Just as Lily said, you know, you can invoke spirits, but there's a way to do it. We got to work at it. Children, it's natural, right? So I'm kind of thinking, like, what connection is there? Is a child's consciousness, not that they don't have it, but I'm trying to find out where is the connection there, right? Because they're able to see just as a camera does. You know, a camera, of course, doesn't have the emotion, you know, or anything like that. But I don't know if I'm trying to get my idea out there, or if I'm making it clear. I'm just trying to find out what's that connection. You know, why don't we always have memory? We don't fully remember our entire childhood, at least from the age of 1 through 7, like fully aware, like we are right now. But that's the connection children have to the spirit world, which is why they're always so targeted. You know, it's like they're tapped into source. You know, that's why I feel they're always so targeted by companies, people, whoever wants to cause damage to them. You know what I'm saying? So it's oh, and then the other question is, right? So when Lily was talking about invoking spirits, we need to do it, you know, in a calculated way. There's ways to do it, but we need to be careful because now we could suffer consequences. Now I'm thinking, but wait a minute, spirits interact with this realm all the time. The audacity, like, do they have to go through the same thing too? It's probably a silly question, but I'm just thinking, do they have to like kind of go through the same rituals as we do? Like, I don't think anybody really knows that. It's just wild how we have to be very careful to interact with them, but they can interact crazy with us. It's just wild.
It's interesting that you mentioned about children, and we sort of touched on that earlier. That one of the, I think, fundamental points is Muladhara Banta. So the Muladhara Band is the root chakra, ability to close a root chakra, which adults have, and it's inadvertent that we bunt our Muladhara. And because we close this, bunt means close, Muladhara means base chakra, root chakra. Because there's a valve there, there's a valve between the Manipura and the Anahata, between the heart and the sacral, upper sacral plexus, the stomach chakra. There's a point between those two where there's a band, and then there's a point where there's a band in Visuddhi chakra. So those are the three places, valves that we can close energetically in our body. And so the manifestational ability to see manifestationally, in other words, to see on the etheric plane, are these two valves that can be closed. And adults, we can close those valves. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint. And it's been mentioned by Fire Faye, and it's been mentioned by everybody here, fear. There's an old saying for fear, yeah, like when you say that my a-hole was doing £2 a shilling, £2 a shilling. When you get really afraid, your anus starts to get bigger and smaller. Literally. That's the activity of mullet band opening and closing, just to give you an idea. So children have that valve open, so they're not afraid. But as we get older, we close that more, and fear causes this to fluctuate as a gland in our body.
I always
And
keep
it
mine
relates to the
tight.
grounding root chakra.
I always keep that. I keep it tight, clenched at all times. Defense. I play defense at all times.
Thank you for that,
But-
Preston.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, but it's a yogic knowledge in Vedic schools of the Muladhara chakra, and we all know it. My father used to make a joke. He used to say like was clenching. You know, if you were clenching, it means you were afraid, and it causes this reverberation of the muscles. And also, when you get hyper emotional, you close yourself off from the spiritual plane. That's when the throat starts to contract. You get the lump in your throat, yeah. And when you are closing yourself off from the energetic planes altogether, your stomach reacts, and you get this feeling of contraction in your stomach. And so that's an anxiousness. So when people are anxious, it leads to that stomach contraction, which can cause ulcers and all sorts of other issues with the stomach and the gastric system through the stomach. So those three places are where we react to energetic stimuli of such a nature. And children are also obviously so pure. And because you're so pure, you don't have layers. And we limit ourselves with our busy mind. If we practice meditation and our mind stops being busy, when we just start to become present, we notice more of what's going on around us. The children are always noticing more of what's going on around them because they are always, the mind is not busy, the mind is clear, the mind is calm, the mind is poised. When we're adults, we're thinking like, okay, I've got this bill to pay, I've got that bill to pay, I've got those bills to pay, I've got these bills to pay. So it comes back to the money engine and the busyness of life, business, and all the other things we've got to think of, responsibilities, and my interaction with this person and that person and other people, and everything's always getting in the way of our sensitivity to what's happening around us. I think that's the other part of the story.
I think there's a lot there, a lot that's been said. Franklin, you just said a lot. MoonFeather, you just said a lot. I wanted to try to answer MoonFeather's question. The one thing that's like connecting all of that, I would have to say the imagination. I was trying to see who someone had said it. Forgive me for not remembering. And someone also said in the chat how your mind, like the soul, isn't quite in the body until like 7 years old. That's very true. But your mind, the way your mind works from the age of 3 to 5, essentially is how your mind's going to work for the rest of your life. And that's largely because of your imagination, right? Your imagination is what begins to be kind of quelled, kind of cornered a bit as you grow up, because as you grow, you attain more responsibility. As you attain more responsibility, as you learn how the world supposedly works, that imagination loses power. because there's things that you have to focus on, as opposed to being a child when you're essentially mentally free. So when we have to remember all these spirits, all these different entities, all these giants, all of this is our own ignorance that we have forgotten. It is the subconscious. When we go back into our childhood, like MoonFeather described perfectly, and seeing what you actually saw was yourself. You know, when we have these imaginary friends, that's an aspect of you. There's nothing outside of you. All of these entities are an aspect of your own subconscious. So you can understand why fear is projected in such a way. The Ouija board was actually a psychosis and spiritual test. That's why they released it as a toy. They knew exactly what they were doing. And there were many, many instances to show you. Anybody who's familiar with Stranger Things, that's essentially where that comes from, right? If you look into epigenetics, and if you look into the science of noetics, we've already proven that the spirit leaves the body at the point of death. They even have a weight for it, right? So these are things that we actually know, but we're not collectively aware. We're not collectively conscious. So we have to be very, very cautious when we use that word, because if someone just says, I'm conscious, you can be laying in your bed looking at the ceiling and you're conscious. What are you conscious of? And that could and should be a very long conversation. So that's just a different viewpoint.
Oh, I like that. I knew that there's some type of connection with what I had mentioned, you know, as far as the way cameras observe without a conscious, and then how they're, you know, how children can see the same thing that could be seen through the lens of a camera. I've never thought about, you know, that before until now.
Well, think about Poltergeist, right? If anybody, I would like to assume we've all seen Poltergeist once, or maybe even just seen the trailer, right? The trailer is really all you need. If you've seen Poltergeist, it was kind of like a 1-2 punch when it came to the Ouija board, right? Which came out about 15 years prior. Understand that when you watch TV or you watch a movie, just like they showed you in that movie, the girl told you they're here, right? The TV got into her. She didn't get into the TV. And then they actually showed you her being pulled into this astral realm through the portal of television. They were showing you the power of television. Now we can call it spirits. We can call it whatever, because it doesn't matter the framework. The fear is going to do the exact same thing. It's going to shut down your own internal power. You see? So we have to remember this, and this is why decoding is so important, because what we watch, we don't get into it. It gets into us via our own psychology, our own spirituality, our own ego, whatever template we want to hold up or put on today, whatever, because the ego will exist wherever it can. And the ego is a perfect example of how the spirit works, because it goes where it can based on your awareness.
Same thing in the movie The Ring, right? That's where supposedly the girl, the drowning victim, comes out of the TV. You know, but like it's recorded on tape, and if you watch the tape, then you know within a certain period, I believe like it's within a week, 7 days. There you go with the 7 again. Then
The Ring, that's right.
Yeah, but then you know she takes you, or like she kills you, or like takes you down that well, which you know maybe goes into the inner earth, if you will, because you know wells do tend to go pretty deep, because you have to dig quite a way to hit water. Like now that I think of it, if you like the well, like seeing from the top, if you lay a cover over it, you just see like the image of the movie, like the logo of the movie. You just see a ring. You just see a light ring. So could that be also, this is kind of going into the eighth sphere, but could that also be a representation of the black sun? And again, it's through electricity, it's through the TV, a black mirror, and you get a call saying, or is that like, am I now mixing up two kind of movies? It's always something with the telephone as well. Voice over electricity, voice over internet, or whatever. It's in Scream. I believe it's in The Ring as well.
There's a series. There's The Ring. There's Scream. There are actually all a series of Japanese horror films that they made American. So it's definitely Saturn. It's definitely Rahu. Understand that we're talking about the subconscious mind. So you have a well that is the subconscious mind, right? When this girl comes out of it, she comes out backwards, right? She's like that. That's why it's so scary for people. Like she walks down the stairs all backwards and breaking her bones, and everything is inverted because again, it's not going to look how you think. They're speaking this symbolic language. Now the reversion from that shows the work that actually needs to be done to draw that power back, because on the other side of fear is power.
And it's interesting because that's a little tidbit I found a while ago. The reason why it looks so awkward when the girl is walking forwards is because they actually recorded it with her walking backwards, but they just play it forward.
Exactly. So your mind understands what it sees, but does your consciousness, you see?
Yeah, you guys are banging right onto the heart of the story. And of course, a lot of beautiful information is being put out here. And I love that we've reached the point of television. I think that's a really important point to be reaching, to be discussing television, because we need to understand what television is. The brain and the eyes. Okay, so our thinking capacity and our neurological capacity is working on 20 hertz frequency. So your eye can capture 20 frames per second, right? That's literally how many frames of images that you can capture per second. Television has been attuned to doing 60 frames per second. But yeah, 60 frames per second. It used to be 50 frames per second, but 50 frames per second had less of an effect on our brains than 60. Because of the flicker rate of the TV screen, it can put us into a trance. It can auto-hypnosis, can come to it hypnotizes us to a certain extent. And so we become programmed by the television. And because of this flicker rate, our brains are being remodulated. And any time you remodulate a brain, entities can come in. This is quite important. Because when you become like vacant mentally, then something else can take your space. So you need to be present. You need to be mentally present. This is the secret to mediumship, not being afraid to dealing with entities and stuff. Because if you're fully present in your body, you're fully present in your consciousness, then nothing can invade your space because you're too conscious. And in fact, if you're fully conscious, you can invade the space of the entity. You can take over an entity. You can possess an entity, believe it. And then it has no choice but to do what you want it to do. So that works two ways. The more conscious and the more aware we become, the more our consciousness field expands from our center, the broader our sphere of influence is around us to animals, nature, the laws of physics, because we think of the laws of physics. I think this is a very important point. We think of the laws of physics as being these fixed things, but I like to bring the shamanic concept into the conversation, that the laws of physics are living beings, and that we are interacting with these living beings in this living substance that is bound by these living beings, and that these living beings are part of that chain of life I was talking about earlier, and that, like Dr. K so rightfully said, that all of these entities and beings are a part of our subconscious. Within our subconscious, interdimensionally, we have this entire wavelength of life, of beings within beings within beings within beings within beings, all parts of beings that make up a bigger being, that make up, and all of these beings are what make us what we are, which is like such a concept. And it's such a humbling idea to realize that I am not me, one person. I am like billions and trillions of beings. Just my body is 18 trillion cells. 6 trillion of those are my own DNA. The other 12 trillion are foreign DNA. That's just my physical body. I haven't even got into the etheric or the astral or any of the other realms yet, where you've got the same pattern repeating it. So if you want to consider that your physical body is 18 trillion, then what's your etheric entity? What's the astral entity? Then what's the spiritual entity? So how many trillions are we talking here? Let's just get into this like real concept here. So if we've got 18 trillion, 18, 18, and 18, how many trillions are that? What is that? 72 trillion. What an interesting number, that we would come up with 72 trillion. Why 72? Why trillion? Why 6 zeros? Why the hexagram? What's important about these 6 zeros and the scale of being? So we consider ourselves to be a single being. I consider myself to be 72 trillion beings operating as if I were a single being. And there's 72 trillion possibilities. Wow, it's a head trip. And so the subconscious, what we call the subconscious, is what Jung actually studied and mapped out quite a while. When he discussed the universal subconscious, he was explaining that it's what connects us to each other telepathically. It's what connects us to the laws of nature. It's what connects us to our past lives. It's what connects us to the future that hasn't even happened yet. It's quite a head trip. So if you can really gain insight into the subconscious, you can know the future, you can know the past, you can know every being on earth, you can know every being between heaven and earth, you can know all of those beings inside, and they are all a part of us. And so are any of us ever separate to each other? Are any of us ever separate to all of the beings that exist through our subconscious, which are part of the chain of life and are expressions of the planes of life that are bound through the chain of life, binding us to this plane of life through the other planes of life that we manifest the consciousness that we believe is ourselves? Sorry if that's convoluted. But
that goes for the
yeah,
physical
you have
world as well.
Oh,
yeah,
No, it goes for the physical world as well. I mean, Germanic paganism really is a ancestral religion. Like we honor our ancestors. We see the gods also as our ancestors. You know, so even if you just go by the familial line, you know, I am my own being. I am but one person. It's just taken very in general. But for me to exist, there had to be 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great grandparents, 16 great great grandparents, you know, etc., etc., etc. So it keeps. So even in that way, you are not just a single being. You are the product of all your ancestors getting together. Because, you know, if you can go, I mean, basically put, if you are a human being alive on Earth today, you can trace your lineage back all the way to the very first people, to the very first, what we could consider closest human ancestors, whether that be the monkeys that they tell us, or other spiritual beings. You are alive because of them, because of all your ancestors getting together in that upside down pyramid, eventually creating you. And then I have a son who, and hopefully someday he will have kids too, and my daughter too. So it's both on the spiritual and physical. Both in spiritual, you are multiple beings, and in the physical, you are multiple beings as well, because you are, like I said, you are a product of all your ancestors. I mean, great example. My brother, who unfortunately is on the other side of the veil, he looked very much like his grandfather from other sides, so much that when our grandmother, his wife back then, when she was like in some bouts of dementia, she actually confused him for her late husband. But that's the familial line, that's the bloodline. But that was our grandfather. When you look at youth pictures of him and you look at pictures of my brother, they might as well have been the same person. It's just one set of pictures is in black and white, the others is in color.
Real quick, I put in the chat, Franklin, I have a serious question about astral projecting, and all the planes you mentioned. I mean, we need a good pilot. Who's the pilot to navigate all these planes, man?
I mean,
and
I've been kind of putting together a sort of map of all the different planes with the system I'm working with. Or hey, Sham, what's up? Be able to get here.
Let me introduce you guys. We've got here Cosmic. Cosmic is an awesome guy. I've known him for a while. He's very connected to the Fae. You can listen to my dog drinking while I talk. He's a Malamute. He's a big boy, so he drinks big sips. Cosmic is a wonderful cosmologist, and he's deeply embedded in various different aspects of mystical lore, but he was inspired by the Fae to design his own system. So the system that he's been channeling is been coming from the Fae.
Hold on a second. You keep talking, Shaman.
Cosmic alignment and a cosmic revelation of the nature of time and space and reality.
So I kind of demonstrate
sharing wonderfully.
Right. Keep going.
And I'll introduce Ramar as well, just while I'm here, before I might not get the chance. We've also got Ramar Star that's joined in.
I just wanted to kind of like point out, this is my I have a notebook here of all the different all the notes that I've been taking down for this system. So it's pretty deep. I'm just kind of show I'm kind of this is the kind of stuff that I kind of do and work with. I have all these, got 100 pages of this in this notebook. So yeah, it's been a pretty big project putting all this together. So and thanks for inviting me to your discussion, Jamin. Appreciate it.
A warm pleasure. And
so I figured this is a topic I could put some input into.
Well, I have invited you a couple of times, and you said you weren't feeling it was you, but this is you.
Some of the other topics I didn't really feel like I had any real knowledge that I could offer that would really contribute to a long discussion. It's not necessarily my wheelhouse, but this topic is, so that's why I felt like I would jump in today.
And we've got Ramar Star here. Ramar is also an intuitive, and she's got mediumistic abilities, and she's a wonderful quester and thinker, and she's just been spiritual her whole life. Basically, she grew up as a child being forced into spirituality, like at gunpoint, you could say. So she had no choice but to awaken her. Please, Cosmic, you've been waiting a while. Take the stage, brother.
Take the stage, Bridge. Well, where do you want me to start talking about? Kind of don't really know where to what jumping off point you would like. So anything you guys are kind of interested in, just in terms of any questions about maybe the Fae or what I do, or it's kind of there's so many angles I can take this from. So
maybe the dimensions, the various
dimensions. So yeah, they've kind of been teaching this sort of epistemology to help me understand dimensions. It's called, I think it's like there's the Zarfexology. So if you can think of the concept of a Zerfax, this is like kind of like a sort of a building block of conscious reality. So this room I sit in with my perception, that's one Zerfax. But you know, when I look at these chat member, these other things, you all exist in your own Zerfaxes, right? And you can all, but then you extrapolate that idea. So like everything within my perception is one Zerfax. But I also know that there's a city around me. I live in a country, and that knowledge is another Zerfax. And the dream world, there's different Zerfaxes for every kind of like aspect of consciousness. By kind of just like, you know, stacking them up on top of each other and adding them together, you actually have a very coherent system to map out extra dimensional space. And that's basically the project I've been working on for the past several years. You know, basically the way it works is there's this being called Slazithia. She's basically this teacher I channel, and she's basically been like giving me the instructions on like all the stuff in this notebook that I've been showing you here. And I've been just kind of like, I'll, you know, just, you know, take a cannabis edible, usually go for a walk, and I'll have like a conversation with her in my head, and we'll sort of like discuss. Well, it'll be like a lesson. It's like a school almost. She'll talk to you. She's like, oh, I have this. I'm going to talk to you about this today. We'll go over it, and I write it down. And I just sort of been building this up more and more over time. So, and then there's also the concept of, well, maybe I won't get into that. I'll let somebody else take the floor for a while and just let them jump in.
That actually reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of perspectivism, the idea that we gain more power towards understanding the truth by gaining perspective from others and integrating our perspectives with one another, although they may seem paradoxical.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to sometimes reconcile the apparent contradictions to make them work together.
Totally, brother. I wanted to give Ramar a proper introduction. I feel like she's been shortchanged, yeah. And Ramar Star is also a natural clairvoyant and with mediumship ability. I've known her for years. She might tell us about some of her experiences. She might not. Some of them are very personal. But I'd love for you to take the floor for a moment. We're talking about all sorts of dimensionality and the princes that live on the other side and the jinn and all of them lot. So welcome, Ramar.
Hello, thank you very much. Sorry I was so late today, but I had like a last day of class. I'm not sure where to start really. I definitely don't have I'm not so well read on these things, but it's more just experiential. So I don't know, since a very young age, since childhood, I've always experienced kind of being aware of other beings, and I wouldn't even know what to call them, ETs, whatever, things that I would see and experience, but also spirits, also in dreams a lot. I've experienced possession, not that fun, but at least I still knew who I was while it was happening, even though I had a different voice speaking through me. I didn't know whether it was a past life me or something else. I have experienced, just lots and lots of different types of beings over the years, and also I was thinking yesterday about how the kind of presence in nature and in buildings, the resonance that is there, because things can start to, with time, with so many imprints, can kind of start to take on a life of their own. So that's something interesting as well that I've been thinking about. I'm not quite sure where to start. I've even experienced like a healing that I didn't ask for as well, with a being that I didn't know what it was. I think it was a nature being. I don't know. Everything looked really pointy in its face. All I know is my bones were out of place, and then they were in place again, and I could see this being in my mind's eye. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know where to start. There are just so many things.
Well, then I have a question. In your opinion, do other worldly beings, interdimensional beings, it seems like it's easier for them to contact you when you are in a dream state. What do you think that is?
Oh, why do I think that is? Honestly,
I think
it's because potentially, and I don't know because I've experienced plenty in waking life as well as dreams, and a lot in meditation actually, Stint. But like, I wasn't looking for it to just kind of come in, right? I never look for it. That's not really my thing, but I haven't really had a choice, let's say. I think potentially it's because the awareness, basically, like we're often like focused on so many things in life, but then when you're really still in yourself and you allow space, even not necessarily on purpose, but just that space is there, then I think that gives room for things to come in. I mean, I still need to work on barriers. It doesn't happen to me quite so much these days, thankfully. But yeah, I've definitely experienced that a lot. I did have like a phase where I stopped meditating for a really long time because I was like, I just had enough of because sometimes it was pleasant, but then other times it was like there are uninvited beings who don't. I know there's supposedly the law of like they should go if you say you are not welcome here, goodbye. But unfortunately, that doesn't always work. That could perhaps mean I need more conviction when saying that. I'm not really sure, but yeah, my answer to that would just be that there are less blocks to things coming in those moments. Like we have just to be able to do really ordinary things and be on autopilot. We almost need all these veils. I definitely had points where even in just day-to-day life stuff was still happening a lot, and it's just not that helpful. It's just not that helpful, really. I'm trying to, and it's not always the ETs. I mean, obviously people can do it too. Like I met some secret society guys right at a pub in London, not on purpose. There just happened to be some Masons there who were a bit show-offy, right? And I definitely had an experience with one of them where I was laying in my bed and we're not always so aware. So I was laying in my bed and then suddenly in my mind's eye, I realized there's this thin veil of a person like watching me, sat in an armchair, and they had probably been there all along, but my awareness wasn't there. You know what I mean? But then I was quiet enough and relaxed enough to notice, oh, that person is there. So I mentally said to them, I see you, goodbye. Like, you're not meant to be here. And it happened quite a few times until finally they got the message, oh, she sees me and she says this is not on. But so, yeah, I think it was just being able to be quiet enough within myself, or I've seen underground bases and things like that too when I've gone quiet into myself. So I think, yeah, that's probably the main thing with that.
So I wanted to, also answer Fox's question here about why is it that we can only, access these entities in like, dream states, meditative states, altered states of consciousness. Well, in my sort of cosmology, I kind of separate the world we know into basically two halves. You have one half, which is sort of the physical half, and then you have sort of a more astral, spiritual half, which is called the indeterminate zone. And spirits tend to hang out in this non-physical half of the world because they don't, in order to access our world, they need a physical form to incarnate into. And so when we are in an altered states of consciousness, it's more like we're actually dimensionally entering their world. So the way I see it in my cosmology, there's like basically the individual exists in the sort of the middle of this map, and there's the physical half to the left and the astral half to the right. And I lost my train of thought here. And the idea being that there's towards the middle, when you talk about Zerfaxes, there's one that's basically just a direct reflection of physical reality. So there's 4 sort of like levels within each side, and the first level of each is identical. So we have as a physical world, but in the astral world, there's a perfect mirror version of this world that looks pretty much identical, but there's certain different properties where it's like, you can hear voices more readily, synchronicities happen more often. I've kind of actually sort of calculated when I'm in this altered state, I noticed that I think we all, experience synchronicities, every once in a while, like even if you're not doing anything. But I noticed there's a significantly, statistically higher amount of synchronicities when I'm in this kind of altered state, as opposed to when I'm in a normal sort of mundane state. So that's basically why we need to enter into altered states, is because these beings don't really have a waypoint into our world in this sort of purely physical dimension, because these interdimensional beings are essentially just, they're more just pure energy, pure thought, and it's like you need a body to actually access this world physically. Now there's other exceptions to that rule. There's like certain Zerfaxes that apparently allow beings to enter into our world, but I haven't really dived into that yet. But yeah, that seems to be the reason why you need to be in altered state to access these beings, because you're literally going into their world to communicate with them. All right, I'm done.
Okay, that's interesting, because from what I have always understood, it's more that it allows them to be invited here, but it's actually the other way around. You're like tuning into their levels, so
yeah. So I should also keep in mind, just to kind of clarify with this sort of system that I have, is the idea is that I'm trying to map out the mind in the way that it's external to the brain, because there's just all these theories about consciousness is in your brain, you are your brain. And I've been thinking about Rupert Sheldrake and his whole idea of brains being fields, extending outside of our body. But the problem is there's no epistemology to actually map that out, and that's what I'm working on with this project. So go on.
It makes me think of the Druidic system, where there's the higher realm and a lower realm and the middle realm, and that people who have higher ascension have access to the higher realm, and people who carry turmoil have open gates to the lower realm. And so even though we live together here in the middle realm together, some people that have open gates to the higher realm might not be able to see or understand the perspective of someone else's reality that's open gates to a lower realm. Or some people might have been able to open both gateways.
Yeah, exactly. It's in a way, if you really think about the whole idea of higher dimensions, in a sense, if you look at us, we are talking here, we all exist in the same physical dimension. But in the fourth dimension, if we have different beliefs, then it's like we're kind of all over the place in the fourth dimension. Or in the third dimension, we could be very close by, or the opposite, where we could be all very far away from each other in the third dimension. But because we have to share the belief system, we're actually very close in the fourth dimension.
Does that matter?
Say the lower.
I guess it's more doing with perception. It doesn't have to necessarily deal with matter per se.
No, but does it matter what you believe in? For example, I mean, that's one thing that I've always been fascinated.
Well, I guess the way I think of it is that beliefs kind of exist in a space. And so if you think about Christianity, like that religion, that's one universe in the astral plane. And then you have Judaism, that's another universe. Hinduism, that's another universe. And there's a kind of a way where all these sort of like beliefs and worldviews, like the ones that are similar are close to each other, and the ones that are very different are far away from each other. So I figure that with similarity, when you judge a system based on its similarities in terms of, you know, its ideas, its connection to mythology, because like, you know, how Judeo-Christianity, it's all kind of a singular mythology sort of woven together. So in the astral plane, those belief systems, those worlds would be located very close together. Whereas if it's something more like Taoism or something, that it might be more farther away in the astral plane. So when I'm saying like people are closer together, like or farther away in the fourth dimension, that's what I'm referring to.
So what if
that makes
you're not?
sense.
What if you're a non-believer? What if you just?
Well, then there's
like,
another
not-
space for that.
Not
Like
necessarily.
that's a space too. Non-believers, they're just sort of like, that's a part of the astral plane too. But that's a part. You see, the interesting thing about that is that part of the astral plane is technically voided because they don't believe in a spiritual world. That part of the astral plane is voided out for them. So it's I don't know. There's a kind of a weird. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that goes on with this, you know, project I'm working on, but that's kind of how
Yeah,
I
or they might
there's
just get a really big shock.
Yeah, they might
They
get
suddenly
actually
see something one day.
yeah. Well, I think the thing about atheists too is that there's a lot of them out there that they genuinely want to believe in something. They really do want to believe in a higher power, and that they just don't have the logical tools to actually like, because they're just so ingrained in logic. And you know, I feel for them because I was a skeptic for a long time. And there's, you know, when you're a skeptical person, you feel legitimately kind of like embarrassed or afraid to kind of engage in spiritual stuff. It's like, oh my God, I'm doing the stupid new age stuff. And oh my God, what are you doing? And it's kind of like, you know, it's almost like it's like a kind of Catholic guilt almost in a way, like an equivalent of that. So
But
Yeah,
there's still
I
a
understand
difference
that very
between.
well.
There is still a difference between just not believing and flat out denying.
yeah. There's some people that are just more, because not all atheists are nihilists. But there's definitely some that are more nihilistic in their approach to things.
Yeah, I think there's
I
something
don't
to
think
that.
it matters. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
If you don't believe in it, it sometimes does create a blockage, and I think that the fear might play a part in that.
Mm-hmm.
When people are scared, I feel like it opens up a portal more for like paranormal experiences sometimes.
Or
Right.
it's also that some people are afraid of the idea of the paranormal existing. They like things mundane because the idea of spirits legitimately terrifies them. It's like, no, I just want my safe, mundane space where nothing weird happens. Everything is predictable.
People
and then,
will see things more a lot of times. Whereas some people that are more calm-minded might not really be reactive or see anything or notice anything there. But which is an interesting thing that happens when people have created blockages, maybe based on what they believe to be able to be there, possibly. But I know some people like have been able to talk to angels, and then other people have been like haunted by ghosts or demons. Whereas other people have like had communion with ghosts where it was like a friendly ghost like interaction. So
I have a question about angels. I'm kind of about to see what you guys think about this. Do you feel that angels are something that are sort of exclusive to the sort of the Christian mythology, or are they a more general concept that sort of extends outside of that Judeo-Christian mythos?
I think the Pleiadians are like a similar thing to angels in like the current like ideology of a new age right now.
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
I'd
Yeah,
say
I
they're
believe
just
they've come up
pure,
in a few editions.
Yeah, I think they're just pure light beings. But still, I mean, you know, like the modern depictions we have of angels, of these winged humanoids, if you will. I mean, that's taken from Norse mythology, from the Valkyrie, the warrior spirits who accompany Freya to, you know, collect the souls.
Didn't they have something similar also in ancient Babylon too?
Yeah,
I think
probably.
ancient Babylon also
I
had
mean,
like winged like spirits before
there are
Christianity.
Winged creatures, winged spirits all over the world. I mean, I
guess that's true.
I believe it's Mesoamerica. You have like Quetzalcoatl, the winged snake or the winged dragon. It's a very common thing to see. But my belief is that if they do exist, if a form like that exists, that they're just pure light beings.
May I? I'd like to ask Khalil. Khalil, what are angels and demons?
They are aspects of your own subconscious. Everything that we're talking about, there's nothing outside of you. If you now, I'm not trying to come at Stein, but I want you to understand what you just said. If these beings exist and they're just pure energy, what do you think you are? Right? There's no separation. So when the fear comes in, you have to understand where it comes from. I want to give you, I want to walk you around, not Stein per se, everybody. I want to kind of walk you around something. Franklin asked a question about Hollywood earlier. You have to understand what Hollywood's purpose actually is and understand where the Hollywood tree comes from, right? What it was used for. When you understand that one of the first big mediums outside of Hollywood was soap operas, right? We're talking about the 1940s, right? Now, why was this? They made a medium in order to sell a product. That's it. They don't care about the emotions that they invoke in General Hospital or As the World's Turn, right? It's to get you to buy the products that they're going to show you specifically. Right now, Eastern Stars know exactly what I'm talking about. I know this because I was raised, my grandmother was the Eastern Star. This is the only order of women that are allowed to be in the Masons, right? They have to exist in that space, much like Cosmic Prankster was talking about. They have to be acknowledged. Now, why is that? Because you don't teach a woman how to be a Mason. They already know they are the master builders. They create everything in this realm, which is a reflection of the realm in itself. So nothing can exist here that isn't supposed to. You're talking about a frequency that you simply tap into, right? It's just like a radio station. It's just like a TV channel. That's why they call it a channel, because you're tuning in. It's not tuning into you. It's a different medium. It's the same as we were talking about tools earlier, like the Ouija board. There's nothing evil about it. The fear and the connection and the doubt that's connected to it is based on ignorance. Because these are tools that we created. Everything that we have here is a reflection of you. How can this be evil? The only thing evil is the aspect of you that you do not know, you do not recognize. When you understand Hollywood programmed people, right? We have a thing called primetime television. Why is it called primetime? It's called primetime because you go into alpha state. You've already eaten your dinner, right? You're more easily programmable. The flame and flicker. You ever notice when you watch TV, it's a very clear picture. You ever notice when you watch TV on like the news, you'll see the flicker of the computer screen, right? If somebody's like sitting at their desk or whatever. So there's a reason for that, because like MoonFeather pointed out, the camera has no consciousness. It has no attention focused on it, so it can see everything. But guess what? You see it too. You don't realize it. You're being put into alpha state, so you are more easily programmed. Until we recognize where our programming comes from and we deprogram ourselves and reprogram, all of these things will only ever be ignorance, fear, a different state of mind, when it's all you.
I have a question just in regards of like, when you talk about like the self, are you talking about it in that kind of universal hermetic all self, or are you talking more like an individual? I'm just wanted to, clarify that.
Is there a difference?
I think that there's a meaningful reason for the distinction, yes. Because if we're just individuals, then we're not really connected. And if it's all one mind, then we are connected. So I think that is relevant and important.
So that would be more individualistic, because if you haven't truly tapped in, then you don't really realize that there is no separation. So you don't have to be cognizant of the fact that there is no separation for there not to be any. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think so.
I'd love to add to that, to the wonderful addition that Carlisle, Dr. K, brought to the conversation about angels. Okay, where would I start? The word angle and the word engel, which is Germanic, where the word angel comes from, where the word English comes from, are all linguistically connected. When we map out the etheric planes, we map out the 72 quinins. So there are the 72 quinins, there are the 72 angels ruling over these quinins. And the quinins is 5 degrees. 1 quinins, 5 degrees. Every 5 degrees, a new angel. Then these 72 quinins are broken into 12 zones of more or less 30 degrees, where there is an angel that rules over each of those. Different angel ruling over each of the signs of the zodiac. Then we break that down, and we have the archangels holding rulerships within certain spheres of the 4 elements. So zoned in around the house of Leo, zoned in around the house of Aquarius, zoned in around the house of Taurus, zoned in around the house of Scorpio. We have the archangelic presences ruling over the angels that are the 12, that rule over the 72 angels that are the quinins. And then these angels are ruled over by Metatron or Metatron, depends how you want to pronounce it. There's 2 different ways of writing that
I've
name.
never heard either of those pronunciations.
Yeah.
Like Metatron.
Yeah, well,
maybe it's just your Maybe it's just your accent. That's probably why it sounds different.
Yeah, but that's not an English word.
Metatron. That's how you say
Not
it.
an English word.
Yeah.
It's Paleo-Hebrew. It's not supposed to be pronounced in an English accent. But so then there's 2 pronunciations because there's 2 ways of writing it, and in English it's pronounced the same way whether or not you add the second yot or not. But if you add the second yot, you are actually changing the timing of the pronunciation, which changes an inflection, and it's subtle. And it does change the meaning of the name, and it changes which aspect of that angelic presence can be coming into the sphere, which is why that is the primal angel relating to Kither, to the crown, which is life and death. So these angels are expressions of 72 quinins as they are perceived on the etheric planes. And this is when I speak about this chain of life. These are the beings that are the rulership over the chain of life. Then underneath those angels and the quinins, there are other beings, and underneath those beings, there are other beings and beings and beings. And this is the pyramid of life. And the beings that are controlling the forces of nature through us are considered the angelic. Now, when we go to India, and I want to be clear that India is now not mapping the etheric, it's mapping the astral. So we are talking about the 108. So we are now talking about 108 degrees instead of 72 degrees. And if you look at a pentagram, the pentagram has got 72 degrees and 108. We have Soraraya here. Welcome, Soraraya. Soraraya is a wonderful poetess, goddess, mother. Thank you for gracing us. Thank you for joining us. I do want to finish what I'm saying, but I don't want to forget to bring Soraraya in. Soraraya also has a wonderful space where she shares a lot of uplifting and inspiring information on Telegram, and I'm sure on other places. Welcome, dear Soraraya.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, so yeah, in the Vedic school they map out the astral plane. Now, if you look at a pentagram, if you draw a pentagram, and you follow the lines, you can draw a bigger pentagram that stands outside of that pentagram. And if you follow the lines, you can draw a bigger pentagram that stands outside of that pentagram. And they all follow the same line of the angle. I don't know if you've seen that drawn, but it's the way the mathematics of the pentagram works. And within each pentagram, there's going to be two angles that are functional, 72 and 108. The 72 represents the etheric plane, and the 108 represents the astral planes. So when we are specifically mapping the astral planes, we deal in the scale of number 108. So the 108, when we look at the Vedic, they are the god forms. There is Shiva, and then there are 108 different names of Shiva, and each of those 108 forms are slightly different forms of Shiva. So we have the same thing that is happening on the etheric planes in terms of the mapping of the etheric space, which is the cube of space, as opposed to the Merkaba, which relates to the astral knowledge. So when we're looking at the Merkabic influences, we are considering how the astral forces, the emotional forces, come into compound. And so we're looking at these 108 different aspects of Godhead. When we're looking at the etheric form, we are looking at the 72 aspects of Godhead. So essentially, we are all one big group of beings operating through this vehicle. And this one group, big group of beings, all has this arrangement of energetic stacks within the consciousness field, as you would, as Cosmic would speak of all these different Zirfaxes and all these different aspects. What is the consciousness that rules over each of the Zirfax, that brings it into being, the creative impulse that causes that particular Zirfax to come into being, and the one that fits over that one and over that one, and the substacking of these energetic forms. There are these angles. Now, these angles represent the key to sound. The universe is a resonant field of vibration, as Ramar was pointing out. So the resonant acoustic field of reality is an expression of the consciousness field where energy is being expressed in terms of form because of the mental expression of thought, which is channeled through the vehicle of the emotional, through the astral, into the thinking principle, where thoughts are broken to pieces from thought forms into separate little entities, and each thought is a being. I want us to consider each thought as a separate being that moves through us, that gives the domain for that moment. That being moves through us. So every thought is a living being. Every emotion is a living being. The emotions that we experience are living beings that are moving through us. The thoughts we experience are living beings. The angels are what conduct the symphony of life through the experience of the consciousness field becoming manifest through the aspects of this reality in this form of flesh that we are calling flesh puppets.
So I have a question, Franklin. I'm just kind of curious. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but since you brought up, Eastern mythology and India, do you think that there is a similarity between the Hindu concept of the Deva and the Judeo-Christian concept of the angel? Is there any overlap, or do you see them as being separate things? Because that's exactly
it. They are essentially, the one is an astral realization of something, and the other is an etheric realization of something. And the etheric realization of the astral is, it's the same thing on a different mode of activity. So you could consider it as a metaphor, a metaphorical different Zirfax containing the same substack of reality, but on a different frequency. So the astral is the emotional field. So the emotional field of the angelic is the deity. And the deity is operating through the angelic on the etheric field. And the etheric field is the map of the Idda, and the astral field is the map of the Pingala. And so the astral field is the map of the Idda, and the etheric field is the map of the Pingala. So you got to understand that they are the same thing, but they are different, in as much as the acoustic field of the cube structure beneath the firmament is different to the hexagrammical Merkabic form above the firmament. So what is above the firmament is equal to what is below the firmament, and there are copies of each other but different. and the characteristic differences between above the firmament and below the firmament. And I mean the internal firmament, because as above, so below. There is a firmament within us that is reflected in the physical world as well. So there are two firmaments, but the inner firmament, they are corresponding in terms of being reflections of each other, the one being emotional in its nature and the other one being thinking in its nature. So essentially, I don't see a tremendous difference.
Okay.
And so when we are looking at the structure of the paganic and various traditions, whether you go to Shintoism in Japan, or whether you go to the other schools of thought in the Buddhist law of all the god forms, all the races, how they all fit together, or whether you go to African traditions of all the different beings that are part of this chain of life. This is why I speak of the chain of life, and I'm careful normally not to use the word angel or diva or devi. So that this is essentially the same thing. I think in the astral form, and this is quite important to map as a difference. In the cube form, the resolution between the masculine and the feminine has become seemingly a singularity. This is quite important to understand as a distinction, because the cube is a seemingly singular object, where opposed when we look at the Merkaba, we have two separate things happening. We have an upward spiral and a downward spiral of two rotating tetrahedrons that are rotating different directions to each other, creating the polarized frequencies of movement, which characterizes the energy of the emotional plane of the astral emanating. And the actual emanations of the astral are bound into the structures of the Sephirot, as opposed to the chakras of that which produces the emanations from the emotional field, which is spinning energy, as opposed to the Sephirot, which is containers. So the law of the Hebrewic law and the law of the Vedic law is different. And to understand the differences is to understand the geometry of time-space, where opposed to 72 and the 108 are two different phenomenon. So I hope that makes sense. It's
All
not
right.
the easiest to put
Yeah,
into.
and by the way,
to
behind me, I decided this is the that map I was talking about, how like, you know, this side is the physical side, this side's the astral side. So I decided, so it's like, so basically kind of like what you were talking about before. If I kind of like, how do I position myself here? All right. So if you got these, like, there's these purple circles on the top, that are the Zerfaxes that represent sort of like a the higher dimensional fractal reality you're talking about. And as you sort of go downward, it gets slightly more distinctive and less interconnected. So at the very bottom, you have a black void where ideas just kind of like float through space. And that's like where everything is the most disconnected. And then you have up here, the purple side, this is where everything is the most interconnected. And you have, I don't know, like there's a lot to explain with these different, so each circle, hold on, let me just get out of the way here. Just get my hand. If I can, let's see if I can get a good position here. All right. So if I put my thumb right here, this triangle at the center, that's where you are. That's where your consciousness mostly lies. And on the left side, you have the Zarfex interior, which represents, so at the top, you have basically the kind of your quantum singularity. So that's basically the manifestation of the fractal hyperspace manifested in the physical world. Then you go down to the green, which is the organic channel. So that's like your physical body, all of your five senses. Then you go down to the red space, which is literally just space, and that's dealing with, you know, buildings. And then the orange space is time and the sort of the linear thought flow. So yeah, there's a lot going on. If anybody has any questions about this diagram, I'll be more than happy to explain it. To figure, like, this is like when I talk about like different spaces and like having the, I think really, I think in a lot of ways, it doesn't really matter what system you use. I think if you have some kind of like a visual map, it helps explain these astral planes and interdimensional so much. It makes it so much easier to understand, in my opinion, because when it's just a lot of like words and stuff, you can kind of get lost in it, and you don't really have like a mental map in your head. So that's what I'm trying to provide here. So just sort of like adding to what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so that's an interesting system that you've put together, and I noticed when I saw you talking about it in the group that it was interesting the way that it seems to tally with all the different systems of occult thinking that I've been trained in.
Well, yeah, I take well, that's the thing too, is I take that into consideration when I'm putting this diagram. I'm thinking about what do all the spiritual systems talk about, document that, but I also document, like trip reports of different hallucinogens, psychedelics, dissociatives. So you have so that's taken accounted for in this. So basically, psychedelics would probably take you to the upper part of this diagram. So basically that purple section, when you take something like, LSD or psilocybin, that's where you go in this map. Whereas if you take something that's more disassociative, like ketamine, that takes you to the lower part of the map because you're disassociated. So all this stuff is taken accounted for, or at least I'm trying to. And there's even a way you can map out like different, systems of heaven and hell, that the heavens tend to be in the green section and the hells tend to be in the black section. Just that has a tendency. It's not like a rule, but so having that, it's like it streamlines the process of understanding cosmology so much, and I'm grateful for having it. What's this picture we have here?
Yeah, so I want to add. I'm gonna have to switch gears if you don't mind, brother. And
okay, go on.
Yeah, I don't fully.
You can take the floor.
Thanks. I don't fully grasp your chart, but that's from my own perhaps.
Yeah, I don't blame you, by the way. Nobody ever does.
Well, yeah. I want to ask Indy a couple things. And this, by the way, is Bach Towers in Florida. This is made by a rich guy. We're talking, I forget his name, but he was with the Rockefellers, Ford, all of them. And this actually has I think every 30 minutes there's an organ that plays. There's a guy, think about Igor in the stories. There's a guy that lives in there that plays the organ. It has the Adam and Eve story. It's open in the top. Some say there's action, and this is built on a serpent mound in Florida, and we know Florida is flat. They didn't build this mound; it was already there. So this is on a serpent mound. You've got all kinds of alchemical stuff. Four-sided. There's a red door. So people say, is there a giant trapped inside? Or they did say this guy had incredible nightmares and was being attacked by spirits. So it's almost like his little fortress. And you have the mirror image here, the inversion here with the pond. And this is also surrounded by a moat. So this is incredible. So I don't know if anyone, this stuff's incredible. But Indy, when it comes to I don't know, gargoyles or homunculus or automatons, can you is there a way to alchemically make almost like a sentient being? Can you play, is that a thing? And I know, Indy, you've come across this in your studies. I was curious what you think about some of those.
Some of the gargoyles and stuff are depicted on there, on that masonry.
Oh yeah, well, if you have anything here, but if you see anything interesting here, yeah. But just can you make homunculuses and your own gargoyles and griffins and things, and give it life?
Come to life.
Frankenstein.
The gargoyles come to life from the stone, or they can return to stone and then come back to life. But yes, people conjure up these creatures from the elements sometimes, or sometimes the creature takes form and just can make itself from stone or from a tree or something. And you have the dryads and the gargoyles. It's a good question. You can people will conjure up a spirit in a body, make a sacrifice a lot of times, and then conjure a spirit to inhabit that body. But I don't know. I'm not familiar with like the way in which that they would create a gargoyle. You guys
I
know?
think it actually kind of goes back to the
Hold on, brother.
interdimension-
Hold on, my friend.
Sorry.
I just want to get Indy's take, and
all
I'm
right,
not going to be rude, but
I'll jump
yeah,
in a second.
I know Indy's. I feel like Indy's been simmering with his research. I see him with his books down there. How about some of these cryptids or any of these creatures that that are out here? Can we make them our familiar, our friends? Is there a way to maybe not create them? Can we go, hey, what's up? You want to be my,
Well, I watched
sorcery.
a funny movie that might provide some insight to this recently. It's called "There's Something in the Barn," I think is the title of the film, and it's about these barn elves, and these people, they moved to Norway from America. They inherit a barn in Norway from a relative that had passed on, and the son is very aware of the barn elves. He's like kind of pre-adolescent or like just like going into adolescence, and he's trying to be very friendly with these barn elves, and he's heard about like the legends that the barn elves have killed all the previous inhabitants there and everything, because they're not respectful to them. So he learns about all the rules of the barn elves and tries to follow them, and his family does not. And so this whole thing ensues where they go to war with the barn elves. But there's definitely something to that, where if you give them respect with a lot of the Fae, they will give respect back to you in turn. And they're very powerful. And so if you don't give them respect, if you give them disrespect, they can take very powerful ways to like dismantle your life. The changelings will kidnap your children, or the leprechauns can give you bad luck, or like they could turn you to stone. Like many things could happen. So I think there's something
That's incredible.
Yes.
Barn elves, bro. And yeah, you're right. The Fae, and that's incredible, man. Yeah.
That's the story of the Tomte, or kabouter as we know them in Dutch, and Soraraya probably knows them. But yeah, they are indeed part of the Fae, and they like help with the household chores. Like think Dobby from Harry Potter. But in return, they do ask some kind of a sacrifice. It doesn't have to be much. Just like a bowl of milk or something to eat, or indeed a piece of clothing for them to keep warm. It doesn't set them free. That's just J.K. Rowling making shit up. And if you like take advantage of them, if you take advantage of the fact that they do your chores, they'll help you with your chores, and they'll get like your weekly chores, they'll get them done in like a day. And if you abuse that, then indeed they do take revenge. Then all of a sudden all your animals get sick and die, and your crops fail, and your barn burns down. So I mean, yeah, as Fireface said earlier, don't mess with the Fae. So it's.
Oh, sorry, brother. I thought I didn't know. Did you want to finish? I was gonna say to what Ronan was saying is it's been well presented, but in a fictitious way in the films of The Lord of the Rings. Now, a golem is something that's actually quite easy to make one. By the way, I haven't made one, but I considered it a lot of times when I was younger. Then I realized I didn't need one. Like I'm just playing with things I don't need to play with. But the recipe for making a golem is not that complex, not exceedingly complex. It's complex. And so you would create a body for the golem. Pinocchio is a golem. The whole idea of Pinocchio is somebody creating a golem, and you would create a wooden body that this being that you are then creating, manifesting out, you are resculpting the beings that are part of the chain of life and putting them together in a way that they can manifest a being that has been programmed with your intentions, so you can have a being that carries your bags,
It's kind of like
for example.
it's kind of like the earliest conception of like a robot, if you think about it, or like the golem, like it's the pre-conception of that.
Yeah.
To go back to the question that Ronan had asked Indy, you know, where they were talking about, oh, you know, can we access these, you know, these gargoyles? Or if you would have asked me years ago before I saw that video that I spoke to you guys about seeing the vulture, the apparition of the vulture, I was like, no, it's ridiculous. But no, you know, now the things that I know now and the confirmations that I know now, animal spirits do play a big part. Because remember, in the Eastern astrology, they relate, you know, they don't do like the whole, oh, you know, Taurus and Capricorn and this and that. It's all animal. You know, we're in the year of the cat, or what, I was born in the year of the ox. And honestly, when I look more into, like, let's say the year that I was born, as far as the year of the ox, it is so on point, extremely on point, you know. So I just think and then it's no coincidence that this week alone I came across my animal spirit cards were amazing, you know, and they've been really connecting with people. So yeah, I think it's absolutely possible to make these connections or have these animal spirits work for us. And then when Stin was talking about, you know, the fairies leaving them, you know, some treats or whatever the case is. Well, I've always heard that, even though I wasn't really into it, but I always heard that. But then I realized, it's like, oh my gosh, like in my little garden outside in the spring, I have like little fairy houses and stuff like that. Like I have a little fairy garden, you know, because it's always been like tradition to do that. But it does, you know, there is a lot of history behind that, and it's, you know, which is amazing. And hi, Soraya. Hi, Roma. I didn't get to say hi to you.
Hi, gorgeous. Yeah, I was thinking about Ronan's question as well, and just like I was thinking, you know, just to remember basically that every single particle of existence, in my opinion, even bloody plastic that was you know, something before, is alive. Everything is alive, and everything that is alive is programmable. Therefore, this chair I'm sat on, even though, you know, this tree was cut down long ago, most likely is alive. Buildings are alive. And, you know, as Franklin was talking about song earlier, about music and the angels, and I did actually have a question about that. It's just a simple one, but it's something I've been thinking about a lot, or I don't know, it's just popping into my head for whatever reason, is this thing of everything singing, like constantly. And I wonder, with these buildings, how much they use song, whether it's with one particular intent or another, a dark intent or a light intent, or maybe not even particularly understanding what they're doing, but I think in this case they probably did. There's always that song. So, you know, perhaps we need to find a way to like tune in. Ronan, I could see you feel like you're quite a shamanic person. I could imagine you meditating there and getting some messages. Whether that's advisable or not, I don't know, but I think you could. But I think that building is filled with song and filled with life in like every single particle. So I think absolutely, personally, I'm never going to I think we could even do it by accident actually, but I'm never going to on purpose create a homunculus, or I forget the other word that Franklin used. Not that, like, you know, each their own, of course, but I just feel like I wouldn't have a firm enough grip on within myself personally on what I am calling in. You know, I'm not perhaps wise enough or knowing enough to be like, I'm calling in what I think I'm calling in, if that makes sense. But yeah, I would absolutely say that was possible. I think all matter has resonance and layers of history. And I also was thinking, I wonder, one could perhaps invite a being into, instead of just giving the idea of giving life to this object, which is alive anyway, because every particle of it is. Some people might choose to invite a being into the object, or an essence into the object. I mean, just think of talismans, or these mystical experiences people have where they see the Virgin Mary crying, or life on an Egyptian statue, or something like this. I think Stin has something to say. Actually, it's here.
Oh, sorry, Stin. Go ahead.
I have done a show with Juan Ayala from One-on-One Podcast, and like he is
amazing.
He's the self-proclaimed, but I mean, name me one else, the top humancologists of the world, basically. And I did that together with Josh, with Child of Ash, who should be here, but I guess he's busy with other things. But the concept of the homunculus, like, it's so fascinating. Like, it's a purely physical being, but like made through occult alchemical means, and inviting spirits in it. That is exactly what is being done, and that is possibly also one of the secrets to the longevity of like what we call now the elites, or like the secrets to human cloning. Like, that's actually a homunculus, and the energy, or the soul, or whatever, just gets transferred
that's a good point.
into that being.
So I actually have this idea I've been thinking about lately in regards to, certain objects and things having consciousness. I think that it has to do with the eyes. Like, if you take any like statue or picture and you give it eyes, I've been thinking about this idea that when you stare into a pair of eyes, even if those eyes are not attached to a person, you still feel a sense of being stared at. So it's almost like if there's no consciousness behind a set of eyes, it's like the universe by default has to put something there to see you. So when you give something eyes, that's how you give it life, at least.
And that's an interesting point. And the idea, because obviously if all is conscious, then everything has eyes. Every particle of being or non-being, darkness or light, has a consciousness, right? A form of eyes. So when I was younger, I don't know why I had this opportunity to make a headpiece for a carnival thing, and I made like a thing where it has eyes, but then it has eyes that look out into the universe, and then it has eyes that look at itself, and then eyes that like look at each other. It's just like a complete like being of eyes. You like put it on your head. I don't know where the heck that came from, but I guess whatever the field that we're all connected to. But yeah, I do think like we're always watching ourselves, every part, it's just consciousness. We can't not ever see, even if it's a different part of us that's seeing, or everything in the universe seeing us. So yeah, I think that's a really good point about the eyes.
Really interesting what Ramar was just everything Ramar just said, actually, and also what Stein said. I think with the gargoyles, homunculus, whatever we want to call them, definitely, because everything can contain a spirit. And I think, I don't know, I can't remember the museum it's in, which is shocking, I should remember, but there's really famous footage of Egyptian statues that have been taken from Egypt and placed elsewhere. And it turns like almost, well, it turns 360 degrees. It's caught on CCTV, and it turns when the museum is open as if it's affronted by all these people coming in and looking at it. And it rights itself during the evening when the museum's empty. And I mean, the footage is, you know, it's you can't argue with it. It's just it's a proven thing, and that's happened in more than one museum, which that just on its own kind of suggests definitely something non-anatomical or organic can hold a spirit for sure. And gargoyles is one of the many facets of those existing, and the reason they exist on such grand buildings as they do is that they were meant to be guardians. They were meant to be protectors. They could be used obviously positive or negative, but that was the kind of general point for most gargoyles anyway. And you wouldn't do that if it was just stonemasonry. You know, if it didn't have it was just decorative, it wouldn't be much protection. So again, that says to me that there must be something within those vessels that can carry spirit, therefore to offer the owners protection of the gargoyles. But my bigger question to Ronan is, why do you want to know, and what are you going to do with one if you have it?
Exactly my thought too.
Oh, get ready for it, Lily.
So Rema, did I say it right? Did I nail that?
Not this time, but you did last night, so well done. Ramar.
Oh, I was trying to copy Lily.
Almost close, very close.
Is it possible? Can I make myself a girlfriend? Like weird sign.
I wouldn't, but you could, because what kind of spirit are you inviting? And yeah, totally MoonFeather, this cheeky one. But like, I don't think you should. Is my opinion. But of course, that's
I second. Yeah, I totally back up Ramar's advice. I think,
and there's no such thing as a perfect person either. So if you're trying to create the perfect woman,
well, unless you create it yourself.
Even the goddesses in mythology were not perfect. Okay, look at Aphrodite.
Challenge accepted. Wait till after the winter solstice. I'll give you a report.
He's gonna go now.
I'm waiting. I'll question you then.
He's gonna go now. Buy a ticket to Brazil and get some stones from Brazil. And then carve out the woman that he wants. I already know
the Brazil woman thing. Yeah.
Can I attempt to answer that? That's actually a very, very real thing. There's and I want to remind everybody, like I see everybody was laughing at that. Everybody who you can see was laughing at what just happened. I want to explain how simple a thing we're actually talking about, because we can overcomplicate it, right? What you're talking about is a servitor. A servitor is a very fancy name for a fairy, right? Or for an energy, or for a spirit. It is an aspect of your aura that you send out to do what you want it to do, right? Your etheric army. You have a legion of them, 72,000 in your pineal gland alone. Right? This is where Saturn is so important, because there's one ring to bind them all. That ring is time, right? You are that, right? So go back to your childhood, right? You're playing with your toys. I don't care what it was, whether it was G.I. Joe, Barbie, My Little Pony, right? Whatever it was, G.I. Joe, Thundercats, right? When your mom came to tell you it was lunchtime, you was mad. Right, because you was in your whole world, right? Because you're using your imagination. When you grew up, you couldn't do that anymore. You didn't have the time for that anymore. So how do you make a voodoo doll? The same way you made one when you was a child. You sleep with it. You get in the bathtub with it. You talk to it. Somebody disrespects it, you take up for them. It's real. You couldn't tell them that it wasn't. Now, the eyes are the window to the soul. True, but what if you're blind? What about Braille? Oh. What about artists? What about molding clay, right? We're talking about the potter's wheel here. Who created you but you? So what you give power to is what's going to be real. And if you didn't give it power, it cannot exist.
Yo, that's fire, man.
And we do
the
it
Potter,
subconsciously, though. Because
dude.
think
What
about
about let me just drop this and I'll mute. Currently,
Sorry.
you know, you can get someone's DNA. Oh, it's okay. Trust me, I'm learning manners myself. Blah, 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 blah. So like the 23andMe and clones and things, you know, you get your DNA. These cats nowadays are artificial. I mean, the alchemical people, not the good ones, unfortunately, you can use that power for not coolness, are now the quote unquote scientists, right? The transhumanists. Bro, they're trying to make humans now, man. They're like, a lot of those cats are like, we don't need humans anymore. We can make you, you know, we can make you, well, we can make clones. I absolutely believe clones have been made and walk among us and are shown to us on screen on the Black Mirror. And man, there's something I wanted to say a long time ago, but I just to throw in, when you're watching things like TV and getting the scary movies or whatever, your mind is looking at it and can't tell the difference that it's not something real that's happening outside on the street, like outside, and you watch it, you're getting that same kind of cortisone stress. But I don't want to go there. We already talked about that topic. But the real official homunculus are the scientists, man, and they're cloning people, man. And now, do they have a soul? I don't know, Khalil. Like, that's Frankenstein. Can you inject a soul? Can you transfer consciousness from one avatar to another? What is a soul exactly? We were talking a lot about souls and spirits, but what is a soul?
The consciousness is not the soul. They'll show you this in movies like Convergence with Johnny Depp and some of the more 2001: A Space Odyssey actually kind of gets into it in 3001 for those who may have read the books, right? The whole idea of do androids dream of robotic sheep? You know, Arthur K. Clarke, I'm saying it rightly. The consciousness itself is not the soul. It is the seat of the soul in the physical realm, right? This is why your conscious mind is so important. This is why understanding and doing the self-work is so important, because anything that does not get, anything that is not understood fully in your neocortex before it goes to your subconscious is automatic programming. Right? It's automatic programming. That's why they use certain symbols, because you got to remember, think about what I told you earlier. We're talking about the 40s where they were programming people with prime time, right? So what does that mean? That means that they have the instruction manual about how you work. Somehow we collectively forgot, right? So that knowledge exists. Something else I want you to think about, because this is, I want to make it really simple. I want to make it really, really simple for everybody to get. Energy exists, right? When you die, you change form, right? But the energy still exists, right? When you leave this realm, you disconnect from Malkuth and you become one with the 9. But there's still a 10 because Doth is hidden, but Doth becomes activated, right? Because that's the portal to knowledge, right? So what does that mean? If energy exists, energy responds. I don't know if everybody here is geocentric or heliocentric. NASA is BS. I would like to think we can all agree on that. If you understand what they're doing when they show you, like, oh, look, we just received a radio signal from billions of miles away. Somebody's responding to us. Well, you know that's not real, but what are they trying to convey? See, energy exists. It will respond to you. If you're not talking to your ancestors, it's because you're not feeding them. It's because you're not giving them space, not just on the altar, not just on the plate, not just somewhere in your house, but in your head, right? You're made of light. What you focus on is shining light onto something. This is the easiest way that we can we bring anything we want into our orbit, for lack of a better term, right? So it's about where you choose to focus that energy. it must materialize. There must be a cause, there must be an effect.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I was basically just going to, like, when I was speaking before, I was basically just going to agree with your previous point about, you know, programming. I do think there's a lot that's subconscious. So perhaps we need to have a word with ourselves, go inside and cast the spotlight there. But yeah, in terms of, like, I mean, I'm still not going to create a homunculus. And I'm still going to say to Ronan not to create a girlfriend homunculus or whatever he's going to do. But I guess we kind of do that subconsciously anyway, in a sense, when you think about the partners that we bring into our lives, you know, because there's that subconsciously calling in all the different musical notes, the angles, the angels, the kind of sacred geometry within us, whatever you want to say, calling in particular things or particular people. Like for me, sometimes, like, I wonder, because I have never ever, well, maybe not never, because maybe if you count prayer, that's kind of, that is calling stuff in. And I do have a little Aphrodite statuette on my altar, so maybe that's a homunculus, who knows. But so potentially we do it without realizing. But yeah, you know, like, I've never, like, purposely been like, I'm gonna call in this spirit or this ET or this psychic person or this nature being, as I've had some experience with nature beings and this ancestor or whatever. I actually don't do that. So no, I'm not throwing shade on anyone who does, but I just haven't personally. It's just happened to me without consciously deciding to, if that makes sense. So yeah, I do find that interesting, all these different little songs and programming in every particle of us that is, you could call life the homunculus in a way, if you look at things like that, you know, the whole of our lives, like that, you know, if we are the creator of ourselves and all of life, then perhaps that's, you know, you can see it in that way too, you know, in a way.
So this kind of gave me a sorry, go ahead.
No, please do carry on.
No, I was just thinking about, like, when we create these homunculus, I'm just thinking about in terms of like time. When you create something, does it exist from the moment you create it into the future, or is it something that, you know, once you create it, it always has existed?
Right. Did it exist before you consciously? Because you were talking about earlier about, and this is something Franklin has said to me before, like that maybe thoughts don't come from within us, that we're sort of like an antennae in a way. So it's like, what are we tuned to? And I would say to Ronan as well, what is that building tuned to as well? Yeah.
Or perhaps there's another idea that maybe it's not so much that you, if you think about it, like outside of time, it's not so much that you created the homunculus. It's almost like maybe the homunculus in some sense has always existed, and it's now into this specific space of space-time. It manifests when you call it into being. Maybe it's not something you create. Maybe you're drawing something that's already, you know, within the eternal halls of time, and just sort of bringing it into the world. That's another way.
I do think things are always like overlapping as well. But I think Stin was going to say something.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sorry.
Well, is it?
No, it's okay.
Isn't that
I think that's a very accurate point that you're bringing up there, both of you. I want to revisit what Ramar's been saying for the last sort of 10 minutes. Two things that I've sort of been wanting to point out, which is really accurate. But what you just said there about the act of creation is really quite beautiful, because I was actually having this conversation with Mexico today about the nature of reality being an upload and a download. Download the astral, upload the etheric. 72,000 downloads, 72,000 uploads every second, 144,000 all in all, right? Loads. but 72,000 cycles. So 72,000 cycles corresponding to the angelic, and the 144,000 is how the etheric manifests this physical reality in terms of the flicker rate of the universe. If you want to consider it, it's not 60 hertz, it's 72,000 hertz. So when we consider the acoustic field of this, and she's pointed out that this building and the acoustics of this building and this is very much the key to the entire nature of reality, because it's all an acoustic field we're living in. And the shape of sacred geometry, we really want to look at the who was the guru of Buckminster Fuller? Why can't I think of his name right now? Greek mathematician that came up with the musical scales as we know it. He calculated the sacred geometry, and from the geometry he came up with frequencies, and from the frequencies he created the tonal systems that we know. And this is where we get
You're talking about Pythagoras?
Pythagoras. Yes, Pythagoras. So Pythagoras is basically, if you want to consider like the father of geometry, the father of geometry is looking at the acoustic field, the way in which the acoustic field is resonating geometry, and the geometry of that is the basis of the musical scale and the musical law that we have today, which is really interesting. And it's connected to color as well. There's this double frequency. So there's this very interesting relationship between the sound and the color that's manifesting time and space and physicality. And so the shape of a building is going to change the tone and the frequency of the building. And like you're saying, depending on the thoughts that we think and the shape of the golem that we create, will have a large effect on the personality of the golem, because of the law of geometry, the law of sacred geometry, that certain shapes will hold a certain acoustic resonant field, which will be able to induct a certain aspect. So knowledge of the universe and the sacred geometry will teach us how to know what to pull out of the universe in order to create this being. And the act of creating the being is not making something new, it's taking this part and this part and pulling them together, and everything exists already. We can't make anything new. Where we can merely make it exist here now, in terms of the spatial reality that we're living in. Did somebody drop out? No, nobody dropped out. Okay, somebody dropped out. But yeah, so that's two beautiful pieces of information. And I think looking at the acoustic field is understanding these laws of manifestation, because the sacred geometry is the basis of it all, which is why that's so fundamental to yantra. So if you want to do any magic in Asia, you have to do the yantra first. Then you need to load the yantra with the mantra, and then you need to bring together the yantra and the mantra and the tantra. And this is the law of three, is always how you manifest anything you want to manifest, manifestational magic. But it begins with the sacred geometry, the yantra.
Yeah, I was
After
going to
you form
ask
the
you about
yantra,
that.
you load that yantra with the correct acoustic frequencies that yantra represents, but it must be correct. And when you can load that yantra with the correct acoustic frequencies, the correct names, the correct intonations, the correct vibrations, then you hold those two simultaneously in your consciousness to manifest. That becomes the cauldron, which the witches are using. And you become the cauldron that manifests this into reality. So we can't create, we can draw like an artist. You draw, don't you, Cosmic? You can draw from yourself like an artist draws from themselves, like drawing out of a well. So even an artist can't create anything new. They can merely draw out. And this is why we use the word draw when we want to create a new picture, which is a very
there's
interesting
something
concept.
I've been thinking about, as an artistic person myself. There's always that kind of like conflict where you're like, no, I really want to like be the creator of this. It's like there's that ego aspect. So I kind of think like, well, where is the creative input actually come in? I think it's not so much that the ideas that you draw in, I think the creative part is how you arrange them together into a sort of like But that, I don't know if that really works fully either, because maybe that piece that you've already created is already there. So I guess when it comes to artistic creativity, it's almost like you have to think of it operating in a different manner in this new context. It's like you can't really go back to the kind of just, oh, I just, made it up or I created it that way. So I'm just kind of like, sometimes I'm thinking it's like, well, then, like, I guess if you have the artist is then not so much an artist, but more of a channeler. I guess that, I guess that's probably why I'm, good at channeling or whatever. So
That's why I say that I don't write music. I channel music because it's not really my music. No, there's nothing I can. The poetry that I channel isn't mine.
well,
And
I
if
think you
put a
can at
pen on-
least say that, like, the energy of the music is harmoniously corresponds with your state of being. It's still like, it's still somehow a reflective expression of yourself in a sense, because I don't like the idea that it's like totally, because I think because there is always that personal connection when you bring art into an existence. I guess in the same way, like a parent brings a child into the world, and there's that connection. So I guess that thought just came to me.
I mean, maybe that has to do with vibration, like a certain vibration. Like everybody like vibrates on a certain level, of course, and it's like even Nikola Tesla, like one of the greatest minds of our time, has said, like, I don't think up these things. I don't create. I just like pluck them from the ether or whatever. And maybe the personal aspect is that that thing like vibrates on your level, or like the vibrations are like match closely to yours, so it feels more personal because you have that connection with it, because it is on the same vibration, it is on the same level with you. And maybe that's why if you're in a, let's say, more mentally disturbed, like if you're very depressed, for example, artists are known to have severe bouts of expression, and sometimes like very dark artwork comes out of that, like very, very impressive, very imposing, but very dark, which is a reflection of their mindset, of their vibration. So if you pluck them out of the ether, it's it matches the vibration, it matches the low vibration that you are on, and you manage to project that on a canvas of of your choosing. Like everything can be a canvas, if you will. It doesn't have to be literal canvas. So like play around with that.
Yeah,
or like a transmutation stone, like maybe you're right, like they're in a dark place, and so that's what's channeling through them. But once they can see it on the canvas, or they've sung it, or like whatever the medium is, they're aware, they're like, they've brought a light to it in a way, so they see it, they can have this focus and they can transmute it. I mean, maybe some people are just
that's
dark. Like some people don't do that, they're just dark, or they just want
no,
that,
but that's really a good one. I mean, I that's like one of the reasons I like got into heavy metal and death metal and all the hard kind of music, because
it's
when
such a good release to like headbang, isn't
it?
it?
Like and not just that, but when I get really angry and I put on some very loud screamy music, it's like my anger like gets transmuted into the music, and by that way it gets released. Like I can place,
or like moving
my
the
emotions,
energy kind of.
Yeah, like I can place my own emotions into the music, and then the music like releases it for me in some way. So I do transmute it. It does calm me down because I can channel it through other means, like via the music or something.
Yeah, totally. I had a question for Franklin, if that's okay. And it's kind of connected to something Cosmic was saying, because Cosmic was bringing up the field earlier of existence, and then Franklin was talking about the angles and the angels and all the different angels, and it's just I'm sure there's a quick answer to it. It's a pretty simple question, but I just, when you were saying that earlier, I was thinking the flower of life came into my head, and then you just mentioned yantras as well, and I had been thinking of that too. So I was just wondering, are there images that people have made that contain like all the many different angels angles that you mentioned? And also, what, for some reason when you talked about it, I imagined that field, I was seeing it as a net in my mind for some reason, like all around the body. And I've definitely had visions where I've seen like almost like I'm plucking bits of the field. I'll often imagine, because I quite like the harp, I'll imagine a harp, or I'll imagine actually my own ribs, like an instrument or whatever that I'm plucking. So I'm just wondering how you see that when it comes to, like, I think it was morphic fields, or the flower of life, or the yantras. Like, where can we see this, and then what can we do with it? Or
Well, that's a really good question, and I first saw it in the stars. That's how I noticed it. I looked at the stars and I was like, my gosh, these things are forming geometric grids up in the sky, and the grids are forming shapes, and this constellations form like 3D shapes if you look at them properly. With a different way of looking at them, you see that they're actually 3D shapes up there in the space, and you start to consider that these things are all like building blocks bound together. And so I think that it started with the stars, and I think the stars are probably, the zodiac wheel is probably the most universally used image for understanding it. And it is exactly like you say, it like a grid is a really good way of understanding it. In fact, the Taoist, so there was the treatise on the 5 elements that was lost after Shemyaza got given the name, the Tetragrammaton, and this name obviously gave a lot of power to him, and he was able to use this to slay many of the negative entities. And then these names were given to, down the lineage, to Shem. Shamesh had it, Shamash. And Shamash had 2 sons. What were the sons called? Aya and some other name. 2 sons. Then we see different names in the pre-Babylonian traditions. So obviously you're going to see different names, whatever tradition you look at. And they gave it on and on and on and on. There was a treatise on 5 elements that was lost in ancient times. And we see this treatise in 5 elements appear like Bobbitt's head in China. It's like, that's where you went. And so the Chinese system's very interesting. The way in which they use the stars. The entire microcosmic orbit is arranged by using the actual Shakti of the star to bring it into your aura. So they align themselves with particular stars, and they draw the energy of the star in, that particular quality of starlight, and they use that starlight to change their frequency, the resonant frequency, so that they can resonate on different frequencies. So the alchemy of China is like a really ancient form of working with this particular energy that we're talking about, and being able to, like you say, pick a piece out of the grid. And when we're looking at the expansive night sky, the stars, we're looking at ourselves. Like we got to bend our minds a little. We got to imagine that we're inside out and we're looking at ourselves, and that each is an aspect of the self that you're looking at. And then we get like an incredibly large map of ourselves. And just like when we're looking at a certain aspect of ourselves, the other aspects of ourselves are behind ourselves because we're looking forwards. In the same way, you got to wait for the right. You got to turn. You got to turn with the cosmic clock. So it's a very interesting question, and I think that there are a lot of ways of mapping this. Obviously, the flower of life is a beautiful map that relates to we're looking at the firmament when we look at the flower of life. It's the map of the firmament, the inner firmament. And so when we look at the firmament, we can see within the flower of life is the cube of Solomon, right? And if we look, we can see that it's within an octagon, the octahedron. And we can see the Merkabic form within this. So we can see the astral and the etheric planes touching, bound by the octahedron, which is obviously the time-space that we're looking at. And these are all bound in a 20-sided geometric form as well, which gives us an insight into the Mayans and the 20 digits that we have on our bodies. 10 fingers, 10 toes, quite important those. So it's an interesting way of perceiving it. I think the human body would be another great way to consider the map of this. Like you say, the ribs, the human body is being used. This is why when we look at the astrology, we would say Pisces, your sun's in Pisces, my sun's in Leo. So Pisces represents the ankles and the feet, right? Leo represents the spine and the heart. Gemini represents, movement. And Cancer represents the chest. And Aries represents the head. So you see that the body is formed, obviously Capricorn, the knees, the goat's knees. And Scorpio, the genitalia. And so as we run through the body, the whole body is a reflection of the heavens. And then we can look inside our bodies and understand too, like we've got Libra operating through the liver, Scorpio, the spleen. We've got small intestine operating, and the large intestine as well. We've got Aquarius and we've got Pisces rolling there once again. And then we've got, the whole body is reminiscent of this structure of the stars, both the internals and the externals, and the visible and the invisible bodies are structured according to the substance of the stars, because we're all made out of stardust. And so when we consider what this means, it means that the stardust falls onto the planet, and from dust, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What's this talking about? It's talking about the dust. The literal dust around us is stardust. It comes out of stars. So our bodies are made out of the substance of stars that have been flowing through towards us. Whether we are considering a closed system or an open system or a flat earth system, round system, it matters not. For the radiation of the substance that comes to this physical world is still the substance of the stars. So it's an interesting question, and I think it's once again coming back to the acoustic field of that building that Ronan was showing us. I had the same feeling as you. I could literally hear the sound. And this brings us back to the discussion about the bells. And all Vedic ceremonies start and end with a bell. So bells are important, like in Vedic cosmology. If you're going to do a puja, you need a bell. What do you need for a puja? You need a bell.
Or a conch shell or something.
Yeah, or a conch shell, exactly, which is the sea's bell. and you need your fire, your sacred flame, and you need your mantra, your breath, and then something of earth that you got to give it, and something of water. So
and Lily would have something to say on that, because that's like a basic witch's altar you're describing there as well.
That's what Hinduism is. It's witchcraft, if you're going to call it what it is. So yeah, it's interesting. The bells, very interesting, because the design of the bells. Who remembers the Millennium Bell? There was a lot of time, and I remember a lot of contemplation myself and Lim, you remember Lim, my ex, we spent a long time researching the bell, the Millennium Bell, what they had done to build it, the diameter, the materials. We couldn't find all the information on it because it was just mind blowing. And how bells can be used to auto hypnotize people, how bells can be used to program you because of the resonant frequency, the vibrations, and depending on the way in which the bell is manufactured, and would depend upon what effect it's going to have on your consciousness. And another idea of the bell is the first crafts that were made by the Germans that were using vril power were shaped like bells,
I was
and they were actually
just
bells.
I was just wanting to mention that, really, that in National Socialist Germany, that supposedly their spacecrafts or whatever were made in the shape of bells, which would make sense if they would fly like either through magnetism or by the use of sound, because it would be much easier to have that flow through the shape of a bell.
I also want to make add to the point about bells. If you think about like the idea of a bell and the idea of striking a bell and creating a resonant vibration, I think Alan Watts like talked about this in one of his lectures, that it's kind of like the most basic sort of example of conscious action in the universe through material matter. Because if you think about what consciousness is, for something to really be conscious, there has to be a reaction to a stimuli. So like if I look at you, you look back, or you touch something, they react there's a reaction in a sense, and a sort of a not just a reaction, but something that sends a signal sort of back to the receiver. And I think that when you strike a bell and make a tone, that's sort of like the bell, the mineral compounds with the bell sort of like communicating and speaking. And then, because I tend to have a more of a, I guess, somewhat of a panpsychist point of view on consciousness, and that's sort of like the very basic consciousness. And then over time, as beings evolve and there's more complex mineral structures, that expression of consciousness becomes much more complex and multifaceted. And I think that's what's interesting about bells is it's kind of like the starting point of that sort of evolutionary process.
It reminds me of the saying, saved by the bell. But guys, I want to wish you an amazing rest of your Saturn day. It was a pleasure to be here, to see everyone, the conversations, the topics, the insight, the different perspectives were absolutely amazing. The chat was on fire today for sure, guys. But I want to send everyone so much love, blessings, hugs, and yeah, we'll talk soon, guys.
Thanks for being here with us today.
Love you, Moonfeather.
Thank you as
you,
always
Sweetheart,
for coming.
joining us.
It's been awesome.
Oh, you're welcome, guys. Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
And thank you for honoring us with your beautiful presence. Om Shanti.
Can I just say, I suppose you talked about nature spirits earlier, but I'm just wondering, because I wasn't there in the first 2.5 hours, because you were just mentioning stars, Franklin, and I was wondering, we're talking about fire as well. My first thought was I was wondering about the spirit of ash, actually, once something has been burnt down. I feel like that's because you were talking about puja as well, and obviously there's always incense and the spirit of ash. But then like the spirit of stars and fire and earth, water, air, all of these things. I suppose you were talking about it, but just missed it, I think, perhaps.
That's very interesting what you point out there about.
Because I feel like we
nature
have probably quite a pagan crew here. We're probably all slightly druidical, for want of better terms. So I can imagine everyone here has like experiences with nature spirits, nature beings. I have a few.
The homunculus has been mentioned quite a lot. And I want to take us to look at the homunculi. What is your homunculi? So we know the idea of the homunculus, which is often the depiction of a little man. And I think the roots of the words relate to small person, something like that. The hands are big. The mouth is big. The body is small. The feet can be big. Big hands, big feet, small body, big mouth. Can say a lot, can do a lot, and can go big places. But more than that, that's about the fullness of the story. And it's almost like the idea of a being in another world trying to get its hands and its feet into this world and its mouth into this world as a concept. And so some of the older stories that I came up with, and this was like, when was it? Anyway, the homunculi, the ancient tales, some of them that I've come up to face relate to the 7 spirits that are disembodied, that represents the scale of pride, envy, greed, wrath,
Lust.
sloth,
Lust.
what's wrong with my brain? Is it getting that late already? Do you just want to eat? Wanting to eat too much, all of the 7
Gluttony.
deadly sins, essentially, as we know them,
Yeah,
are
gluttony,
represented
lust.
as emotions, and these beings are actually these emotions, but that these emotions are beings, and that those particular 7 beings trapped in the earth reach out with their hands and their mouth and their feet to make us go where they want us to go, do what they want us to do, and say what they want us to say. And so that's one aspect of ancient homunculi, and that's why it's called the homunculi and not the homunculus, because there are actually 7 of them, which is a very old story, which does sort of bring to interest points. And then obviously homunculus relates to that aspect of the self, which is the shadow self, right? This part of ourselves that we deny, that is sort of responsible for us behaving in the way that we do, even though we're not necessarily conscious of why we want to do and say and be what we want to do and say and be, but something inside of us is driving us. So that subconscious persona, the subconscious ego manifesting that subconscious seeming persona, which is actually conscious, but it comes from a subconscious ego place, is an interesting concept when we're looking at the cosmology and the idea of the homunculi. And then it's been used in a lot of different ways, this homunculi, the idea of the homunculi. So I suppose people would have used these 7 emotions in black magic, spells. Voodoo, for example, would be an extension of taking that emotion and giving it form. And like Kalil was saying, Dr. K was saying a little while ago, was building that relationship with that emotion and putting that emotion, that's the yantra, the relationship, and putting that into context of sound, communication, and relationship, which is an expression of the communication of sound between 2 people, the way we talk, and putting this together in order to create a spell, obviously a spell based on words, is I think where the homunculi got well known and got depicted in different ways and ideas, because it could be used. These seven emotions could be used in many ways to power desires, to get revenge, or to for various different ways. And in Africa, this is common.
There
where I
has to
live.
be some connection to the story of Snow White to that. I feel like there has to be a connection. The seven dwarves, the man in the mirror, if you will, the evil queen. There has to be there.
No, I think you're onto
there's
something.
something
Think
there.
about there's sleepy, there's grumpy, and you can take that to anger and sloth, like right there. So I think you're onto something with that. What are the other dwarf names? I forget. I know one's name is Doc. Sleepy, grumpy, dopey. Yeah, help me out here, guys.
And maybe like Snow White being like the pole star or something, like pure white. I don't know. There's something there.
Yeah, or like the net of life. If you just think of pure white as that, it's not technically a color, but it's like all the colors in one. If you're just thinking about light. And then her hair is like very dark. It's very like the primordial essence.
Yeah, and then her lips being, incredibly red lips, very like seductive. A kiss on the lips is not something,
like
you don't just kiss everyone on the lips. Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, the apple. I mean, God, we all know the story of the apple and how, how that plays into our, religious history.
That's well done. That's some good decoding there. To bring that into play, the dwarves, the kabouter. That's a very interesting point that you're bringing up when you mentioned the kabouter, because we have the same word in South Africa. Obviously, it's like the little dwarves, but there's another word for them, because the dwarves are the spirit of the earth element, right? In the same way that the undines are the water and the salamanders are the fire. And what is the air element?
Sylphs.
Yes, sylph, exactly. So, where was I? Yes, the idea of the gnome. Now, a gnome, my little boy was all over this. What's the difference between a gnome and a dwarf? I was like, wow. Is there really a difference?
That's something I've been thinking about too.
Culture, there's a difference. But
I always felt like dwarves tend to be more muscular, and like gnomes were a little more like short and kind of like stubby. Maybe but that could be wrong.
I think they different cultural. They both element of earth. Yeah, earth element.
The Norse dwarves,
the way that undines and the fish people. What are they called? Mermaids, or the water element.
The sirens.
But here's the thing about gnomes. Gnome, genome, genetics, gnome, genome. There's something going on here. And so they've literally used the word gnome when mapping the information of the physical body of the earth element,
nomadic.
which is incredible if you think about it. And how they've put that into common context of our language without us even noticing that we're talking about gnomes.
Nominalism. Man.
It's a bit like Gnostic when written as well. Gnostic. And maybe the stick is the pole star.
I've got something a little bit on the homunculus to go back for a minute. I know it's an alchemistic process of ritual incantation, but it's they create a small form usually made of clay, and it's then animated, but it embodies the quest for a pure spirit, which is born into the mortal form. So it embodies like purification. But then we have the 7 homunculi rather, which were created when the Heavenly Father purged his immortal soul of the 7 desires that prevented him from being superior to man. So that's another form of purification.
I've never heard of that before.
Of those 7.
They have needed to purge the 7 things from whatever.
And they became like embodied as like, I don't know, demons or just entities that represent those 7 sins or desires. So that's what I got on homunculus. But the homunculus is a lot like the gargoyles and the golems in the sense that they're all conjured up, but the golem is made from dust or earth typically, gargoyle from stone, and homunculus from clay. And the golem is done with the Hebrew letters incantation. Gargoyle is like made from the Fae, from like Celtic magic, I would imagine. And then the homunculus made from alchemy. But also the homunculus, the form that was mentioned earlier by Franklin, with the large head and tongue and the large hands and feet, is the depiction of the cortical homunculus. It's a depiction of the relative sizes of the areas of our motor cortex that would map out like to the body sensory glands. So we have like more body sensory glands on the tongue and hands and feet than anywhere else in the body. And so the sensory cortex maps out to take on that form. Now, as to whether the alchemists used that form to make the diminutive human forms take on mortal life, I'm not sure if they had that form as well. They very well may have.
Stein can probably tell us a bit about this. Are you with us, Stein? Maybe he's gone for a toilet break or something. But
No, yeah, I'm still here.
Surprised it didn't come with a sticker this time.
I'm still here. I'm just on the phone with Firefly at the moment. But what was the question about? I can like talk real quick.
what was it about the children that were being abducted? We're talking about the Piper and all of those groups, and they were like mutating children to try and make homunculus out of children, try and turn them into little
I
people.
know that in the Pinocchio story, they got turned into donkeys, which is a pack animal, and then actually got sold. So kind of like child trafficking, if you will. Which is interesting because if you think about the movie Shrek, for example, like there's a talking donkey who is one of the main characters. We never really get his backstory, but somehow he seems to know Pinocchio. So yeah, Shrek takes place in the world of Disney. And then you of course have the Rattenvanger van Hamelen, one of the more famous rat catchers from a German city, Hamelen. It has been a while since I have read my fairy tales, but I know that a lot has to do with abducting children and child trafficking, changelings with the Fae. They look alike. They look like your child. They kind of act like your child, but there is just something off about them. And supposedly the one thing, and I'm actually on the phone with Fireface, so I can ask her like right now. The one thing that that the changelings couldn't take was iron, like pure iron. And maybe because it's too earthy, like too dense, I don't know,
or too inorganic. Like like certain minerals you can cultivate soil out of it. And maybe iron is not one of those.
I don't know.
Iron has got another quality. Garlic. You can't remove the smell of garlic from your hands with soap, but you can with iron. All you do is you get 2 iron balls and water, running water and iron balls or steel balls, and you rub the steel balls under running water, and all of the smell of garlic will be removed from your hands. All of it. But you could have tried to wash your hands with scented soaps like 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 times. You will not get the results that you will get from iron. So it has something that it can remove terpenes, particular types of terpenes.
Don't let the
And
vampires know
terpenes
about
are
this.
important for neurochemistry.
So I just asked Firefay, and she says because it's not pure, because iron is too processed, it loses its purity. And if you consider Fae to be, well, light beings, pure beings, then something impure would burn them, would hurt them in a way. But the story of changelings is a very fascinating one. But most stories are quite dark, and especially with the donkeys. I mean, there's a saying in Dutch, or a few, actually, like 2 famous ones, like as dumb as a donkey, which means that you're pretty damn stupid. But then at the same time, it's like a donkey doesn't hit himself twice on the same stone, so therefore, like, being kind of smart in a way. But they're considered pack animals, and you don't need a lot of brain power to just carry bags on the mountain or whatever. But they are very strong animals. They can take a heavy load and carry it for miles and miles, but they're just not that clever. So maybe that's why, especially in the story of Pinocchio, those rambunctious children, they're not thinking, they're just doing, they're just acting. And they may be tough, because usually bullies are kind of like the tough kids, the bigger kids who will always pick on the smaller ones.
It's also because they're creatures of air and warmth, so something from the cold earth hurts them.
Oh, that's, yeah, I don't know if you guys heard that, but the Fae are creatures of warmth, which makes sense, light, warmth, that goes together. So something like iron coming from the cold dirt, or being processed from like cold dirt, I can imagine that not being pleasant. Cold steel, cold iron on a very light, warm being.
It's interesting that you bring up the spirits of warmth thing, because my work with the Fae, I've definitely encountered that aspect myself. So it's interesting that hear from somebody else who's worked with the same types of spirits, which would make sense because they're spirits of nature, and nature needs warmth in order for certain organic compounds to grow and evolve, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, which is why most.
That's why dwarves are the only ones that can touch it, is because they're creatures that dwell in the cold earth rather than be out in the warmth.
I'll get back to you guys on this. I'm still on. I'm not going anywhere. Just talking to the wife.
We haven't spoken about the giants yet.
No. I'm curious about that one.
And
But can I
just
just
how
ask
the
one
other-
really question before that? It's just connected to what you were talking about, the homunculus and emotions. And I'm sorry, everyone, it's a bit dark, but adrenochrome, I won't go into why I'm saying that. I think most people can guess. Just where that's like elicited in certain very dark ceremonies, does that create something?
You said dream crow.
I said adrenochrome.
Oh my gosh.
Like
Sorry.
if you're nosing in Las
Getting a
Vegas.
bit conspiracy.
Well,
Are we going to get kicked off YouTube for this?
Okay, I'll shut up. Sorry.
Okay,
Good point.
we'll call
When
it
you say that does
ADC.
create something. What do you
Please
mean
do.
create something in the person that is being drawn from, or that is being created in?
Well, obviously, it would definitely create something in the, in the person it's being drawn from. Let's say, I'm trying not to say the thing, but no, I meant more like like for example, like in Dion Fortune's work, for example, like she would say that some of the things we wish to protect ourselves, maybe we've created from dark emotions or thoughts or whatever. So I was just wondering with the adrenochrome if part of that is to create beings or whatever, or to imbue things with certain energy, objects, or obviously people. Oh God, I'm trying not to say. Anyway, you know what I mean. So yeah, or other people who are around.
I think yes, but I don't think it's for the individuals that are sacrificed. I think there's an egregore spirit that kind of oversees the whole process of the human sacrifices ritual and ceremony. But the children that are sacrificed, or the infants that are sacrificed, their spirit gets, I think, inducted by the individual who drinks the blood, or their power.
I think that's the idea, but I was just kind of more wondering, like, does that then create another being in the way a thought or emotion form could? I'm sorry.
Very well
about
made.
giants.
So much history about it all. There is. But yeah, if we want to go into giants, I got a lot of stuff on that.
Just
what's the best thing?
Getting back to the ADC, I can't say that word, it's too disgusting. Makes me want to get my katana out.
Totally.
Start looking for them. But because I got a boy, So the ADC obviously is it's going to increase the awareness field of the person that's on it, because it's increasing all of the hormonal states, which is going to increase the connection with the astral plane, which is going to empower the Ida from your chakric system, which is going to cause an internalization, as we can call it, which I consider an externalization into the energy field. Obviously, the person that's the victim of the procedure is going to be left, damaged badly. I think that's part of this story of the donkey story that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's why it popped into my head, because the whole
Removal
Pied
of
Piper
certain
thing.
glands from children will stop them from developing normally. Will stop them from growing normally, so they'll still become adults. See? So they'll become little adults. There's this practice in African dark shamanism where they make the tokalosh, which is the Xhosa name or the Zulu name for this kind of what is done to little people. And the Zulus and the Xhosas are very scared of the tokalosh because they know that they're real things made by inyamas, and they go and abduct little young people to do this, and probably do surgical removals of glands from the bodies, which is
So
what
I guess, and all they each
adrenochrome
have a
is harvested
spirit
from.
in them, the organs and glands, and they all have their own spirit, right?
What was that, dear?
I was just saying, the organs, the glands, they all have their own spirit, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a disturbing story behind this. It leaves me quite disturbed, but it is what it is. Are we invoking a particular being? I would say for sure, because we're over accentuating certain of our senses. So we're turning the homunculi within us loose, because when we become overly infatuated with the senses, we become that. Like he was talking about the hands, the feet, the mouth, becoming overly sensuous is to walk that path, which is very dangerous. The same way to have no sensuousness is dangerous, far from the middle path. So when one is over sensuous, one's desire for things becomes very strong, and one allows one's desires to rule oneself. And when the desires rule us, then those 7 purified aspects of the desire body, envy, wrath, all of those 7 start to play a bigger role in one's consciousness, and one becomes addicted to these beings taking control of one's energetic system. And it leads to, like, when one is in a state of jealousy and envy, one is possessed. When one is in a state of wrath, one is possessed. When one is in a state of greed, one is possessed. We don't realize that that's possession because it's such a common form of possession that we don't even recognize it. But I would say that it's a form of possession. It's not full possession, but it's a partial form of possession of one's conscious awareness. So I think this adrenochrome, the ADC, would be opening the door towards becoming possessed and activating one's mediumship abilities, but not in a balanced, harmonious way, so that one can mediumistically connect with certain of the egregoric powers and make contracts during this time. And then those egregoric powers would give certain boons as considered in this contract, and that contract would involve giving more of the blood. I think that's pretty much how that works. Dark as it is. Thanks for that, Ramon.
House. What can I say? Sun in the 8th house. But strangely, I don't like horror. I can't watch horror at all. But I was thinking, like, I guess you guys discussed this earlier, but probably another good reason not to watch horror. If our mind doesn't know the difference, right? And our body doesn't know the difference. So don't want to get inducted into that, which is probably what happens when people watch these things as entertainment. They are not entertainment.
Well, I think sometimes with horror too, it's also to kind of like overcome fear. Sort of like, I think good horror movies, you face the fear, and by kind of experiencing it, you in a sort of way overcome it, and that kind of like makes, that's kind of how I think.
Yeah, people do
horror.
say that, but ultimately it is programming, and it is.
I think it depends on the type of horror movie too. Some, I think,
somewhere
they have some kind of actual like lesson, but other horror movies are just nihilistic and just purely about the shock and fear.
Yeah, there might be some that are just like psychological and make you think. Maybe that's more of a thriller.
I want to go back to because I know Franklin wanted to talk about giants, and I know I'm going to bring up the Fae, but this is going to be related to giants. I wanted to kind of like, because I've been thinking about lately, I had another idea is like why fairies are depicted as small. So over the course of time, they've been sort of these fairy beings that I've been working with. They've been teaching me about all these like higher dimensional spaces, because these are not, I should also clarify, these are not your typical kind of like Celtic fae that live in the forest. These beings I work with claim to be from a dimension outside of our known space and time, and their world is very different. It's all the plants are like purple or magenta colored, and it's a very strange place. There's no linear time there. Anyway, through all the stuff I've looked at in all the universe, it's making me feel very small in my place in the universe. And I think about, well, wait a minute, maybe there's a symbolic connection there. Maybe the reason fairies are considered, archetypically as small beings is because they have this higher dimensional perception of nature and reality and all of its complexities, and that makes them psychologically feel small. So I'm wondering if with giants, if there's a similar kind of connection in terms of maybe perhaps, feeling large, and that psychological state sort of explains the sort of nature of these giant beings. And wanted you to know your thoughts on that. Just anyone really in the chat, not point to anyone specific. I know this is Franklin's.
It's a very interesting conversation. That's a very interesting conversation to be opening up. I mean, obviously, we've got to look at the vapor canopy that made everything bigger in the past, like insects, humans, trees, everything. But the relativity of consciousness in terms of creating the structure of scale of matter, size, with relation to the self-importance of the ego. is an interesting concept, because the desire body, if the desire body is bigger, it stands to reason that the body could be bigger, because that desire body would correspond to the element of self-importance. I'm so important, so hence I deserve this, I want it, right? If I'm not that important, then I don't deserve it, I don't want it. Kind of relativity, I think, of the structure of consciousness. Very interesting point. Very interesting. It's food for thought.
I mean, at the same time, in most mythologies, giants are depicted as these brutish beings who, don't seem to have a lot of brain capacity, are more lean more towards animalistic, if you will. Like, they have a human shape, but more like a beast mind, if you will. So I don't know how much ego would come into play with that, but I mean, you do hear that when someone has a very much a feeling of self-importance, like an overinflated ego, you do tend to say
call it
that,
a big. They have a big ego. It's it's very literal in this context.
Yeah, I mean, making jokes that that person needs a like a king size bed so that he and his ego have a place to sleep.
I think at the same time they could be considered being big-hearted protectors, kind of like soft and big-hearted, but like big and strong. They're kind in spirit, but they're big and strong if they need to protect. A lot of times, sometimes when they're portrayed that way. But there's kind of a dichotomy where kind of like dragons are somewhat portrayed as good in the East and bad in the West. Giants are also portrayed as good in the East and in the North America, whereas they're portrayed as evil in the West. And well, at least in Europe and in possibly other cultures like throughout Mediterranean, Africa, and in South America, giants, in the history of giants, has been portrayed as evil and egotistical and selfish. And
that makes perfect sense, because if you consider, Christianity being a huge, influence in the West, Christianity is all about humility, humbling yourself before God. So your idea that they would demonize giants would make perfect sense in that context.
Yes, and there's the giants have been demonized in North America by the Paiute tribe, who said that they were red-haired giants and they had to lure them into the cave and smoke them with fire and burn them up, and they killed them that way. But I think originally the stories in North America were that the giants came over possibly from the Bering Strait, and were the Denisovans and were their shamans and taught them about the stars. And I think over time they were hunted by invaders and they turned and they became desperate cannibals. It seems from the way that the story progresses, unless they've been misrepresented to us. And I think that's a big part of it. I feel like they were in charge of humanity for a long time, in that we purged them out, and I think we feel bad about that, and that history has been hidden away. That's how I feel about it personally.
Well, in Norse mythology, in our creation story, the world is actually made out of Ymir, the primordial frost giant. So, but at the same time, giants are indeed very much thought of as, these brutish beings. It is Angerboda from the Iron Woods, a very much a darker realm of the Yggdrasil, who is the wife of Loki, who has born all his children. These monstrosities, the Jormungandr, the wild snake, Fenrir, the giant wolf that will eventually kickstart Ragnarok, or through him Ragnarok starts. But it is said that if it wasn't for her whispering in Loki's ear that, you know, he would have never done the things that he did. So it was a giant or giantess who led Loki to the dark side, if you will, and has born all these monstrosities which are Loki's children, except for one being Sleipnir, which is a whole other story. Great story, also having to do with giants. So still, you know, Loki and giants, and Thor, Donar, and giants. Thor being very much a giant slayer, you know, bashing heads, and then, you know, asking questions later, if at all. But they're very much seen as negative beings, although they do have their own realm, being Jotunheim, like literally the realm of giants. So again, you would think if they were indeed so bad, giving them their own realm, I mean, would that just be so that, like, you know where they are? Like, or just, I don't know.
I don't know, but I wonder if we have traces of them left in us.
Oh, absolutely.
If we do, they are probably, most of them are here in the Netherlands, because
we see people with 6 fingers.
On average, yeah, and on average, the Dutch are the tallest people in the world. I believe there's one.
Okay.
Like we literally have a bodybuilder and fitness influencer, Olivier, who is called the Dutch Giant, and he is, I'm not sure what that is in feet, but 2 meters 18. So I believe he's like 7'3".
It's tall. The tallest person I ever met was, I think, 6'7" or 6'8". I was just like, I can't dance with you.
My father was 7'3", and my brother was 7'2".
Wow, that's amazing. I only ask because, as a kid, I can remember I used to like lie awake at night, and for some reason I used to imagine like a spirit form of me made of just stars, like stepping out of my body. And when it would step out of my body, it was like a giant, like an absolute giant, and it would go, you know, walk on the river, meditate on the river, obviously my mind's eye, or I don't know if that was some form of traveling, but I always had this feeling like I'm very petite, but for some reason, whenever I would imagine my spirit leaving my body, it was just like absolutely giant. And I was just saying in the chat as well, like, I wonder if there's anything in like spinal evolution or de-evolution with like our sizes, you know, or like, you know, DNA being messed with, you know, maybe we do all like actually come from giants originally, who knows?
Well, if you guys recall Alice in Wonderland, she drank a potion and got like miniature to go down the rabbit hole, which is interesting.
Now to get through the door, right? Like the door to Neverland.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or Neverland, Wonderland. Neverland's another.
I think it was a mushroom, though. It's like, I think if you bite one side of the mushroom, it made you big, and the other side made you small. Or was it? No, wait. I think if I remember, it's like you drank the potion to become small, and you ate the mushroom to become big. I don't remember. It was one of those.
Something like that. Something like that.
It's a very naughty tale to tell children. Eat your mushrooms.
Eat the mushroom and you'll get big.
I've been going down the rabbit hole of the giants for a long time, and typically historical evidence that's been well documented and fossil evidence shows that they're usually about 9 to 12 feet tall. But historically, there's some that have been bigger, and so I'm going to go through a list of the tallest giants in history. And so starting at some of the smaller ones and getting to the largest that we have that are above, starting with ones above 12 feet. So and we have a 15-foot giant that was known in the late 50s in southeast Turkey that had been found. Maximus Thrax, Caesar of Rome, was 8'6". and that was around 235 to 238 AD. And we have Goliath, who is said to be anywhere from 9'6" to 10'6", and that's mentioned in Samuel 17:4. We have St. Christopher was supposedly anywhere from 12 to 16 feet tall and was also said to be a dog-headed man by some accounts. We also have the OG king of Bashan, around 1400 BC, was said to be 12 feet tall. And then we have in Canton in 1577 AD, 19'6" giant. And I'm not sure what Canton is. I think that might be in the British Isles. I'm not sure. Now we have on the Valence River in River Valence, a 23-foot tall giant was dug out when they were building a bridge there, and it was documented. In France, sometime around 1456 AD. Then we have a 25'6" giant in the castle of Chaumont, France, in 1613 AD. And that is the largest giant in history. 25'6".
Yeah, that's a proper giant.
There was mention of a 36-foot giants in the Samorian Bosphorus that were unearthed from an earthquake that were said to have been from a time between 650 BC to 640 AD. They weren't able to distinguish when in that time. But
That's amazing. Actually, I was going to ask you, Indy, do you think any of them came from like under the earth, or were they on this plane, this dimension, or like what do you think?
yeah, I think they live inside of the earth a lot of times. There was actually a recent sighting of Finn McCool in Ireland, and there's actually a video of the door closing behind him. They weren't able to get the camera out to capture the giant, but they see this giant door swinging, and they analyzed the video. There was nobody messing with the video.
That
They
is
went
amazing.
even a piece of paper in the crack where it closed. But it's like amazing, some of this stuff. But I think there's an explorer named Rorik that went to the Himalayas, and he was set out for a 2-week trip, and he came back I think 2 years later or something ridiculous. They didn't have any supplies to last anything close to that long, but they said that they went into the mountains and they found the giants there, and they heard them from outside of the mountains, like banging on drums, and they led themselves through caverns to get to them. And they live inside of the mountains. And like a lot of the creation stories say that they created the mountains, or the mountains were made from them and made from their bones. And
Yeah,
so,
that's exactly what's in the Norse mythology as well.
yeah, that's also in the Chinese mythology and the Mesopotamian mythology as well too.
So that's like mountains with giant DNA, basically. It's incredible.
Were the Greek Titans considered giants? I don't remember.
I believe.
Yeah.
No,
They
I believe
were.
they are different
Are they
species.
different?
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or were
the
they just
giants.
like a different type of god? I don't really like.
No, I believe they were. I mean, if you want to go, if you want to take like the Nephilim, the OG giants or whatever into account, I believe it's something like you have the Nephilim, then the Titans, then the giants. I believe the Titans are more like lesser gods, if you will.
Yeah.
Especially
Well,
if you
the
look at the
Titans,
story
the
of
Titans would be the
Heracles.
most massive because the Titans were the ones who became the earth. We didn't have water before the Titans were dealt with. That's why we have oceans now. So their bodies became the earth. They were the biggest. The giants were the mixtures in between that energy. This is why you see in Greek mythology what Zeus did to his father Kronos. He was a Titan. He changed him. He changed his body in Tartarus. So if you look at Tartarus like Tartaria, you understand where we actually are in the lowest density. they're telling you exactly what transpired, but we're talking about the greatest aspects of ourselves being buried again in subconscious.
It's interesting because giants, like, it is used, good and bad. You would indeed say when someone is very giving, very charitable, that they have a big heart, like they are, I don't know, like this giant,
The gentle giant archetype.
Yeah, I mean, like the BGF, the big friendly giant, or BFG, I guess that is.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
But at the same time, it's interesting because the BFG is the only one of his kind. His brothers are, just absolute brutes. One more brutish than the other, I believe.
Yeah, there's like he's the big friendly giant, and he's the smallest of the giant, and then he is basically like protecting children from these kind of really scary looking giants, and they're a lot bigger than him.
Yeah,
and he's protecting this little girl, I think.
Yeah, and he had like 3 brothers, right? Like one bigger than the other, and the bigger they got, the more brutish they got. Like it's very typical how the big friendly giant being the smallest of the giants, still being a giant, but being the smallest of the giants, being the most friendly one. And then like kind of going back to the Fae, they are just these incredible loving and light beings and all, but are considered very small. So there's I don't know, there's something there. And then the Titans,
there's something like that, like you're
and then,
saying,
of course,
with Fae.
Jiminy Cricket, dude. Could you imagine having a Jiminy Cricket friend?
Oh my god!
Yo,
imagine a giant Jiminy Cricket.
Oh, say that again.
Imagine a giant Jiminy Cricket.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, and Kalel's Jack and the Beanstalk. These are legends for a reason, man. I believe the Titans, the Giants. I believe all this existed, and some of these things, like maybe Bigfoots and things, we kind of see remnants of them. They were depopulated, and I'm sure. And I love the idea of the waters, because you hear people talk about Pangea. Well, I mean, we were all on a Pangea. You just drain a little water out. All the lands are connected. Huge mountains in the depths of the ocean. So who knows what's going on? And we were talking about expanding of this realm and giant trees. Let's not forget that. There are tons of stories, even just in the 1800s. They said that like a squirrel could go from like California to New York, and never touch the ground. So there was a concerted effort in destroying these big trees in the 1800s, not including the ones that maybe if you go to some of the weird sites like I like to go to, and like are some of these mountains trees. Was there a plasma event? So even just without that, I mean, just in our recent times, man,
Devil's Tower, right?
Even in mainstream history, it's common knowledge here in the States, especially Appalachia, hack and slash all the trees, and that's in mainstream, So a lot of the stuff we see now is new growth. A 200-year-old tree here in the States is like a big deal. When you have 1,000-year-old trees and and then giant trees, and you have giants.
And that makes me think of dryads as well. Just imagine the spirits of giant trees. And like Sin was talking about Fae, obviously like in Ireland, they were called the She, weren't they? The shining ones. And they were actually meant to be like very tall, I believe. So.
Oh, elves?
I wonder. The She, like the Fae in Ireland. I wonder if that's I don't know Gaelic, but I believe that's how they pronounce it. I wonder if, when people were less distracted, they were maybe seeing more of these beings, or maybe they're our ancestors, who knows? I mean, actually, if you look at like that mix in Irish history slash there's a lot of a mix with the mythology and the history there, according to some anyway, so that's quite interesting.
We used to live on the land. We used to work the land. Like, you know, everybody's always saying like, oh, you know, I want my own farm and whatever. I mean, we used to have that, and if not, then, you know, like, we used to live on the land. We used to live a lot closer to these beings. We used to live in harmony with these beings because we were literally surrounded by them. I mean, that is where the stories of, you know, the Tomte, the Kabouter, comes from. You know, they come from the farms. They come from, you know, the countryside. I mean, if you look at the, you know, like even the names like pagan, Paganius, you know, people of the country, people living in the country, heathen, people of the heath, living on the heath, living in the countryside.
I think these beings are definitely still around. We just don't know how to talk to them anymore. I think that's kind of what's really happened. You think about the situation, just thinking about, you know, how culture, Western culture in particular, has evolved, that, you know, around the 1700s and the Industrial Revolution and the advent of science, we became a lot more skeptical in regards to our thoughts. You know, we just allocated them as superstitions and delusions because we wanted to get away from religion. But despite all of that, I think all those spirits we talk about, they're still there. It's just we don't, and they want to talk to us. That's the message I've gotten. It's like hey, we need to let you know we exist. You guys forgot about us.
Ted Kaczynski had a good point. That the Industrial Revolution has been really to our detriment. You know, putting us in soulless.
I think
it's like
as we evolved as a species, it's like we developed our intellect and we became a lot more sort of like, you know, intellectual and logical and calculating, but we did so in a way where we didn't allow spirituality to sort of like integrate and evolve alongside with that. We kind of just like put that to a side, and it just became all intellect and, you know, none of the other stuff. And I think that before that, it's like, if you look at like, you know, things like alchemy before it, you know, it became into chemistry, or how astrology became astronomy, we sort of separated that sort of spiritual dimension from science, because science was like, well, hey, we can just, you know, we can figure it out with these calculations. We don't need the spirituality stuff. And I think now a lot of that's kind of turned on its head, because I think that, you know, just in terms of understanding consciousness itself. And I think as we begin to understand consciousness more, and we can kind of go back to that sort of state of mind. But I don't think it's necessarily, I guess what I'm trying to point at is, I don't think that, you know, technology and the advent of science in and of itself has to be detrimental to spirituality. I think it's almost our lack of spirituality comes from a different place, mainly sort of our distrust and disposition towards the main sort of Judeo-Christian myth, and being dissatisfied, and, you know, seeing sort of socio-political problems arising from that. And so, you know, or like religion causing war. And it's like we really threw the baby out with the bathwater, essentially.
But can you just imagine if science would actually, you know, look more into spirituality, if science would, you know, again, become occulted, if you will.
I believe they do in Russia. For some reason, that's where I hear about that kind of thing coming from. Like,
that wouldn't surprise me at all. But like, just imagine if, you know, science would actually open their minds to, you know, religion or spirituality again. Imagine the progress we could make in such a short amount of time. Because I mean, Prankster, you're right. It is getting integrated more. You know, science and religion, it's not as big of a juxtaposition as it was, but still, like,
I think a good thing to point out too in regards to this discussion is that I don't think it's not science that is necessarily the antagonist of spirituality. It's materialism, which is a metaphysical belief that actually, if you really investigate it, has nothing to do with science, as just in terms of a method, in terms of using hypothesis, theory, evidence you don't necessarily need a truly materialistic epistemology to, figure out science. I think people like, Rupert Sheldrake and Dean Radin have proved that you can use science to discern, certain more extra extra dimensional phenomenon such as telepathy, clairvoyance, et cetera, et cetera.
It's
And I
too
think
much.
he even writes his book is, Science Set Free, and how science is being held back by a lot of these materialist dogmas, like assuming that nature is mechanical and devoid of purpose, that, the mind is confined to the brain. That's another big point.
Yeah.
And that another one is that the laws are eternal, rather than his idea that the laws of nature are more like deeply ingrained habits. Because if you think about the idea of there being a law of nature, that's really more of a religious idea than it is a scientific one. Because why is it a law? Why is it not a habit? That's the thing I think we have to kind of recognize too. Because I think sometimes people, unfortunately, in the spiritual path, when they find that there's God, they completely disavow science. They just become totally unscientific. I think that's the wrong way to do it. I think that science and spirituality can work together, if there's enough feedback between these two lines of thinking and being.
Well, there's a conscious agenda with that, though, isn't there? Because when it comes to, and we can't put, obviously Sheldrake's thrown out mainstream science, unfortunately, and people who studies these things, tend to get put down in the media and in the mainstream. But I think the agenda is really just, I'm not saying all scientists, for example, one of my uncles is a scientist, but there's this agenda where it's we at the top of science, who are, let's say, maybe in secret societies, tell the world we are materialists, we live in a materialist way, there's only this, when behind closed doors, those people are not materialists. They're spoon feeding us materialism, but they are lying through their little teeth because they love their ceremonies and all sorts of things. So anyone who's kind of, not anyone, but many who are right at the top, of course, propagating these mainstream ideas of materialism, are not practicing materialists, in my personal opinion, behind closed doors. So actually, it's kind of trying to upend society while keeping those treasures, or perhaps inverted treasures, given the way they use them for themselves, like this for you, but not for me. But we have this facade, so they aren't actually true materialists. That's just my personal opinion.
No, you're absolutely right. What goes on behind closed doors is very different than what they show the public. But there's there's a lot of power to be had. There's a lot of power to be gained with those rituals. And if you're in those secret societies, although what is really a secret society, because what we know now, the Freemasons, or the Illuminati, or whatever, the Rosicrucians, they're not secret societies anymore. I mean, maybe they used to be, but we know about them, so they're no longer secret. They're the groups that we're supposed to focus on, so that the actual secret societies can kind of point to them like they're the bad guys. Get them, not us. They're the bad guys. But they know damn well how much power there is to be had and to be gained in it, and it's that power that they want to keep to themselves, because they can make that huge progress, and they know what they're doing to us and to the planet and whatever, and they know that they can basically spiral us into eternal damnation. So if through their occulted science, they can escape it, or I don't know, like live forever through like the use of a homunculus or whatever, of course they would, because you have the elites and you have the plebs, and we're the plebs, and they tell us however much they think that we need to know, but not enough that we can actually empower ourselves, because that would be a danger to them. Then we can, like, if we would know what they know, we would realize that we don't need those people that we have placed at the top. It's not like they are at the top. We have placed them there. But
yeah,
we
I'm
don't.
sure they are using that science that you were talking about as well, that mix, and Cosmic was saying too, that mix between science rather and spirituality, like I doubt that they've really torn those two apart. It's just been it's more fracturing for the mind to confuse people about what and who they really are and the true nature of reality, I would say.
I mean, if you keep the ordinary man in the dark, then they can hold on to the light.
Personally, I've been thinking about the philosopher René Descartes and his role in basically kind of snowballing the whole materialism kind of perspective. Because it's interesting, because Descartes was not a materialist. He was a dualist Christian. But what he did, I think, really kind of like, not only just in terms of our perception of the world. So he was a dualist, and his idea was that, you think of the old animistic idea that, there's, spirits, nature has a sort of spirit, but Descartes was like, it's like, oh, I have these thoughts, I have this intellect, my intellect transcends this body, the consciousness, there's a dualism, I am this conscious soul being, and my body is purely just this kind of mechanical, device. Like, Descartes was he was messed up. Like, he tortured live animals, and he's like, oh, well, they're just machines, so all that screaming, it doesn't mean anything. So you can see kind of like what kind of character this person was. But as history sort of evolved, it's like, we still, even if you're a materialist, they still kind of subconsciously have that kind of dualistic framework. That's why, you think about like Richard Dawkins saying like, your mind is you are your brain. You are literally nothing more than your brain. That all started from Descartes. If you really think about that whole dualist idea, he thought he was strengthening the argument for God, but it turned out to completely backfire as if you look to the course of history. And because that's something I've been thinking about, like, especially with technology and like, media, and how that's, we're so focused on our brains and ontologically identifying as our brains. We never see ourselves as like all the mind and body as all one sort of process. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons why materialism exists, because we've suddenly disconnected from our bodies in a spiritual sense by taking on this belief that our soul is this thing that's purely separate from nature. I guess actually, if you think about it, that goes back to the Gnostics as well, who thought of themselves as being, which maybe that's where a lot of this line of bad thinking started as well.
The body is evil.
So I think it's just, I think that and things like that, it's just sort of, that's created the sort of the cultural sort of like landscape where that is allowed to that belief like materialism is allowed to proliferate. And I think it's ironic that it started from something trying to basically go in the complete opposite direction.
I should look more into philosophy and philosophers and all. I
actually really don't know much about philosophy either. I only know like a few important ones, because most of it's pretty boring and dry. It's like philosophy is basically like occultism without the cool colors and symbols. It's like colorless occultism in a way, or mysticism.
So very bland.
You think of inversion, like the tree of death instead of the tree of life. Thinking of like the Kabbalah or whatever, or like a mirror world or something like that.
Yeah, the clip off, the tree of death. There's where it's all based on where you start with Kether, where the original tree of life, it's all about things emanating from unity, whereas the clip off the tree is how everything emanates from duality and how it's all corrupted. And
Yeah, and if it's mirror world, then it's kind of like portals in a way, right? Like the physical is going into the non-material, and the non-material is going to the physical, and it's the I can never say this properly, or Ouroboros, or the Taurus field as well. It's kind of a bit like that, but then it's like people wearing blinkers so they can't. Maybe they can see a lot of this part of the mirror and not this other part of the mirror, or this dimensional portal and not the other so much. Like choosing to wear blinkers because of whatever conditioning, I suppose.
I mean, mirrors are a. Sorry, Galo, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to. Well, actually, I want to just add on really, really quickly, but it's going to tie into what you were just saying because you said mirrors. If you remember the picture Ronan had earlier of that tower, right? That's what it looks like when we talk about the Kabbalah and we talk about the two trees. Like one is there, one is physical, right? And one is perfectly there as well, but it is a reflection. So when you look at the idea of Kether being the first emanation, then there's Bina and Chokma, and then it folds down, and then it folds down again, and then it folds down again. So we're talking about an afterthought of a Xerox copy. This is why you'll hear people say, oh, you've never really smelled a rose. You've never really had a friend. You've never really experienced love, because we're talking about a mirroring. And we're talking about coming from source. We're talking about the whole idea of an idea being stretched across time, and we call it a lifetime. And it turns into answering one question, but it's so complex through the lens of time. So if that helps.
No, that's a great one. I mean, mirrors are, very often used. They're used in a lot of things. I mean, was part of a paranormal group, paranormal investigations and all. And I know that mirrors are used in there as well. You'd have two mirrors opposite each other, and one, like maybe like a small light or something like a candle in between them, and it's through the reflections, the ever tunneling reflections. Killa, as you put it so amazingly, the reflection of a reflection of a reflection, etc. That you can see beings. That you can see beings in there that mirrors, because if you put them opposite each other, create this kind of tunnel effect that they would act as some sort of a portal through which a being can come through, or at least present itself. But I mean,
So how? This is more of a question, because I mean, Khalil, he always sparks such amazing. He's very thought provoking. Can someone maybe break down the looking glass for me, because I find that ties in to this mirage reflection. This kind of this perspective, and the looking glass is. I know there's levels to it, but I'd love to hear
what do you mean by the looking glass? Like,
well, hold on, man. Hold on, man. I'm trying to build with y'all, but I need take me a moment to get going, man. Just whatever you guys think about the looking glass. I'm here to
do you mean the looking glass technology, or the looking glasses in scrying?
Both. I was both.
What's the technology? Is it like a monoscope?
Well, I can't say that I've seen one, like the technology piece of it. I've only heard about it, and I followed it about, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. There was quite a lot of information about it. But the looking glass is a recreation technologically of the ability to scry. This is how the SS's crew, Hitler and them, got hold of this technology to build all this, the knowledge to build all the technology that they built, the rockets, atom bomb technology. They believed that they were scrying in quartz crystal balls beings, and they were from this able to make a connection with these beings, and they were able to transmit information through this that they were able to build technology with. So that's the scrying element of it. The same is for John Dee and his mate who created the Enochian magical system with a crystal ball. And so if you've got a crystal ball, you see, crystal is interesting because it's piezoelectric. So because it's piezoelectric, when you touch it, it generates electric charge. Now, if you touch it with your thoughts, it generates electric charge. If you touch it with your vision and your eyes, it generates electric charge. Because you actually radiate light through your eyes. We don't realize we do it, but there is internal mechanisms in the brain that generates light. And there might be a very small, imperceptible amount of light generated through the eyes, actually bouncing out through the eyes, but they are very much bouncing out through the eyes as well. So to look at a quartz is to generate an electric field onto the quartz, to generate a piezoelectric reaction, which means that that electric field will then be resonating back at you, which means you've got the aspect of that two tunnels that you were mentioning, Stein, created by the principles of electricity. And so you can use a crystal to scry, to look at it, and the feedback loop between you and it creates the third paradigm, where you can actually use that to slide a crack open between the etheric and the physical. And if you're adept, you can slide that crack right through the astral as well and be able to look at other beings that aren't in the physical, obviously, or not obviously in the physical. They might be in the physical to some extent, but they're essentially in the etheric or the astrals. And so it also induces a state of trance in a state, because this is opening, that deeper levels of consciousness are moving through one's being. So that's scrying for you. You sort of go off into a kind of a dreamy state, because you allow your mind to get into that dreamy state. But you're dreaming while you're awake. And then you use the crystal to project the dream onto, if that makes sense. And the crystal actually projects the dream back into you more powerfully, so that you get more into the dreamy state. So it's like a lens that increases, sort of like a magnifying glass with the sun, will make the sun's rays become more focused. The crystal will make the dream state that you're experiencing become more focused. And obviously you can dream with your eyes open while you're awake. That's what scrying is. Now, the looking glass technology has got to do with using, I believe, it must be quantum computing. That's what my logical brain tells me it should be. Because quantum computing is not happening in the physical realm. Quantum computers are generating electromagnetic fields that are operating like lenses, and they're not operating in the physical realm, but in the multiverse. So the calculations are being done somewhere else, not here. And in the process of calculations being done somewhere else, that creates a polarizing lens effect, where one is able to gain information from the etheric and the astral realms directly. Now, I'm guessing that it's quantum computing, but that's just what my common sense tells me. Like, I could be wrong. But from the research that I had that time, and by looking at where computers have gone and getting a basic understanding of how quantum computers work, it blew my mind. I was like, that's how they did the bloody looking glass technology. It's obvious, because these computers can literally, I mean, you can literally write matter with these computers to a certain extent. If you get a powerful enough computer, it should be able to change matter. I mean, it's a mind-bending concept. So the fact that you are computing using no parts, it's all happening in the electromagnetic field. So the information is being carried throughout the electromagnetic field, and that's where the computing is happening. And this entire physical reality is nothing but electromagnetic fields. So you're literally computing in the substance of reality. You're using reality's own turning wheels to do math, which is like a crazy concept. But that could be engineered in such a way as to create an image of what is not physical yet. You see, we live 2 to 4 seconds in the past. So quantum computing would be happening in real time. So for a start, they're getting 2 to 4 seconds ahead of us in terms of our senses, information. But it's not just that. They're actually going into the subquantum space where time doesn't exist. So they're able to do the calculations where time doesn't exist, which is why those computers are so incredibly fast, which is a mind-bending concept. If you think about it, it's just so, whoa. So they're using computers to transcend time. And in the process of transcending time in this matter, they get ideas of time. And this is my small-minded concept of what it could be. Because there's not many things that it should be. And I'm sure that the CERN experimentation is what's set this up. Now, when I speak of CERN, I'm talking about what I was talking about in school in in 1990, when I told people about the collider that was in Switzerland. And if you go and look up when CERN was built, it was built much later. But I was in school talking about this in 1990, telling them that they had a collider in Switzerland that was basically doing this kind of math experiments. So I knew about it then. It was obviously, I was told by the teachers it was conspiracy theory and everything. But coincidence, 10 years later, there's CERN. And it's in Switzerland. I mean, come on. You don't get there's so many coincidences that just happen to be built later and happen to be built in Switzerland. So I believe that they were doing this kind of computing a long time ago, and they probably had one before they had the original prototype of what became CERN in Switzerland. So I would imagine they were doing this kind of math since the 30s and the 40s, maybe before. So I think that quantum computers are not new. I think quantum computing has been happening for a long time, and I think that's possibly the source of the looking.
And who's to say that the quantum fields that are around us don't already have an effect on the technology we use? That's all.
Well, if they are able to, see in the past and see into the future, even if it's just, those few seconds, a lot can happen in a matter of seconds. So if you can even just predict the future by mere seconds, so you can see like, a human reaction, like how we would react before we actually react. You can do a lot with that in sense of control, control over someone, control over the minds. I believe it is said that the Vatican has a device like that. It could possibly even, allow for time travel. If you can see into the past, then there has to be a way to, to go there as well. So let's say, that is possible, that they can see a couple seconds in the future, they can see how we react to a certain thing. Then, by the time they come back, those seconds would have passed. But if you can go back with the knowledge of how we would react, you can alter what you are doing and just, keep repeating those few seconds, let's say those 10 seconds, until you get the desired outcome. Because mankind, we're predictable. We are predictable. I mean, I'm not going to say all of us, but many of us are predictable. You can predict how someone is going to react to a certain thing. You know, if you say something bad, people are gonna get mad. If you praise someone, they're gonna feel good. It's just, human nature is quite predictable. So if you can steer human nature, if you can alter human nature, even just in the span of those few seconds, it has major complications. It has major consequences, and I do believe that it would be possible in some way. And hey, maybe that's where the Mandela effect comes from. That it is, our timeline being slightly altered, or just like because of the altering that we jumped a timeline, because in the original timeline the alteration wasn't
The
supposed to
computers
happen.
are glitching reality.
Yeah, like in the original timeline the alteration wasn't supposed to happen, but because it did happen, we switched onto another timeline. You can go.
And the crazy thing
which
too is
way.
if you did switch a timeline, there would be no way of knowing you switched a timeline.
Exactly, because it just continues, just on a different path. But how would you know?
Exactly.
Unless you're the one creating the splits, unless you're the one who's doing the altering, who's making the alterations.
I'd love to welcome Lewy. Welcome, Lewy. Lovely
Hello,
and an honor to
Lewy.
have you here to join us with the rest of the crew. Lewy is a natural guy. He's a shamanically inspired woodsman. He works with the mushrooms and the various different plant medicines, the fungi, the mushrooms, especially. Obviously, this is a very big connection with the Fae, actually, the mushroom and the fungi. These kingdoms of life are very closely connected, which is why so many of the mushroom and the fungi have got psychedelic effects. So we can see the Fae, literally. So without further ado, I'd love to welcome brother Lewy. Do please introduce yourself and welcome. And I'm happy you got to join us.
It's like you're reading the mind of all, and my mind altogether. So, it's you guys are flowing beautifully here. I was even reluctant to step in because this conversation has been so incredible. But I just wanted to bring in exactly what you're saying here. The natural. I jam and I dig with everything that is being said here. I just want to bring in another possible natural approach, and some of my own personal experience. And that's, if we're going to talk about quantum computing and we're going to go back in history, then we have to be looking at the mycelium, the underground. This underground network that we can currently see is entangled with the current life that we see everywhere around us. But if we know this below effect, this it's also as within, so without. So we have this scale invariance, fractality happening everywhere. And if the mycelium is some of the oldest life that we can see here on the planet, if it was some of the first proto forms crawling over the planet, creating different shapes, these shapes eventually come together, they have different relationships together, and add Chronos, add a bit of time, and you get to what, Franklin, you were mentioning before, however many billion, trillion organisms together in these one beings that we call ourselves. And I went in, when I first started really deep diving into the bush myself and doing these long hikes and immersing myself, I went in it with a very analytical Western mindset of trying to learn and interact with things, and completely open to all of these experiences with the Fae, the giants, the elves, everything, dwarves. Come on, if you're here, come. I want to convene with you. Let's hang out. And at first, I wasn't finding them, but I was finding little hints, and it was always around these elements. It was always around water and stone, and then sometimes where there's fire, you have these little, sometimes you can find where lightning hits, and you're all of a sudden in the bush, there's this disturbance that you come across. So as I was convening with nature, as I would go in there, the convening turned into communion. I started bringing the nature back with me and then consuming it. So then I went into, okay, well, can I drink this mushroom? I can. Can I eat this? I can. And I'm not talking about the psychedelic ones. I'm talking about whatever ones that seem safe, that when I did my research seemed safe to take. And that's where the Western analytical side was of value. But I was almost disappointed, thinking everybody's always talking about these spirits everywhere. Why am I not connecting with them? Then, if you are what you eat, then as I was, after a bit of time, as I was going back into the bush, I started seeing, oh wait, there's a fairy out of the corner of my eye. Oh, that's a mushroom. Oh, that's the lion's mane mushroom. Oh, beautiful. Oh, hey, look at this amazing form. You weren't here yesterday. Now you're here today. You may be gone soon. Oh, look at that big boy over there. There's a giant. There's your big tree on the tree. Oh, look at the little elves. You got your little psychedelic ones that were coming up. Will-o'-the-wisps. All these words that I'd heard over all these my time of this research, I started seeing in other forms in the woods, and I started thinking, okay, well, what were these old names for these? What did we call them? And we didn't have. They don't have names. They just kind of give fungi these standard names. So I started thinking, where is this information? How come we have names for all these herbs, for all these trees, for everything else, but we don't have names for these mysterious entities that pop up out of nowhere that we can consume, that give us godly powers in a way, that make us live long, that give us health, vitality, that allow us to take a psychedelic. And we're not mixing like some of the other psychedelics. You do not have to mix these. You just forward pick it and either dry it or consume it the way it is. So you can consume one of these and in your mind become a giant all of a sudden, and in your soul become extremely small and face the ego. You can consume these and all of a sudden you're facing your demons. These entities are coming out with you. You're in pure bliss. So I started to understand, wait a second, maybe there is something more to these things, and this is the lost language that is not around. And a key part of this that I think, this is my own experience, that I feel is you have to immerse yourself. Part of this isn't just, I can't just give this to you and say, hey, take it yourself, because that's only a part of it. The other part of it is when you're in the forest. Now the light is touching your skin. Now your own eyes are projecting your own light back upon the environment around you, and you're in a relationship with everything. And I think that is when the nature, that is when your spirit will start to really, really arise. And I started consuming, especially a mushroom called chaga, which grows on birch trees. It is a very high source of melanin. And Descartes was mentioned earlier, talking about the pineal, and he was looking for the seat of the soul, looking at the pineal. And I think there's also something to the wide effect that these fungi can have, that they have such a wide bouquet of gifts, of minerals, of gifts in there that we can then interact within our body, and then it just launches us to this next level, especially in the pineal, which is something that we don't have many medicines for today. So slowly I started understanding the picture a little bit better. I'm definitely not there, but this whole underworld trope that was always around of the evil and what it's about, and how these messiahs and different things are always sent down the water. Well, when I think of a looking glass, it's water. Again, I'm always trying to look at the most natural, simplest thing I can before I go to their crazy tech, and I think it's water. It's water, it's moisture. That's the life giver. And when you combine the life giver, water, moisture, with the eternity, which is light, then you get us, you get where we're at now. And we just got to keep alchemizing all this knowledge the best we can and passing it on everywhere we can. And I'm going to keep running my missions into the forest and coming back with whatever knowledge I can to everyone here. So much love, much love. Pleasure to be with Rama and Stein and Cosmic for the first time here. Love, much love, much love.
Hello. So I know you mentioned just now the idea of seeing entities out of the corner of your eye. Like, I kind of wanted to bring into discussion, because I have kind of my own sort of theory on that, in that when you look in your physical vision, you see the physical world, and in your mind's eye, you see stuff in your mind's eye. To me, what I've kind of realized is that when you're looking at things from the very edge of your peripheral, it's a space and vision where your physical vision and your third eye actually overlap. and that's why you're able to see entities from that specific part of your eyes. That's my theory. I wonder what your guys' take on that concept.
Well, let me I love that, Cosmic. Thanks, man.
No problem.
I think there's a lot of overlapping going on, and not even just in a two-dimensional way. And if you think about it in a more of a torus type field way, it's these ripples interacting with each other. With that overlapping thing that you mentioned, I always like to look at ripples and throw a bunch of stones in a pond and watch them interact. I find that is a great lesson. But Lewy, what's up, brother? Good to see you and hear from you, man. You mentioned something, and Khalil mentioned something about roses, and it made me think of, well, one, stop and smell the roses. And a rose by any other name is still yet a rose. But also when I think of the Matrix movie, and the one guy who is meeting with the agent and is like, I'm eating this steak and I know it's, part of the sim or whatever. But it's still good, so whether it's you're smelling the rose or not, it's still good to stop and do that. And Lewy, I know I do the same thing when I go out to a forest and hikes and camp. I always try to introduce myself to the forest in the beginning, because I can feel different vibes from the forest. I can feel if they're old or young, mischievous. The last time I went on a trip, if you will, I was camping, and this was a very mischievous, mystical forest. And one of my friends with me, he was having a hard time. And when you give them a little bit of vulnerability, if you will, they will play with you, and it cannot be a good experience. For me, I don't battle it. I don't want to go into too much detail. I think you guys get it if you've been on some of these journeys, but you could definitely feel the vibe in different forests. And the time, that looking glass thing, Franklin, man, thank you very much. Because I also think of the Philadelphia experiment that gets into things like free will, that gets into things of the spirit. If we always hear about people, you agreed to be here, right? And so that means you agreed to death. So death is already built into the thing before you even got here. So that's part of it as well. And every decision you make is I like the quantum computer thing about the looking glass and the technology, and where you can almost compute, like, if I go down this way, what's that butterfly effect gonna look like? If I go down this way, it's kind of a cheat. They're kind of cheating, dude. Like, come on, man, you're cheating, dude. Just go and see what happens, man. And enjoy things. And I just want to add all this. I love this convo, and it's not all serious, man. I'm here to eat the steak and smell the roses too. I want to enjoy this time in this game, and I have no fear. I'm enjoying the game. I see Franklin is wanting to rock, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's just a little string of consciousness there, man.
I love it, brother. I love it. I love your energy. That's the key thing, man. You bring such a beautiful energy to this. And when Cosmic was explaining out of the side of your eye, out of the corner of your eye, I was thinking, you're right. It's that my own self projecting, connecting with the overall self, showing me where to go. I don't have to look for these things. They show me, but it's these flashes out of the side, out of the spots, the liminal, are where our intuition lies. And as you start to follow that, it seems to, it does lead you to where you have to go. And maybe because I'm out there with an intention of looking specifically for medicines that are going to heal, if I was like a Bigfoot hunter or something strictly, but looking for it with a good intention, maybe those flashes out of my side that I would be seeing would be leading me to what I'm looking for, as opposed to the fungi.
I think that's a very interesting point, the looking out of the side of the eyes and the way that changes the perception. Although, here's the thing, that we can train ourselves to see it through the center of our eyes as well. It's I've actually given some talks on this in amidst the BushWhisperer series. learning to see etheric vision, learning to watch the ethers. So I think control is a big part of it. You see, we project onto our perception. The thalamus is basically recoding all the information that comes from sight, hearing, taste, and touch, and thought. So all of those senses are being coded and recoded by the thalamus. The information comes through the thalamus, gets recoded, put into a completely new set of code before it gets sent into the cerebral cortex to be perceived and understood in the nature of creating reality. So we filter our reality. But here is the thing. There is this neurological process where the brain is trying not to waste its resource. So it doesn't filter everything. It only filters what needs to be filtered. And what needs to be filtered is what's right in front of you. The periphery, it doesn't spend too much time filtering the periphery. So the periphery can be seen very easily as well. As Cosmic was pointing out, it's the same sort of idea. But it comes down to the thalamus. And so when we train ourselves to cause the thalamus to just be at a state of rest, because the thalamus has got the pineal gland poking out of it. In the same way that the hypothalamus has got the pituitary gland poking out of it. And in the same way that the hypothalamus is the center of moods and your emotional movements through the consciousness field expressed, the hypothalamus is the movement of moods and emotions expressed through the consciousness field. The thalamus is the movement of thoughts through the consciousness field, and the pineal is the controlling factor that generates the hormones necessary for this process to be active. So in this way, when we put the pineal gland at rest, then the thalamus goes to rest, and it doesn't have to filter reality so extensively. And this filtration process of reality slows down our perception of reality. And so the less reality is filtered, the faster we experience reality, the closer to real time we are. In other words, we could be 2 seconds in the past or 4 seconds in the past, depending on how enlightened we are. Most of us are more like 4 seconds, but we could be as much as 2 seconds or less. But then in order for this to happen, the thalamus must be doing much less filtration work. So when we enter into a deep state of meditation, the pineal finds rest because we're allowing our thoughts to become like resting water. And when the thoughts become like resting water, the thalamus relaxes. And when the thalamus relaxes, the filtration process relaxes, and we're able to get a glimpse of the great reality. This is why meditation produces the altered states of consciousness whereby we can experience these things. And deep states of meditation will produce deep states of awareness because of this exact phenomenon. So when we train our minds to transcend the habitual patterns and repatterning of the thalamus upon the substance of the information that is gained directly from the sensory apparatus, we are able to experience reality in its more natural and organic form. And this is to perceive these beings. So when I was young, when I was a child, I realized that the ambidexterity was very important. So I made a point of ambidexterity becoming my natural phase. And in the training of the left and right hands, respectively, and the thalamus and hypothalamus, because we become dominant with certain hands by the thalamus and the hypothalamus. You could say that the right hand should normally be expressive of the thalamus. The left hand should normally be expressive of the hypothalamus. In the same way that the front of the body should be related more to the thalamus, the same way that the back should be related more to the hypothalamus, which is an interesting concept. And sorry, have I got that the wrong way around? The right is the hypothalamus and the left is the thalamus. My mistake. They're inverted, remember? It gets confusing. But and front and back work in the same way. So we've got these 4 different quad effects working through these 2 glands. And so training the ambidexterity causes the brain, the thalamus and the hypothalamus to become even keel. And that means that the thalamus is no longer dominant, because in most of us, the thalamus reactions are completely dominant because they have trained us in school to be critical. And criticism is an action of the pineal gland, which overstimulates the thalamus, which causes the thalamus to do more than what it needs to do in the process of filtering reality. And so we become critical of our realities. And in the process of becoming critical of our realities, we sculpt our realities and overfilter it, producing what we expect. And so reality becomes an expectation. And what we don't expect, we filter out. So there's also which is going on too. And so by entering into a point of mind where we don't allow the filtration process to happen, because we force our brain to be in a state of rest, we can use the front of our visual cortex area to see these things too. And that's when we start to see auras. Normally, most people will see auras out of the corner of their eyes, but they'll doubt that they saw an aura. They'll look at the plant and did I see a band of color? I don't know. But then you can train it so that you can look right at the plant and see the band of color without having to, think about it. So, and when you're training that, you start to see those things that fly around and all the other little creatures that are a part of the structure of reality. They call them different kinds of fairies and things, but they're all part of the same reality structure, I believe. So I think there's a big thing to do with the way in which we've learned to use our brains in school. And I think school is a part of the problem, personally.
To hand movements in martial arts and say Tai Chi or Qigong or whatever, or mudras, because you're mentioning left and right hands, Franklin, does that sort of come into this kind of training to perceive in this way?
It could be. I mean, there are certain mudras that we do, but they're not normally generated for perception. It's more body mudras. So the whole body becomes a mudra, a stance.
So like asanas, or if I'm saying that correctly.
It's more like an asana, but a little bit different to an asana because it's more active. So, but it's a similar. I mean, a mudra is a micro asana. And so you get postures for the hands, different striking postures. So there are certain forms that your hands would hold, because when you align all the fingers straight, it causes all the nadis to become clear and all the energy to flow in a straight line so that you can channel your ki more effectively. So there is, I suppose, and I think the Taoist Chinese systems have more focus on the mudra, and possibly the Kalaripayatist systems would too. Yeah, Adam teaches that. You know Adam. He might be in the UK at some point. You might see him around at a festival. Talk to him.
I'm trying to think if I've met Adam. I know you've talked about him a lot. I think maybe I met him like once or something. I'm not sure.
If he hits on you, tell him to stop.
I think I know who you're talking about. You've mentioned him before. Yeah.
So who what else is there that you guys want to add? Because I see we've clocked 6 hours and 10 minutes. So
We
start
should
wrapping it
say
up
something to
sometime.
Stein because I think he has to leave.
Yeah, I'm tapping out. It's been a long day. Not used to this anymore, but I am very, very happy that I actually had a day off so I could come on again, because the roundtable is like my favorite part of the weekend. So yeah, Franklin, thank you very much for sending me the invites. It's been absolutely amazing once again, once more, as always. Really, thank you all for these like amazing ideas and amazing talks. It's always, just coming together with a bunch of great minds like like yourself is always so awesome, so amazing. Gives me new insights as well. So yeah, thank you all. Check out the tribe, check out the websites, www.greyonpagans.com. I don't know, buy some merch, buy my book, be nice, don't get in too much trouble. I'm talking to you, Ronan. Nah, it's been great, guys, and I'll send Firefay your regards, and until next time, I do believe I can be here again next week. So
peace, Stein.
Good to see you.
So much love, brother.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, and much love to Firefay as well.
Yes,
Blessings,
To
brother.
both of you. Om Shanti, and thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring us.
Thank you
And
for hosting.
till next time.
Until next
Hopefully
time.
you'll be here.
And don't be safe. Be dangerous.
Yeah, like making yourself a girlfriend.
Well, hey, Kalel threw some. I was looking for the proper recipe, and then Kalel told me Shakira was a dude, so that kind of now I got to put that project on the back burner.
I think he was messing with you, man.
I got to put that.
I'm pretty sure Shakira.
Nah,
I'm pretty sure
nah,
Shakira
nah.
is a woman.
No, those tips are lying. Trust and believe.
Okay, those tips are lying. So that project is on hold for now, and I need to go do some self introspection. It's going to be uncomfortable, but yeah.
Did you say you're going? Did I miss that?
You don't want to know what he's doing. He's getting into trouble. That's what he's doing. He's. I wanted to weave something. You mentioned you mentioned the brain, and this is what I was thinking of earlier when you were speaking about the angels. The two wings would be your two hemispheres in your brain, and these who, like, maybe back then the 72 that they were coming up with were these 72 different thought form states that they'd identified in a way. And I learned something incredible yesterday, and I'm still trying to process it, and I don't even know how this is going to come out. But even though the brain looks aesthetically identical, if left to right, there is a difference in the right side is heavier or has more mass. That's just what I read. I don't want to use the word, this proper terminology. So it said it had more mass, and there was just a slight difference in the right and the left, which they think could be a key component to our higher thinking, our higher consciousness. But Michael Persinger was a Canadian scientist, and he did some incredible work on the mind, and he did a lot of really interesting studies. Passed away, unfortunately. But one of the ones I was reading yesterday is that the same first three harmonics in our brain, the alpha state at 8 hertz, then it goes up by 6 after that. So the 8 hertz, then the 14, and then the 20, these first 3 states, they found identical as the first 3 harmonics in the Schumann resonance. So there literally seems to be this as above, so below going on with the first 3 harmonics of the brain. And the way I think it goes up, the reason why it goes up by the 6 is there was the frontal lobe, I think, operates at a 6 hertz, and the corpus callosum and some other stuff in the rear was operating at a 3 hertz. So there's even this, it's the tension that's the 3 and the 6 going on in the front and the back, and that because the back is almost doubling certain times and creating these different chords, it's music essentially. That's what we're talking about here. It causes this ascension essentially by 6 hertz, 6 hertz, 6 hertz. And the fact that it was a mistake, apparently, the story is that it was a mistake, is that the guy who was working on the Schumann resonance read this same, wait a second, 8 hertz, 1420. This is the exact same. He read it in the back of a scientific journal and put it together. But to me, I think that I got to look into this a bit more, because that shows that there really is a direct connection between the above and the way our brain can function. And then that brings in, what are the stars up there? What are we looking at, the planets, and what we're talking about, how that affects us when we're looking at it exactly, Franklin. When you're looking at the stars and you're taking them in with your eyes, what kind of brain state is that putting in our mind, or what kind of resonance?
Also, I just wanted to kind of add to what you're saying there, Lewy.
Yeah.
That I just lost my train of thought. That these brain states that you're talking about, it's almost like it lends credence to the sort of the hypothesis of the brain as the antenna theory, where it's like when you're sort of like your brain is sort of like channeling yourself. And I'm thinking when you're talking about the sort of the Schumann resonance, it's almost like your brain is working like an actual like radio device, where it's literally turning frequencies to get into a different channel or perception of awareness. And so
exactly.
Yeah, that connection's kind of interesting. I've always been interested in this sort of the ontological relationship between, the brain and consciousness, because I think, we're all kind of in the more spiritual mindset here. So we tend to not think that we are nothing but our brains. But obviously the brain does have some facilitatory role in terms of how, we perceive reality around us. But I wonder how important actually is the brain in terms of facilitating consciousness. One thing that I've always found fascinating about the ancient Egyptians, for example, is that they would, when they preserved a mummy, they would put all the organs into separate little jars. There'd be a jar for the heart, one for the liver, one for the lungs, one for the intestines, etc. But they didn't have a jar for the brain. And I've always been curious about why that is, because for some reason they didn't think the brain was important.
The first thing they took out was the brain, and they threw it away because it was worthless, because it was a representation of the matrix that you are in here. So remember, the Egyptians were obsessed with death. All they focused on was death. Now, they had many great, wonderful self-realizations as far as the culture goes, as far as innovations, and people tend to get stuck on that and kind of shy away from the primary fact that they focused on death and how to get out of this matrix and not come back, not return to it. This is why they have a Book of the Dead, which is a book for us, the living. It's not talking about those who are physically deceased to us. It's talking about us, who we think we're living and breathing and walking and doing all of these things.
Khalil, destroy the Matrix or save it?
Do you think you can really kill your mother?
But that is an interesting point that you point out about how they weren't too fascinated with the brain at all. And the spirit, even the consciousness of spirits, is conducted through the heart. So the brain is sort of, I think the brain is the physical instrument. I think the other organs are not just physical instruments. I think they are like beings that are existing on other planes of existence. And when we get to the brain is existing on this plane of existence, which is almost counterintuitive. It's almost upside down. It's almost inverted as a concept. Because the only thing the brain does is it coordinates the flow of electricity, right? It's an electrical terminus.
So does
That's
that
what the
have
brain is.
spirit or soul in the brain? Like if all matter has life? Just curious how you see that, Franklin.
I think it carries all the energies of the organs, of the spiritual soul essences of the organs, and it's like a terminus.
It has
Your
that
electrical
connection with
impulses go there.
the spine, with the nervous system.
Look at a brain and look at the endocrine system and all the nerves attached to it, and then look at a sperm cell, right? They're essentially the one and the same thing. So we're talking about a spark that was given to an egg and then became it, that was chosen by it, and then turned into this physical biochemical suit, right? This space suit. So it was the first thing discarded because it didn't even exist. It never happened, right? Remember, the Egyptians also gave us the 42 negative confessions, right? There was actually more than that, but those are the ones that we focus on because 42 is the answer to everything. And we know what that means as far as the Kabbalah and the paths go, right? So I have not done this. I have not done that. You were never here. Right. So the brain holds no, to even acknowledge the brain would be a way to come back here because we're talking about attachment.
So Kalel, those first three numbers that I mentioned, 8, 14, and 20, add up to 42. Which I was like, is that the answer they're talking about? And I'm thinking about the channel. The channel, it's the sperm swims up the channel, and it's always a temporary. It's just a temporary vessel we use. It's where it's water based, and we sail through channels to get from point A to point B. So it just ties in with the same thing we're speaking about. That the brain is just this, our channel system essentially, or to bring these messages forward through us.
Exactly. It doesn't. You'll hear me repeat this often. It's not going to look how we think. If you look at the birth process, and then you look at the idea of salmon swimming upstream, and some of them being eaten by a bear, right? This is the birth process, right? Like we reflect in every single way in this realm. We are essentially living inside of our own mind. And we think that we're separated, but we're not. This is all one thing. The fact of it boils down to how much we're truly aware of. And there again is this idea of consciousness. What are we truly conscious of? There is no right or wrong answer.
I think it also, when you're talking about like things kind of like coming to birth, I've noticed that there's also a parallel with, how religion and myths come into the world. Because you think about the religions and myths that become popular versus the ones that don't. It's almost like each of these religions are like different sperm cell trying to inseminate into the egg that is the human collective consciousness. And then it accepts some and rejects others. So that idea reflects into that dimension as well. Just wanted to point that out.
Well, we have to ask the question, what is popular? What is the limelight? Who truly wills it? Are we talking about something that is a cult classic and perhaps underground? There's different levels to it. So it ultimately boils down to what we choose to pay attention to. But then there's another level to it. What are we drawn to that we have absolutely no logic to comprehend? Why am I drawn to Japan?
Exactly.
Why do I like short women? All of these different things that make up who you think you are. But this is your previous life shining through who you are now. Now you don't consciously remember it, because if you consciously remember it, there would be no point to reincarnation. Right? Like, you're asking a very specific question. This is the whole point of your life. You asked a question and you're living it out in order to answer it. It's really that simple, but it's that complex at the same time. So religion is just a mirror of that, right? It's a culture of that. If you look at look at the idea of Moses, right? Look at Moses splitting the Red Sea, right? This is a reflection of what air does in your lungs, turning into blood, right? This is a reflection of physiology, but it means so many different things. When we look at the crucifixion of Christ, it's different than the crucifixion of Moses. The crucifixion of Christ is the pineal gland in between the hypothalamus and the pituitary. These are the two thieves he's crucified with, right? The whole book is the sun book, Helios Biblios. You have souls on your feet, right? Your souls. So you're walking your soul's path. So it's not going to look the same in the physical as it's going to ring or sing in your mind.
Powerful. And sometimes nature shows us the physical there is that like is like, because even in medicine, when we're talking about this neurological effect, the best mushroom for your brain is something called lion's mane, and it's an extremely powerful neurogenesis agent. I hate using medical terms for these things because you get into funky water, but this stuff can heal your gut. That's what the ancient traditional Chinese medicine is, to rewire that gut brain connection. And now they're looking at it as one of the most effective Alzheimer's, dementia, that whole multiple sclerosis in that area. But when I find it in the wild, it looks identical to a brain. It's this glorious, bright, white, shining brain growing out of a log in the middle of the forest. And I think, wait a second, like if I eat this, what is going to happen? If I was just some random being that didn't know anything, all of a sudden my thinking improves, your consciousness improves. And this also gets me back thinking to when the beginning of life, when the sperm and the egg connect, because there is a heartbeat and there's already another life supplying some of the other factors for life. The first things that start to develop is the neural crest, is your neurological system. So the computer essentially to start regulating, okay, what's going to be made next? What are we going to start going? It's the brain stem, which then eventually becomes your spine. So this whole area that we were talking about before, that looks like the sperm, that looks like the spark of life, it's also how we form from in that beginning spot. And those forms are also sometimes around on Earth, showing us, hey, you got the eyes open, we're the same. Like you said, Kalal, it's not that it's any different, it's the same. It's just dressed up in a different form for that moment.
And the mirroring also makes me think of, I was just saying in the chat, like if we reincarnate, then like the reincarnation of planets and stars and heavenly bodies, you were talking about like the above and below, like maybe we are mirroring the heavens and the earth of, vice versa. There's always that like conversation happening. Like I've definitely had experiences where I've felt like stars are communicating with me. It might sound weird, but like it just came in the form of like color and sensational, like shapes moving through me, and just like having this gnosis, like this is this star's song like coursing through my body right now. Usually that kind of thing more happens to me on like a full moon for whatever reason, but I do think that like, yeah, that's kind of, for me anyway, just now, it was kind of interesting to think of like these heavenly bodies having reincarnating souls and life experiences to these stars and planets, and that mirroring and that conversation there.
So
See,
I wanted to add to that, is that, well, with the thing that I've been working with, the things, the Fae have been teaching me, they've been sort of giving me this like an alternative model of reincarnation. They have their own model. So a lot of people, when we think we reincarnate, we kind of start off into like the body that we're going to incarnate. but because they sort of see things outside of time, from their point of view, when you in this world, when you reincarnate, you don't reincarnate it to the body. Your consciousness is like, it creates a seed at sort of the very beginning into the universe itself. And it starts off, your awareness becomes like, you know, the whole universe. Then it narrows down into a planet. Then it narrows down into like a smaller mineral. Then it narrows down into an animal. You go through these kind of like these stages of like these incarnations through these larger, vast bodies into a smaller, more specific one, until you eventually take on an incarnation that's where you have a genuine self of individuality and self-awareness. And I was saying that when you're talking about the idea of like incarnating of the lives of like planets and stars and so forth, and I think there might actually be some merit to that, and that we kind of like, you start off in a very collective, open, like big awareness, and as your consciousness sort of goes through like its incarnation phase, that collectiveness whittles down into a smaller cell until you're eventually at an individual level. And then when you go through the physical death, it's like the process reverses. Then you sort of expand again in the astral plane until you get to the point where you're so vast that you've lost your sense of self. And then you kind of go back and it reflects back in the other way, and you start at the universe again, and the cycle continues. I just thought that it was kind of a relevant aside to what Rima was talking about.
Oh, that definitely wasn't a side. That was big. That was amazing. Yeah, thank you for that. I can't find words right now, but I could feel that flowing through my body as you said that. It's definitely amazing.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. It's like filters drop when we die, like filtration systems. And I think filters are what we're talking about, to make things become more focused and focused and focused and focused until it's just that. It's filtered, it's just that. Then it's unfiltered, it's that and it's that. Then it's that and it's that and it's that. Then it's that and so it seems like there's this vast changing of focus, and something that's we become bigger. That's the first thing that I noticed. We become bigger when we leave this world. Like when the universe unwinds, it literally unwinds. It's quite a concept. But back to what Drumar was also saying before about the life of stars, the life of planets, the life of comets. Everything is a living being. It's an interesting concept. Like my son, he hasn't been doing it lately. I must remind him. He can see the gnome reality very well. So he can see the spirits in the earth very easily. So he's obviously very in tune with the earth element. Although you could probably see the spirits in the fire as well. Very easy. I just keep him like away from fire. He's too curious about fire. I'm like, you can wait for that. Because I had a lot of run-ins with fire when I was a kid, and I prefer not to have them as a parent. So yeah, it's interesting. Like you look at a rock, the rock's alive. There's beings living in that rock. And if you look deep into that rock, you'll see the beings looking at you through the rock. So this is back to what you were saying, Ronan. And Ronan was talking about scrying. You don't have to use a crystal. Like I've taught my son to scry with just looking at the mountain or looking at the rocks on the beach, to look into the rock and see the beings looking back at you. And it's the same with water. You look at the pattern of the water, and you see the water reverberating that pattern back at you, and there's beings looking at you through the pattern. So like everything is a living form, and the stars are no different, and the planets. This planet we're on, that's the other point. We like to think of ourselves as individuals, but we are actually all part of this planet. So this planet is living through us in the same way that we live through ourselves in our body. Yeah? Probably a really good analogy. Each one of our cells only carries a very small bit of like bandwidth, but we're living through ourselves in this physical plane. The planet is living through us.
We are
so in the
cells
same way that our
of the
cells are part of
body.
us, we are a part of this planet. And the planet has a consciousness which is bigger than us, in the same way that our consciousness is bigger than the cells of our body's consciousness, each one.
And Franklin, I know you love to I love how you like take terms and mess with wordplay. I'm thinking about the idea of the word self and the word of the biological cell. And I wonder if you could see there's a connection between those two terms, because I was just thinking about that now, because it's almost like you sound like you're saying cells. I'm thinking like, oh yeah, it's like the earth is a body and we're one of its cells. Self and cell.
Think it.
Love that.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Think the difference between the S and the C as well, because with your C you have your connecting or your cutting, but with the S you have your magic, your transformation coming in there. So I always like to think, what are they really doing with the letters, and what are the letters trying to teach us here in these words?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the S is very snake-like, very Kundalini-like.
Also, if you hold on an S noise, it creates white noise. And white noise can be used to create hypnotic states of consciousness. So, or it helps you go to sleep. I never even made that connection before. It's interesting.
Yeah, the hissing is an interesting part, because like there's three fundamental things happening in the universe. When I died, this is what I noticed, that there is just three things happening. That's all there is. And those three things are happening again and again, permuting. And so it doesn't matter whether you practice Kabbalah, whether you practice Taoist magic, or whichever school you go with of alchemy, the hissing is the sound of fire. Fire hisses. Salamander. That's why the beings of the particular Fey elemental, Fey for that element, are often considered salamanders, because they hiss. And water resonates. So we say that you have cool, calm, collected thoughts. That means you're reasonable. The word reason and resonate, reason, resonate. It's the same word. It's just been changed and permuted. So reason and resonate are the same. To be able to resonate with something is to be able to reasonably relate to it. Relation and reasoning are connected. And so we can see how this resonance, the humming and vibrating, is the sound of the reasonable mind. And the hissing is the sound of the fire. And the fire is that principle of life which embodies and imbues passion. Yeah? Because fire is the passing of ions from one form to the formless, right? And passing of ions is passion. So passion is the passing of ion. And so when you become passionate, your body gives off ions. And those ions mean that you can become manifestational in terms of your magical power, because passion is where you draw your power from. So fire brings this element. And so the hissing stimulates the passion, the reason, the resonance, the humming, the vibration, the of the belly, as it's known in the Tao, or as it's known as the Kabbalah. It's all the same. And the breath is the release and the movement that moves between the hissing and the resonance. And so it is what connects, what communicates between the passion and the reason. And so we can think of the element of air as being that motion of connecting. And so connection is this principle. So we've got these three fundamental principles, and the hissing is definitely related to our brains. Fire, the passion. So it could be another reason why the ancient Egyptians removed the brain, because they're trying to remove the passion. Because your passion is what makes you want to stay here on this earth. Because you're passionate about the things that you've loved, people you've loved, the things that you've held, your possessions, what fame you've had, what success you've achieved. These all feed your passion and become an extension of the passion. And then, of course, the resonance, the belly, is Ganesha. Ganesha's got the belly because Ganesha is the universal scribe, the scribe of the universe. And so he breaks off his tusk in order to write down the knowledge of the cosmos. And so the belly is where we store our knowledge. And that knowledge becomes our form, becomes our body, which is why the knowledge in a woman's womb becomes the substance of the baby's body. And obviously the lung is the essence of air. So it communicates between all the different aspects of our being by bringing the air in and allowing the air to move the oxygen throughout our body. And so the oxygen becomes the courier of all that needs to be carried. And the interesting thing about the courier of oxygen is when you think, you burn off a lot of oxygen. If you don't think, you don't burn off oxygen. I don't know if you've noticed this. If you're ever surfing and you're under a big wave and you need to hold your breath for a long time because you're in the washing machine, then you mustn't think. Because the moment you think, you run out of oxygen and you start to panic. And there's nothing worse than panicking under lots of tons of water that's moving really rapidly all over you, and you're spinning around. So it's easy to panic when you're spinning around, which is why you roll yourself up into a fetal position. Any surfer will tell you this if they're riding big waves. You have to roll up into a fetal position and spin like a ball. And you need to go deep inside yourself and stop yourself from thinking. And if you can stop yourself from thinking, you can actually fall asleep under the water and be totally safe. What a concept. And it's when you don't roll yourself up like a fetal ball that you break your limbs. Yeah? Because your limbs get broken, or you can hurt yourself, twist your body. And I've never been in waves like that big. 15 foot is about as fast. 15 foot on the Atlantic it's a big pushing wave. So yeah, I think that we've overcomplicated so much in our cosmology and our ideas. And this is something that somebody was mentioning about the three states, as they talk about in the Celtic, which is essentially the three worlds of the shaman, and the three fundamental states of being. And so the Taoist system tends to break it down into such a simple form, which breaks these three states down into 4 states, because the element of air is polarized. So it's got wood and it's got iron or metal, wood and metal together as the polarities of air. And these are what fits into the earth, the three fundamental states. And the reason the air is broken into 2 is because one part of the air touches the water, it gains the quality of the water. One part of the air touches the fire, it gains the quality of the fire. And air polarizes like the scales of Libra. So it carries the life force, the prana, through the heart chakra, through the air. So yeah, I think that's something that we can really resonate with if we look at why this hissing sound produces this entrancement of our brain, is because of the passion that it installs within our consciousness field.
Franklin, you had me thinking of when you're underwater. That was incredible. That was incredible what you just weaved there. When you're underwater and you were saying, it was almost counteractive to what I thought you were going to say, and that's, let your instinct get you out of there, but instead you were going so far within that it's almost complete stillness. I was thinking to martial arts or football or sports can teach us this muscle memory aspect of, you repeat an action so many times that when that situation arises, that you don't even think about it. You just go into complete robot mode, for a lack of a better term, because you are acting completely in the steps that you've already done so many times that you don't have to think about it. There's no logic involved. And I was thinking, I know there is this reaction happening on the Earth. The Earth is obviously going to react the same way that we're going to react. So if we have these built-in reactions that we've developed, then what are the actions that the Earth has as well that are built in to moments when it's faced with a challenge? It's going to go into these automatic states. And it just had me thinking about many times when I'm speaking with other medicine people in this area from all different cultures. The one blessing about being close to Toronto is that we have so many different cultures around here we can interact with, but there seems to be a common thread. Well, there seem to be many common threads, but one common thread is that when there's a problem, the mother, the earth, the healing energy arises and comes and fixes it. And this is throughout all time and through all these different teachings. So it always gives me a hope and power whenever we see all these scrying mirrors and what we're talking about, the crazy bastardization that they've done with this artificial energies. At the same time, it always makes me smile thinking, if they were broadcasting all these creative ways that the mother and the father are fighting back in the true ways, man, it would be, everybody would get right on board right away. There'd be no problem. It'd be awesome. And we're doing that right now. We're broadcasting. This is quantum computing being broadcasted everywhere and nowhere all at once.
Well, I'd love for us to get to wrapping this up in the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, because I see we've been knocking at this out for 6 hours and 45 minutes. 7 hours is a long podcast. We can't go longer than 7. We once did an 8-hour podcast, and I think it can intimidate people.
Oops. Oopsie daisy.
People don't want to even start watching. They're going, no, 8 hours.
Just have to watch like an hour each day, but then if it's 8 hours, yeah, that's a bit.
I would just do like a highlight video, like all the best parts,
Yeah. But then you'd have to go through it too. Oh my god. Maybe someone would.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I think it would be a nightmare.
Yeah, can you imagine the nightmare of trying to filter this thing?
But I guess that's how like most like TV shows and documentaries work. You get a whole bunch of raw footage and you cut it down to the good parts.
What now take that and look at a near-death experience when your life flashes in front of your eyes and understand how they play with you when it comes to entertainment.
It's a bloody good point, as ever, Kalel.
Yeah, that whole dying thing. I've often thought about how different dying's gonna be when we're the more adult we are, because there's so much more life that we've lived. I was very lucky when I crossed over. I was very young, so at 3 you haven't experienced much. Like not much that I've experienced, because I was so young and I rewrote everything. I've got a totally unbroken timeline that goes back to like a little while, not long after I left the hospital as a baby, newborn. So like I can remember everything, the room, the house, the bed, everything, the layout, the where I came and went, what it felt like being between my mom and my dad's consciousness. So it's like there wasn't much that was mine. The experience that I'd had as a baby were actually my mother's and my father's experiences that I was riding on. I don't know if that makes sense. And I think I was only starting to get my own experience a little bit, like maybe for a year and a bit, and then I drowned. So there wasn't much of me to decode, if that makes sense. I was like quite pure. Like, so death is like a decoding of the self, if that makes sense. And it's interesting what Dr. K, Brother Carlisle, just said a minute ago about how this whole death process works, because when I opened my Sastra chakra in 2002, and I went through all the other gates, and there was just the 9th gate left, and I was like, let's do it. Because I was in a state of ecstasy. Every time you go through one bandwidth, your ecstasy increases until the point that you feel like you're on the highest high you've ever had. Like no drugs can touch this. No amount of drugs. And you're so high that nothing can touch you. Death can't touch you. What is death? What is death? That's like where you're at, right? You're like, what is death? Come on, let's do it. And then they gathered, the 9 of them, they gathered around the circle above me. And they were like leaning forward, trying to tell me, no, you can't do this. And it's interesting because who were they? To this day, I find myself wondering, who were those 9? Who were those guys? Those people that were talking to me, telling me I couldn't go through the 9th gate. And they were wearing long gowns. And I think they had like crowns and stuff on. Can't remember specifically seeing their faces because I was in such a state of ecstasy that nothing mattered. And I was in a state of bliss and unity. So there was no divisions within me. But I've often wondered whether they were, I've questioned whether they were the good guys or the bad guys. If that makes any sense to you guys. Were they here to keep me here? Or were they trying to protect me? Well, my mother, because that's how, that was the whole focus, right? Why I couldn't leave was my mother. So it's interesting. I don't know, Carlisle, did you have that experience with beings that didn't want you to leave?
Definitely. When I had my when I died the 6 times in 2021, and that was actually confirmed to me through a couple of other people who were able to see the same thing that I saw. I had 6 light beings around me, but that was in my hospital room. The 9 who were around you, now this is just my interpretation, that's going to be your 7 major chakras, and then your we could say your spiritual parents, but all of these are just aspects of you. So in the same way you have 10 Sephira that connect you here, when we disconnect, there's still that 10, there's that Darth that comes online to kind of remake that. You can see that in the birth process when it comes to the placenta, right, which doesn't exist in any other stage of life. Like it comes with you. So I liken that to like a jellyfish. Jellyfish are immortal. They live forever. So if we think of them as being the actual clouds, as opposed to a cloud in the sky holding information, it begins to make a little bit more sense because there's much more of a resemblance to Cthulhu and the idea of the subconscious. And in that very raw essence, we know how powerful that can be throughout life if we actually reduce it and take it with us and ingest it along the course of our life, because that's the most vital, raw information of ourselves and where we come from that we have. And that's why the powers that be take it in the hospitals.
Interesting.
Well,
I never thought about jellyfish being immortal. Please do continue.
Well, I'm gonna tap out. I'll be the first to tap out here at the end. The homie Cosmic Prankster left, but it makes me think. I'll end with these words, and the life passing before your eyes thing is like the highlight reel of my life. Is interesting, Khalil, because I don't remember getting a trailer before diving into that salmon stream and going upstream. I don't remember the trailer beforehand, but I get a highlights reel after. That's That's interesting. And shout out to all the Monday Gnosis bringers, or some may pronounce it daemon, however you wish to arrange the sun and the moon. Massive love. And then like what you said, Franklin, I mean, it's like what I got to deal with ethereal charlatans along with 3D charlatans. You know what I mean? I deal with these astral charlatans out here in this soul trap. Go this way, go that way. I'm like, come on, man. I thought I already dealt with these scammers out here. Now I gotta stay frosty in my transition now. Oh my gosh. So I'm definitely gotta prepare for that at every moment, man. So anyway, guys, it's a true honor. By the way, we had an awesome show last night on the Ronin Experience. Check it out. It really, if you like and share and do all that stuff and spread it to people, share it. It really helps get the Ronin message out there, and that way we can continue to raise up gurus for themselves. Guru, I'm a guru. I have a flock of one. I'm the biggest minority out here, a minority of one. So shout out to all the Ronin out there, and we're always about trying to empower people. So Franklin, thank you for having me, and it was always an honor sharing space with you. I learned so much, and I might not understand all of it, but as long as I walk away with a good 10% more better, I'm happy. You know what I mean? Because you go real deep, and it's beautiful. You're a beautiful being. I appreciate you, man, and everything that you do. And Indie Sage is awesome. Looks like you got a fresh haircut. Always looking fly. I'm trying to get up. I'm telling you, man. I'm trying to the Vibe Tribe Scribe always looking good, man. Appreciate your research, bro. Love to hear more about a lot of your research. And Lewy's amazing. Comments are always crushing. Polymathing. Appreciate you, man. Love your energy too, bro. You have a really I like your voice too, Lewy. When you speak, it sounds very enjoyable. And calming, really. To me, for myself, and you spit knowledge too, man. So massive love, brother. Kalel, is the homie. What's going on. Always learn so much from Kalel. Just being. You can tell a lot about people, right? You heard like by the 5 people you hang out with, and I'm hanging out with Kalel, so that's just all about. I'm not the smartest person in the room, which if you are, you might need to look for another room, you know what I mean? Or another place, because that's a problem, you know what I mean? And all you guys build me up. Rama? Is Rama close?
You got it. Well done. It's Rama.
Focus on the ma. Focus on the ma. Say Rama.
Rama.
A gentle Rama. Rama.
It's all good.
A small room, a big ma.
I like to growl the R. Irma, you're awesome. Now I'm messing it up again. Come on, man. You're awesome. Thank you. And we had fun last night, and it was great. I appreciate you coming and hanging and rock and adding to the experience. And thank you so much. It was fun. Soraraya, hanging, chilling. She's probably cooking. I feel like she's cooking something beautiful over there. But anyway, thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna hit the leave button. It's a real honor to be here. This is the Vibe Tribe. It's beautiful. And thank you for having me and
thank you
accepting me. You know what I mean? So, and I hope I wasn't rude to the homie Cosmic Prankster. I was just, it's like it takes me a minute to build, guys. So sometimes I gotta like elbow my. I feel like I gotta elbow my way in. Like pass me the mic. So anyway, massive love, guys. Peace and harmony.
So glad to have you,
much love, brother.
Appreciate you, brother.
Peace, brother.
Yo, from yesterday.
I love your humor. I love your humor, brother. So do you guys want to do your last wrap ups?
Yeah, because I really have to go to the bathroom. So do you mind if I go first?
Go for it.
Just keeping it
We
real.
have to make it short.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're running.
Oh my God, it's been such a pleasure. Sorry I was late, but I had to do my last class thing today. Yeah, it's been amazing. I hardly slept last night, so I'm trying not to fall asleep right now. But so good. I just wanted to quickly say, Franklin, because you were talking about these 9 beings that you saw with crowns on, and I think I said this maybe in another one of the round tables, but it was like probably one of the first ones, so it was a while ago. Well, I had this like Freya meditation candle, and so I went into quite deep meditation while burning it, and then I can't remember if I had my eyes closed or open. I think they might have even been open, but I saw like what looked like a council of like ghostly men, and they were all wearing crowns. Kind of think like, it made me think a little bit of like Lord of the Rings, you know, the wraiths or whatever they're called. But yeah, so I don't know what they are, but I guess I've seen, I don't know if it's exactly the same thing you're talking about, but something like this. And that's all I want to, because I've got so many things I could say right now. This was such an exciting round table, like mushroomy things and all sorts of things, but I'm going to shut up. I love you all. And now I'm going to go use the bathroom, and everyone in the
And
chat
you,
is
dear
amazing
Mama.
too. And yeah, just mwah.
Much love.
Honor having you. Thank
love.
you. And I
Much
think those
love,
guys
much love.
keep us on our life path.
Love, peace, and power, Brahma.
Blessed be.
Blessed be. Om Shanti. All right, I think I'm gonna go next. I'm Andy Sage, and I'm so glad to be here with you guys all today. Thank you so much for everybody who attended here at the round panel. I'm glad everybody made it. We weren't sure who was going to make it today, and I'm glad we had a good attendance. And thank you to our audience. You guys are the best. Without you, what would we do? And I know you've got so much wisdom, so we try to get to your comments, and we really appreciate you guys and your feedback. So anybody who wants to check out my blog, I should be posting up a new blog article soon on the Giants, and hopefully doing a new interview with Franklin here on a private interview. And if you want to check out my blog, it is vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Next time.
It was lovely.
Much love. Om Shanti. Thanks, everybody.
Blessings, brother. Blessings.
MoonFeather.
Thank
Lewy,
you, brother,
Franklin.
for bringing your beautiful wisdom and your understanding and your depth to the space. And have an
Thank
absolutely
you.
gorgeous day.
I learned so much from you, Franklin. You're like a wealth of information. I love it. You guys have a
I
one.
learned so much from everybody, from all of you guys, because you
Y'all learn from each other. It's a beautiful thing.
everybody's got a lot of different concepts that add into the same concepts and expand them to deeper concepts.
Yeah,
Like a
but
key unlocking a lock that was already open, but you just realize that it's a double jointed lock. It opens more.
indeed, well said. So glad to go into these rabbit holes with you guys and ready for some more. So I'll see you guys again soon.
Peace, indeed.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, brother.
Bye.
Love everybody.
Travel well and safe.
Will do.
I very much look forward to Indy's roundtable interview. He has such a wonderful energy and an incredible wealth of knowledge, and he is so animated. I had so much, like I said, I had so many laughs today, enjoying his eyes, enjoying his looks. I want to say thank you to you, Franklin, for this beautiful space, these incredible conversations that seemingly get longer and longer, and I'm not complaining one bit. I want to say thank you to you, Ramon. So wonderful to see you and to hear all your thoughts. Lewy, Polymathing, wonderful to have you here. I'm just so thankful that you're able to join us. I hope that you continue, you do more of it. It was wonderful to meet Cosmic, and I'm happy MoonFeather was here. Please make sure to check out MoonFeather Rising on YouTube Wednesdays at 8. Be sure to check us out over on the Ronin Experience Fridays at 9. If you need to get in touch with your shadow or your numerology, check out the Telegram. Give me a message on any of my avenues. You can find me. Just type in the name with a K. I guarantee you'll find it. Franklin, I wish you the absolute best, and I wish you the best of traveling tonight as you journey. As I do all of you, thank you so much, everybody in the chat. I want to send a special shout out to Soraraya. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for constantly sharing your heart and your art and your music and your intention, which is always the most positive thing in my channel, and I could not be more thankful for you. Thank you. Greatly appreciate you all. Love, peace, and power.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Love, peace, and power, Kalel. Love, peace, and power.
Om Shanti. So much peace, so much love, and so much harmony, brother. And Soraya, I can't wait to get you in the hot seat.
She's going to put you in the hot seat.
Hit the talk button. Doing. Because you got a lot of lovely content to share.
Yes, I have a lot.
So it's between Soraya and Lewy.
I'll say, well, what else can be said? You've all said such beautiful things. This feels like music to me. It feels almost like a band when we'd be in a jam and you're layering these beautiful notes. So with Ronin, his energy, you gotta love, and everything he said was word for word what I was feeling. And he's such a courageous soul with his energy, and it spreads so well. He said some beautiful things too about Kalel, and that yesterday, your stream you guys had was absolutely phenomenal. The one-on-one, it was just those 3 words: love, peace, and power. I couldn't think of any better 3 words to sum up the entire energy of it. And those are 3 of the most important words in my vocabulary, that's for sure. So anytime they can be resonated, that means something to me. Speaking about that too, yesterday with MoonFeather, man, she always is on a different level, but it was some beautiful weaving going on yesterday in Ronin's stream also, and she was exposing some incredible connections with the stars, and even coming up on the 12/12 day that's going to be coming soon. So definitely go back and check both those streams out if you can. Cool having Cosmic in here as well. Lovely having some amazing ideas coming in, and interesting. I loved how his concept of stacking the different interactions together to create, I forget the term now that it was, but it was, once we kind of got it straightened out, I was like, I dig this. I can see where he's going with this. So it was, I appreciate him coming on, and it was great to have his mind here, like along with Indy. Indy's the best. What an amazing soul. And check out his blog too, because he's a very deep writer, and I'm starting to discover that as well when I'm looking at his writings. So Rama, man, it's beautiful being here. We get to speak all the time in the chat about mushrooms and different fungi, and I know we always connect that way, but it was great to kind of throw back and forth on this stream, and to you can kind of look into my brain now. It's, by the way, it's always turned on mushrooms, so but you guys are going to start to understand. not the psychedelic ones. This is the key, not those ones yet. Like they have a key, but I'm telling you, go for the weirder ones than that. And it's like these little hangouts we have here. It reminds me of the energy we have here. It's like sometimes the different roads you take, or the weirder the roads you can take, the more interesting the knowledge and wisdom you can come down. And when I see with what's going on in the overall culture, always being pushed towards a psychedelic, just remember, look at how keen we all are on thinking across, wait a second, if they're telling us look there, why are they telling us that? And I'm just saying, sometimes if they're really starting to push it right now, they have a use, they're great. But the amount of people that I meet who are microdosing, or in a way maybe using them more recreationally than they should, and have never heard of, you know, the 50 other mushrooms that are going to cure, or no, I don't want, let's not use that word, because like I said, that they freak out, that are going to aid and help and nourish you to a greater health. When nobody knows about those, but they know all about every other psychedelic in the world, we got to start thinking, hold on a second. So there is this beautiful underground world that's everywhere, and just keep looking for it, because they're everywhere. They're all over the place, and they're always just asking for you to take a look at them. So much love. And Franklin, thank you for inviting me and putting this on, because this is such a beautiful meeting of the minds. And every time you speak, I learn and I love it. And the amount of times, I wish I could join these streams earlier, but I'm driving, doing my job. But the amount of times as you're speaking and I'm looking around and there's these beautiful synchronicities happening from 2 different sides of the world, 2 different time zones. And I'm just, my face always hurts come Saturday night and Sunday from smiling. And I'm sure as most who watch these streams likewise. So, okay. All right. I'm done. Thank you, guys. Hopefully I'll be back earlier next week.
Om Shanti, and God bless you. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for
Bless
bringing your wisdom and your love and your enjoyable energy. And for the Ronan, I love Ronan's humor. He's a funny guy. If we hang out, I bet I'd have a sore belly from laughing my butt off. And Kalal with his firm, grounded perception and thinking, which is very solid and earthy. Love the earth, love the gnomes. And Soraya, your heart, and you've got so much beautiful notions within your heart. It's so tangible. And Ramar, with the way that your mind grasps questions so wonderfully. Question slinger. She's like Clint Eastwood with the 2-6 questions, you know, in some crazy cowgirl western. And thank you to you all, and obviously to Indy for bringing his depth of taking it one step further. And our MoonFeather wasn't here long, but she's been very, very busy. I know she's been extremely busy with work and with her family, and she's just had a lot on her plate. And sending also lots of love to Dear Cosmic. Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for being a part of us. Thank you all for being with us in the chat. Thank you for bringing your questions, your ideas, and for sharing in this knowledge pool with us. A lot of the ideas that come through the chat end up becoming a part of the conversation some way or other, because we're all sort of looking at the chat. Thank you all. And Soraya, my dear, last but definitely not least. Are you with us, Soraya?
She might be writing one of her wonderful poems currently.
Could be a connection, but she still seems to be with us. Soraya, can you hear me? Okay, well, possibly she might be in the loo or something. But thank you all for being a part of this wonderful discussion and sending you all so much love. It is now 7:11, 11:07, which is quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah?
Yes.
7:11. So, Om Shanti to you all, and to Soraya. I'll send her a message through the Telegram. Have an absolutely wonderful day or evening wherever you are till next week. And keep it real, keep it sweet, keep it happy. Don't forget to smile. Life is far too short not to smile, because when you smile, you squeeze the little glands in your head that produce the happy juices that keep you flowing. Om Shanti to everybody. Big blessings.
Blessings all. Stay strong.